this race from a pick 5 point of view, from a multi-race wager point of view, you're not going to use 3 of the horses they're betting and not use the 4th. Is she the 4th? Yes. I'm not going to let her beat me and knock me out of the early pick 5.
And hearing that we will have a late scratch. Is it on the 1? It looks like it's on the number 1, Predetermined, being examined by the attending veterinarian. That will dramatically change the race if that is the case.
I don't know if Jose's trying to adjust the saddle here. Luis Saez, rather. I'm sorry. I don't know if Luis Saez is trying to adjust the saddle here. That could very well be the case because there's not an assistant starter back there helping remove the saddle, which you often see. Maybe that's still happening.
Yep.
And now it's happened. So
yep.
Yes.
Late scratch, big late scratch of the 1, Predetermined. Saw Luis Saez out there giving her a pretty strong warm-up. Sometimes you see riders trying to work through some things if they're feeling something, they feel something is off, protecting the horse, protecting the bettors. They're able to tell the attending veterinarian that they feel something is off, and she will be a late scratch. That'll mean the favorite Iova to the outside. The number 8 will now be your favorite.
Yeah, when play show exactas try, Super's all refunded. If you use this horse in the early pick 5, you'll get to the post-time favorite. And now, there she is. It's Iova, who, I don't know about you, but for me, betting this race vertically, she's going to take the punch. I'm imagining the punch going to come now, and she's going to likely go to 9-5. Do you want her at 9-5? And this is it's funny how it unfolds here in the first race. Do you want her at 9-5? Now, if that holds up and that 3-1 holds up, I'll take 3-1 because she was 5-2, 7-2.
Now she's
when
8-5,
and now she's 8-5. So that's about where she figures to land now. I still think she's going to win the race. It's just I'd be a little more apprehensive about taking 3-2 now as the money just pours in as the late scratch money of Predetermined comes out of the pool and the money comes pouring in on Iova.
She will be your favorite now. Predetermined, the number 1, a late scratch here in the opener. Take note of that if you're playing the pick 5. It'll be a fun sequence, though. The 6, Tenderness, now at 7-2. The 4, Beyond Brown, at 3-1. 700,000 plus in that pick 5 sequence. Take note of that late scratch. Anybody you're leaning on as we get ready for those that are putting their tickets in now or readjusting throughout the pick 5 sequence?
I would still just use the 4, 6, and 8. This is a move the chains, if you will, to use some football parlance. Let's just try and get through the first leg. I would think Iova is the most likely winner of this race, but Tenderness has better races. Like I said, that waving the waiver is very curious to me.
Iova, now your post-time favorite, late scratch of the 1, Predetermined. Early pick 5 kicks off here in race 1 at beautiful Belmont Park. We'll send it up for the rest of the load and call to the voice of New York racing, John and Brielle.
Waiting for Cause to Dream and Iova. They're all in line. And they're off. Hey, it's Tati from that inside post position is out for the lead. Magically Delicious runs in between horses. On the outside is Tenderness, and down at the rail is Beyond Brown. Then it's a break of 3 lengths. Back to Cause to Dream, along with Take It Off and Iova. Hey, it's Tati is the leader here by a length and a quarter. Magically Delicious second by a head, and Beyond Brown is down on the inside in third, with Tenderness racing in 4th through a quarter in 23 seconds. Hey, it's Tati leads now by 2. Beyond Brown, Magically Delicious, they're right together, second and third. Tenderness is 3 wide, and A Cause to Dream is 4 wide. In behind is Iova, and down at the rail is Take It Off, the half mile in 47 seconds. Hey, it's Tati. Here comes Tenderness on the outside, now up to challenge. Hey, it's Tati and Tenderness. They are heads apart as they pass the 8th pole. Iova has now moved into 3rd and continues to gain. Now is 16th out. It is Tenderness with a head in front. Hey, it's Tati continues to battle on. They come for the finish. Tenderness off the layoff to win it. Hey, it's Tati was 2nd. Iova finished 3rd in the Saturday opener. Number 6, Tenderness was 1st. Number 2, Hey, it's Toddy 2nd. Number 8, Iova was 3rd. And number 7, Cause the Dream finished 4th. Results unofficial. 6-2, 8-7. Time of the race, 1 minute 12 and 2/5 seconds. And again, in that first race, we had the late scratch of number 1, Predetermined. Number 6 is Tenderness, a 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Medal Count, out of Sky Minx by Sky Mesa. Tenderness is owned by Michael Schmidt, trained by Bob Clisaris, the rider Jose Lescano. Tenderness was bred in Kentucky by Equus Farm. Race 1, official. The exacta, $33.25. Trifecta, $48.62. And the superfecta, 6, 2, 8, and 7, $56.75. Second race, no changes. Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3 and pick 4 wagering. Post time is in 21 minutes at 1:31. And they're off. Hey, it's Tati from that inside post position is out for the lead. Magically Delicious runs in between horses. On the outside is Tenderness. And down at the rail is Beyond Brown. Then it's a break of 3 lengths. Back to A Cause to Dream, along with Take It Off and Iova. Hey, it's Tati is the leader here by a length and a quarter. Magically Delicious second by a head. And Beyond Brown is down on the inside in third, with Tenderness racing in fourth through a quarter in 23 seconds. Hey, it's Tati leads now by 2. Beyond Brown, Magically Delicious, they're right together second and third. Tenderness is 3 wide, and A Cause to Dream is 4 wide. In behind is Iova, and down at the rail is Take It Off. The half mile in 47 seconds. Hey, it's Tati. Here comes Tenderness on the outside, now up to challenge. Hey, it's Tati and Tenderness. They are heads apart as they pass the 8th pole. Iova has now moved into third and continues to gain. Now is 16th out. It is Tenderness with a head in front. Hey, it's Tati continues to battle on. They come for the finish. Tenderness off the layoff to win it. Hey, it's Tati was second. Iova finished third in the Saturday opener.
Good afternoon and welcome to the paddock here for today's second race. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and before we get to this maiden special weight event, got to give some props to trainer Bob Caceres, getting Tenderness back to the winner's circle off of that 10-month layoff. Congratulations to her connections as she grinded out the win in today's opener. Next, taking a look at the field of these horses going the 1 mile distance. We'll begin with the first-time starter on the rail. That's number 1, Vindictive, currently at 5-1 for Todd Pletcher. He was one that, well, I guess they knew that he could be a little bit on the obstreperous side to get the tack on, and as far as his behavior here in the paddock, as we do see Todd's assistant Byron Hughes on his head. He is accompanied by the pony. So far, not doing anything too bad. You can tell he's a little bit of a cheeky fellow, but a big, good-looking son of Uncle Mo. The dam, while she was a minor multiple stakes winner going long on the synthetic, this guy is half to Stop Charging Maria, who won the Breeders' Cup Distaff, the Alabama, the Coaching Club American Oaks, the Demoiselle, the Black-Eyed Susan. I mean, the list goes on and on for her accomplishments. But what is sort of a negative with regards to the pedigree is that he is one of a few foals that has made it to the track. Actually, before him, only 3 of her 6 foals have made it to the track. And besides Stop Charging Maria, the other 2 only combined for 3 starts with little success. I like the spot that he debuts in, though. He's a big, scopy, good-looking customer. He comes in here fit. Now, if obviously he can keep it together mentally, I think he could very well have an impact on the result here in this second. Now, trainer Chad Brown will send out 2 horses making their second starts coming in off of layoffs. Number 2, Miles D. He did come back in debuted in a race that Caddo River ran second in and subsequently won, and has turned out to be an okay runner. And he has done well, Miles D, from 2 to 3, and that he was kind of still very much a baby in the way that he looked physically, just kind of stout and round and a little bit softer, and he has lengthened in his frame now, and he comes back very well prepared. I like what I'm seeing from him. Once again, he's a very classy acting type of horse, though I'm not exactly sold on coming back at a mile despite his pedigree. I would have liked him maybe at the 7 furlongs for this return to the races, now costing $2.1 million as a yearling. As number 5, Beatbox, he is that half-brother to Guarana, and you couldn't ask 2 siblings to look any different. I mean, other than their coloring, I think this guy does look fairly different than his sister. He's kind of short and stout and not that long, leggy, elegant type that Guarana was. He does look fairly fit heading back to the races today, but what I didn't like in that debut race at Keeneland, you know, he tired and he started lugging in. It just really was not an auspicious debut, so he's really going to have to improve upon that, and he is double-digit odds on the board. As we'll take a look at number 6, Absolute Courage, who has been the beaten favorite in both of his outings for Shug McGay. He is son of Into Mischief. That does add blinkers today and finally stretches out. I've kind of been waiting for this guy to stretch out in distance. He does have a bit of ranginess and scopiness to him, and today he seems by far the most focused that I've seen him pre-race, and I think with those blinkers on, it might change his outlook on racing, and I think he could be dangerous, and maybe today he won't be the favorite, but maybe he won't get beaten as horses are taking their way through the tunnel. They'll hit the track, and Acacia and Anthony will be up shortly.
And the horses are coming out for the second race. It'll be run at 1 mile. There's Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3, and Pick 4 wagering. We're fast and firm with 5 minutes to post.
Horses are on the track for race number 2. Acacia and Anthony here with you. Anthony, we're looking at the number 4 Southern Flag, currently your even money favorite, that second-time starter for Belmont. After a little bit of an awkward break, really rallied nicely to finish second on debut.
Yeah, he did. He got in a little pace to run into that afternoon back in mid-May, but he still made up some ground. Had a little bit of a tight spot just off the far turn. Still came running, ran into a nice horse in Royal Realm. He's even money. He deserves favoritism. He has the recency over his other rivals that are taking some money. And more importantly, he's been the mile already, Acacia, and it's a question he doesn't have to ask by Union Regs out of a curling mare. He's supposed to eat up as much ground as they throw at him, really.
He should definitely appreciate even further distances than this, I would say, too. Out of a mare who's the sister to Pilfer, who produced the likes of Grade 1 winners To Honor and Serve and Angela Renee. He's just one of a couple in here with those monster pedigrees. That includes the 2 Miles D on the bottom side with that fantastic My Flag, Storm Flag flying family.
Yeah, that goes all the way back to personal ensign, that Phipps blood actually getting out of the broodmare band here with Miles D. This is a horse the barn was high on, ran into an absolutely loaded 7 furlong maiden race here on Columbus Day. Speaker's Corners was a nice winner for Bill Mott. He's back in training. Caddo River and Greatest Honor, second and third, both went on to become stakes winners. He went 7 on debut. He'll stretch out to a mile today. Again, a son of Curlin. Should not be an issue. Lasix, obviously we haven't seen him since October. So we're looking at an 8-month break. But if anybody can have this horse ready to roll, first off that kind of a break, it's Chad Brown.
It hasn't run since October 11th. Debuting at 7 furlongs, not an easy task either for a 2-year-old at that point, too, though later in the year. I thought he was actually pretty game in between horses. You like to see that kind of tenacity on debut. A first-time starter to the inside is the 1 Vindictive. Heard Maggie talk about it in the paddock, silling to Stop Charging Maria. But really, she's kind of the outlier of the family as far as that pedigree does go.
Yeah. 9-2 now, taking a little money late in the game. A lot of people, apparently, are talking about how well this horse has been working in the morning. You see some bullets on the work tab. You mentioned the pedigree. $200,000 daughter of Uncle Mo. He stands for $175. I don't know how much you want to look into that. He seems to be working well. A mile on debut, draws the inside. That work tab is going to lead you to believe this horse has a little early speed. I would imagine if he is live today, he'd be forwardly placed. I'm not so worried about him not taking more money because Miles D has been rumored to be a good one since October, and Southern Flag already showed you he can run with these. An 81 buyer speed figure on debut. These horses are going to have their running shoes on to match that.
Vindictive breaking from the rail to go this mile. Third time out for the 6 Absolute Courage, who should appreciate the added ground. Will have to improve, though. And just has this tendency, when you watch both of his races, he kind of sits in the gate for a couple seconds, and that's where that bumping and awkwardness out of the gate starts.
6-5 on debut, even money last time out. He has some antics at the start of his races. So when you see the comments, off slowly, bumped brake, off slowly, kind of his own, causing his own problems. Bump brake, his own problems of that hesitant start subject him to getting into a little trouble leaving out of the starting gate. He was 6-5. He's 6-1 today. The blinkers go on. Maggie mentioned in the paddock he's more focused than he's ever been. Maybe he's the upsetter here.
Stretching out in distance, a little bit of a stretch out for the 5 Beatbox as well. The brother to Guarana, loading into the starting gate for the start of the early pick 4 as we send it up to track announcer John Embrial for the rest of the load and call race 2 at Belmont Park.
Waiting for Beatbox and Absolute Courage. In the gate. And they're off. Beatbox, Absolute Courage, those two from the outside. Now Ghost Conqueror moves on up. To his inside is Miles D. And then it is Southern Flag, the 5th positioned horse, and the trailer is Vindictive in 6th. As they move up the backstretch, Beatbox and Absolute Courage, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead. And they've got 2 lengths on Ghost Conqueror, who's in between horses. Miles D is down at the rail. Southern Flag is on the outside, and Vindictive continues to trail. Quarter 1 in 23 and 2. Absolute Courage now gets away from Beatbox to lead by 3/4 of a length. It is Absolute Courage taking the field into the far turn. Beatbox is down at the rail. Ghost Conqueror, a big long shot, is third by a head. Miles D is in between horses. Southern Flag is on the extreme outside, and it's a break of 5. Back to Vindictive, who continues to trail. Absolute Courage is the leader here by a little more than a length. Miles D, Southern Flag, they're both gaining ground, 2nd and 3rd, with Beatbox down towards the rail in 4th as Ghost Conqueror drops out of it, passed there by Vindictive. There's a 1/4 of a mile to the finish. It is Absolute Courage, Miles D, and on the outside, Southern Flag. 3 of them across after 3/4 in 1:11 and 2. And now they're coming for the 8th pole. Miles D in between horses, narrow lead. Southern Flag on the outside. Absolute Courage is down at the rail. And Beatbox is in 4th. Less than a 16th of the finish. And it is Miles D to get the maiden victory here. Miles D by a little more than 2 at the end. Close for 2nd between Absolute Courage and Southern Flag. Beatbox checked in 4th. Number 2, Miles D was first. Number 6, Absolute Courage second. Number 4, Southern Flag was third. Number 5, Beatbox fourth. Results unofficial. 2-6, 4-5. The mile in 1 minute 36 and 4/5 seconds. Number 2 is Miles D, a 3-year-old bay colt by Curlin, out of Sound the Trumpets by Bernardini. Miles D is owned by Peter Brandt and Robert LaPenta, trained by Chad Brown, the rider Joel Rosario. Miles D was bred in Kentucky by Riverbend Farm. It's official. Second race exacta, $15.50. The double, $20.80. Quinella pays $11. The trifecta, $13.87. And the superfecta, 2645, $7.05. In the upcoming third race, scratch the 1A legit. There's exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double and pick 3 wagering. 23 minutes to post at 2:02. And they're off. Beatbox, Absolute Courage. Those two from the outside. Now Ghost Conqueror moves on up. To his inside is Miles D. And then it is Southern Flag, the 5th positioned horse. And the trailer is Vindictive in 6th. As they move up the backstretch, Beatbox and Absolute Courage. And the two of them are heads apart for the lead. And they've got 2 lengths on Ghost Conqueror, who's in between horses. Miles D is down at the rail. Southern Flag is on the outside, and Vindictive continues to trail. Quarter 1 and 23 and 2. Absolute Courage now gets away from Beatbox to lead by 3/4 of a length. It is Absolute Courage taking the field into the far turn. Beatbox is down at the rail. Ghost Conqueror, a big long shot, is third by a head. Miles D is in between horses. Southern Flag is on the extreme outside, and it's a break of 5. Back to Vindictive, who continues to trail. Absolute Courage is the leader here by a little more than a length. Miles D, Southern Flag, they're both gaining ground, 2nd and 3rd. With Beatbox down towards the rail in 4th as Ghost Conqueror drops out of it, passed there by Vindictive. There's a 1/4 of a mile to the finish. it is Absolute Courage, Miles D. And on the outside, Southern Flag, 3 of them across after 3 quarters in 1:11 and 2. And now they're coming for the 8th pole. Miles D in between horses, narrow lead. Southern Flag on the outside. Absolute Courage is down at the rail. And Beatbox is in 4th. Less than a 16th of the finish, and it is Miles D to get the maiden victory here. Miles D by a little more than 2 at the end, close for second between Absolute Courage and Southern Flag. Beatbox checked in 4th. The horses are entering the track for the third race. It'll be run at 1 mile. Scratch 1A, Legit. Quarter-inch bend shoes on 1 and 4. Bends on 1 and 4. 6 minutes to post.
Race 3 coming up next at Belmont Park. Acacia and Anthony here with you. We're going a mile on a main track, $16,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. We're looking currently at the 8-5 favorite, Anthony, Publilius Cyrus, who has been running some big figures out in California, one of those California shippers we've been seeing lately for Vladimir Sarin.
Had this horse for most of his career, lost them briefly, claimed them back, and has been protected since. A series of starter allowance races out at Los Al and at the Great Race Place. Horse won 4 in a row at one point, Acacia, going this mile distance. In fact, his last 6 have been at a mile. Kind of tailed off a little bit in those starter races at Santa Anita in late February and early April. Ships in. He inherits as big a role as favorite, I think, with Legit, the 1A coming out of here. I think that entry would have taken some money. I actually liked Legit today. I think this horse is shorter than he was going to be with Legit in the race. And to be honest with you, probably shorter than he should be. All those races are around 2 turns. He'll get around 1 turn today. We've seen this barn have mixed results so far. This horse is back in for the tag. It's the first time this horse is eligible to be claimed since November. I don't think that's a great sign, but kind of where else are you going to run them when you ship them out east?
Yeah, 9-5 right now on the board, as it seems like pretty much all of the runners from this barn we've seen here in New York have taken a lot of money, if not gone off favorite. The first one was a winner, and we haven't seen a winner since then. They've all taken some attention. The source makes sense, especially on figures and on that drop. However, Dunf coming in here for Robertino Diodoro. This one was reclaimed for the barn out at Oaklawn and is eligible for that bonus coming here to New York.
And unlike earlier with Predetermined, who wound up scratching in the first race, and Iova, this is an instance where you claim this horse for 30, you're running him for the 16. Between the bonus from the Oaklawn ship and the fact that this pot is $42,000, if he wins and gets claimed today, and he's 2-1 on the board right now, Joel Rosario looking to go back-to-back on the Saturday card, they do make some money with him. So this drop, yes, while it's not a great sign, it's certainly not as big a sign as we could have seen in the first race.
You have to think with the barn having had this horse already last year and then seeing him running out at Oaklawn, thinking, hey, this is a horse I can claim and run in New York and maybe make a little bit of money with.
No question about it. No question about it.
As we look at a couple of others, the number 4 in here, Roaming Union, this is one that I thought could potentially, I don't know about a win candidate. It's been a long time since he's won. But given his early speed, I thought that he could be potentially one under Jose Lezcano, who might grab a share in this spot, given the fact that he has that early speed.
Hasn't had a lot of success at Belmont or at this distance. A lot of the races on this circuit at this distance, or well, all of them at the mile, are around 1 turn. I wonder if he's a little bit better and his speed's a little more aided with the 2 turns here. He's also seemed to have fallen on harder times. He is a horse, though, that if he comes up with a good one, he could be right there with his speed today.
He's got some back races that could make him competitive. Can he run back to those is the big question. Dropping class for the 2, Grit and Glory, after running an allowance company out of Penn National last time out. He comes back down to this 16, ran for 20 at Aqueduct, 2 starts back when he was claimed.
Popular at the claim box the last 6 months. He's been claimed 3 times now. Tried him around the 2 turns over a track with some moisture in it at Penn last time. Jeffrey Engelhardt brings him back to the NYRA circuit. He's hit the board in both of his starts here at Belmont against Better. He should have a little speed to run at. I don't think he'll be that far off of it. I think if you're looking for a price in here, he's the horse you want to take a look at.
He won for 12.5 back in February at Aqueduct with a 90 Beyer speed figure. If he decides to jump up and run that race again, he would absolutely crush this field.
He rode a gold rail that day.
Yep.
It's all relevant, kind of drifted late, but yeah, he's a horse that has license as well.
The number 1, the part of the entry that is still in, is Daddy Knows. This is a horse we're familiar with. He's quirky. He is now with Linda Rice, back with Linda Rice, as she had him previously. A lot of reclaims in this race. He likes to drift, this horse.
Half brother to the one and only
Yep.
Mr. Buff. See if he shows some speed this afternoon. Why run 2 when 1 will do? We'll see if that adage goes into effect today.
He is 8-1, the part of the entry that stays in. They go into the starting gate for the 3rd. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting for American Lincoln and King of American. They're all in line. And they're off. Dunf goes out for the early lead. And right alongside is Daddy Knows. So those 2 hook up with Daddy Knows going on with it to grab the lead from Dumpf. Hammer and Armour is on the outside, next and 3rd, gap of 2 to King of American in 4th. Grit and Glory's down at the rail in 5th. Then American Lincoln running in 6th. Roman Union is 7th, and Publius Cyrus trails the field in 8th as they race up the backstretch. The quarter 1 in 23 and 4. Daddy Knows by a length. Hammer and Armour runs in 2nd with Dunf in 3rd. And then it's 2 lengths to Grit and Glory, who's down on the inside in 4th. King of American, big long shot on the outside in 5th. Roaming Union has now advanced up into 6th, passing American Lincoln there. And Publius Cyrus continues to trail. The half 1 in 47 and 1. It is Daddy Knows by 3/4 of a length. Hammer and Armour in 2nd. And down on the inside is Dunf in 3rd. The 1, 2, 3 remain the same, with Grit and Glory in 4th, and Roaming Union is now up into 5th. Publius Cyrus begins to move from the back of the pack, taking 6th now as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Daddy Knows holding on to the lead. Daddy Knows in front, ran 3/4 in 1:11 and 3. Dunf is down at the rail. Hammer and Armour on the outside, and Publius Cyrus out in the middle of the track with a furlong to the finish. It's Daddy Knows, Publius Cyrus, Dunf in between horses, Publius Cyrus and Dunf. Now it's those 2 on to the finish here, and it will be Publius Cyrus from last to first to win it. And it's a photo for place between Daddy Knows and Dunf. Number 3, Publius Cyrus was first. Number 1, Daddy Knows second. Number 6, Dunf was third. And number 7, Hammer and Armour fourth. Results are unofficial. 3-1-6-7. The mile in 1 minute 37 seconds. In the winner's circle, number 3, Publius Cyrus, 6-year-old bay horse by Candy Ride, out of Ruthenia by Pulpit. Publius Cyrus is owned by David and Holly Wilson, trained by Vladimir Serin, and the rider Jose Ortiz. Publius Cyrus was bred in Kentucky by Payson Stud. Race 3, official. The exacta $17.70. The double $8.70. Trifecta $24.87. Superfecta 3-1-6-7, $17.20. Pick 3, 6, 2, and 3, $46.25. Fourth race, no changes. There's exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time is 2:33. And the rough. Dunf goes out for the early lead. And right alongside is Daddy Knows. So those two hook up with Daddy Knows going on with it to grab the lead from Dunf. Hammer and Armour is on the outside, next and third, gap of 2 to King of American in 4th. Grit and Glory's down at the rail in 5th. Then American Lincoln running in 6th. Roman Union is 7th. And Publius Cyrus trails the field in 8th. As they race up the backstretch. The quarter 1 in 23 and 4. Daddy Knows by a length. Hammer and Armour runs in second with Dunf in third. And then it's 2 lengths to Grit and Glory, who's down on the inside in 4th. King of American, big long shot on the outside in 5th. Roaming Union has now advanced up into 6th, passing American Lincoln there. And Publius Cyrus continues to trail. The half 1 in 47 and 1. It is Daddy Knows by 3/4 of a length. Hammer and Armour in second, and down on the inside is Dunf in third. The 1, 2, 3 remain the same, with Grit and Glory in 4th, and Roaming Union is now up into 5th. Publius Cyrus begins to move from the back of the pack, taking 6th now as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Daddy Knows holding on to the lead. Daddy Knows in front, ran 3/4 in 1:11 and 3. Dunf is down at the rail. Hammer and Armour on the outside, and Publius Cyrus out in the middle of the track with a furlong to the finish. It's Daddy Knows, Publius Cyrus, Dunf in between horses, Publius Cyrus and Dunf. Now it's those two on to the finish here, and it will be Publius Cyrus from last to first to win it. And it's a photo for place between Daddy Knows and Dunf.
Here in the paddock for today's fourth race, a maiden special weight going a flat mile on the turf and a contentious field and some interesting propositions as we will begin with the one horse and one of two for trainer Chad Brown, Deferred Taxes, as he comes in off of a second place effort at Keeneland. And the horse, while he was a very, very short price that day, the horse that did beat him, A Credit, had actually a more taxing trip than he did, kind of making that first move, and was headed by Deferred Taxes and kicked on again. But I will say that this horse is undefeated on the turf, and in his last start won an allowance race with an 86 buyer at Churchill. So it's not like he was beaten by just a horse that just pulled off a big upset. While he was 17-1 that day, he is a horse that does have some credibility. But Deferred Taxes looked as though he did hang just a touch. And he's a horse that, while he's very laid back here in the paddock, he's kind of hollering. This is his third start. He's a 3-year-old. He shouldn't necessarily be doing that. And in my experience, I've noticed that horses that do that might not be the most genuine, might not have that racehorse mentality. And that's not the vibe he's giving off. While physically he's impressive and he's athletic, and I like all of his physical attributes, mentally, we'll see if he can put forth, that racehorse mentality on the track in his third start. Chad will also send out number 7, Realm of Law, who will get back to the turf, son of a multiple graded stakes winning Philimbi. He's also produced Publication, and this horse is a turf horse, and he also wants to run long. I was kind of wondering what they were doing with him going the 6 furlongs first time out as a 2-year-old. He's big, he has some size to him, he's laid back too. So I think, the fact that he ran so well in an off the turf event speaks volumes of his desire to want to go longer and getting on what I believe his pedigree and his physicality would say is his preferred surface. Next, we'll move on to number 3, Muptada, for Todd Pletcher. And going a mile and a 16th over good ground, I don't think did him any favors. He is actually a bit of a heavier, broader, more of a sprinter frame. He's shorter coupled, elevated hind end. So those types, when the ground kind of breaks away from them, they just kind of run into it instead of going over the top of it. So getting back to a firmer turf course, a little less distance, a mile with a dog leg as opposed to a true 2 turns, fits this horse well. I like his energy, his eagerness. Now, while newsworthy will likely be the pace setter, look for Muptada to be sitting right off of him. Number 5, Big Everest, returns for Christophe Clement, finishing second behind a talented and eventual stakes winner in Hard Love. I like this horse first time. He has filled out a bit. He hasn't necessarily gotten bigger overall, but he does look fit here upon return, and just another cog in this very interesting field, as he is your favorite. I'm not saying he's wowing me as a favorite, but it is strong connections, and he ran very well and faster than some of these as a 2-year-old. So there's every reason to believe that he can run faster, even faster now as a 3-year-old. And then a big long shot is number 6, Minuteman. His lone turf start, which he is bred to be more of a turf horse, is a bit of an outlier as far as the rest of his form is concerned. And that was in a stakes field. Remember I said Hard Love. Well, he won the Woodhaven that day. This is a good-looking horse. This is a horse that, at least looking at him, would lead you to believe that there's some talent. I just believe that he's been running in the wrong spots, over his head, wrong conditions, and he's finally getting to do what he wants to do. That is face maidens on the turf at a mile. So we're about to have riders up here in the paddock and send them postward for race number 4. Good luck.
A very interesting maiden race coming up next. Horses on the track as Acacia and Anthony are here with you 9 to 5 right now on Big Everest. You ran a fast race as a 2-year-old, finishing second behind Hard Love. Comes back for the 3-year-old debut now.
Just a note from the last race, an 18-way shake.
Wow.
For Publilia Cyrus that goes to Ray Handel. 18 ways. Saratoga's not far around the corner. You have an 18-way shake
18
here
way.
at beautiful Belmont Park. Getting to the maidens here, yeah. You see the favorite right now, Big Everest. Slight favorite, just a tick away from joining Realm of Law, 2-1. Horse looks fantastic on the track. He gave Hard Love all he could handle last year on their debuts. Took a run at Hard Love. Hard Love did not necessarily turn him away, but he did hold him at bay. They beat the field by over 3 lengths, which in turf races might as well be a half a mile. They were clearly the two. Hard Love has gone on to win a handful of races since, including the stakes race and our Woodhaven over at Aqueduct back in April. He won the allowance race at the end of the Belmont Stakes Day card on Saturday. I've been waiting for this horse to run back. I love this debut. Joel stays. Joel could have ridden, you would imagine, this horse or Realm of Law. He sticks with the 5 Big Everest, who again just looks the picture on the racetrack.
Yeah, I love the warm-up that he's getting out there on track. Just really contained when he stepped out there, broke away from the pony, moving beautifully, coming back for the first start of his 3-year-old season by the Gurkha, a stallion that's done well in Europe that we haven't gotten to see many of here in the U.S. But one we have seen many of is Warfront, and he has Realm of Law here, who gets to go a mile on the turf, which I like. He really tried last time on the dirt, which is, I think, not his preferred surface, but he got to go a distance of ground. It was off a layoff, too. You'd imagine he'll be a bit stronger and sharper today, back on his preferred surface.
Yeah, he ran at the 2nd of July, who we'll see later on today here at Belmont Park. He came back to win the Futurity here on the turf and go on to the Breeders' Cup. This horse was gone since September. You would imagine Chad wanted to get a race into him off the 7-month break and ran him on the dirt with enough pedigree to run him last time. He didn't even run that poorly. He improved 15 buyer speed figure points. To me, he's the second horse. He picks up Jose Ortiz. We'll see how he does after turf sprinting last year. The mile should suit him just well. I think they're the two, and they're now both 2-1 on the turf board.
That's the Brothers Who publication, who's been pretty good on the turf as well. Looking at the other Chad Brown runner, that's Deferred Taxes. First start here in New York as he ran at Tampa and Keeneland. Was bet down 20 cents to the dollar at Keeneland last time and had no excuse.
He's made more enemies than friends. Even money on debut, 1-5 last time out. Was listening to Maggie speak about the horse that beat him. A credit actually improved off the last race. Be curious to see what we get from him. He actually cuts back from the mile and a 16th. Over at Keeneland, now that's around 2 turns. This mile here out of the chute on the Widener course, kind of a turn and a half, if you will. We'll see how that suits his running style from, you would imagine, off the pace. They walked the dog on the front end last time, 25, 50, and 4. He figures to get a little bit more pace in here with horses like Newsworthy and Mubtada.
Speaking of some of those others in here, the wild card of the race is the 6-Minute Man, the German bred. Only turf race was in the Woodhaven behind Hard Love, who's been a bit of a theme in here. And he really didn't run that badly for a maiden running on the turf for the first time.
He starts his career dirt sprinting. He runs 3rd to Dynamic One, who was 2nd in our Wood Memorial. He ran well enough in the Woodhaven. I know he only beat 2 horses home, but Hard Love's there. They tried him in the Pennine Ridge off the turf. Now he gets back to the turf. To me, his best race has clearly been on the lawn. He gets back to that surface today. He'd need a lot of horses to not fire to win. But if you're playing exotics, he's 15-1. He's the 2nd longest price on the board. He's a horse I'd definitely be using underneath.
Yeah, it looks like he faces some nice ones today, but hey, he's finally getting a chance to run against fellow maidens and on the grass too. Mubtada, caught by Warfront, another one, this one for Todd Pletcher. He looked really green to me last time at Keeneland as he was going that distance for the first time, switching back to his left lead and just kind of not really having figured things out quite yet.
I think that's the best way to put it. I don't think he's figured things out. I don't think his trainer, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, has figured him out yet either. Because truth be told, Acacia, his race last time at Keeneland kind of fits with the rest of these.
Sure.
Deferred taxes is 9-2. Realm of Law is 9-5. Even the horse I like, Big Efforts, is 2-1. What if this horse improves at 13-1? Why is he such a big price? I guess we'll find out in about 2.5 minutes.
He's a massive price for a Shadwell by Warfront for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy, huh?
Out of a Tappet mare,
Yeah.
I mean, this horse
Well, I
has
think
all
the Tappet
signs.
influence is showing, too.
Yeah, a little. He's a little bit much. Yes.
A little bit much there. We'll see what he has to offer today. Yeah, maybe still mentally not quite there yet.
Tote board's really flip-flopped here. I'm surprised. Big Everest, who was 4-1 on the morning line, that wasn't happening. 2-1 now. Realm of Law taking all of the late money here. At one point, these odds were flip-flopped about 8 minutes ago, and now heavy favoritism, heavy enough anyway, on the number 7 Realm of Law. As he goes down another tick, down to 7-5 as the field gets ready to go into the starting gate.
Well, this is a fun one, that's for sure. 7-5 right now. You've also got Newsworthy for Bill Mott, who showed speed in his 2 distance turf races, ran well at Tampa. Can he run back to that?
Him and Mutada, I think are kind of question marks in here because they've both run well enough to get a big piece of this. I don't know if Hall of Famer Bill Mott and Todd Pletcher just know if they found their way with the gelding and Newsworthy and the colt in Mutada.
Opening the front of the starting gate to load in Mubtada, who's giving the gate crew a tough time here today. And start number 3, that mental maturity we talked about, not quite there as of yet, but they'll get him in, the best in the business here to load these horses safely and efficiently into the starting gate. And as I say that, Manny Franco jumps off, and it looks like they're going to try to load him without the rider as he's giving them a tough time.
It's fair. It's funny you said that. The knee-jerk reaction is to feel like Louis Saez has done a lot of these Shadwell horses with.
He did ride him his first 2 starts.
He did ride him his first. And Louis Saez winds up on the number 4 Bunker Hill, a horse we didn't talk about as they try to load Mubtada without the rider. Louis Saez winds up there. First time Lasix behind Space Launch, Scarlet Sky, and Crew Dragon first time back in September. I wonder what we get from him today. He looks good on the track as well.
Joe Allen Homebred coming back for his 3-year-old debut for Barclay Tag, as it looks like they've got Mubtada into the gate. Here's John and Brielle with the call of race 4 at Belmont Park.
Treason now the last one to move into line. And we're just about set. And they're off. And Mubtada comes out well, going for the early lead with Big Everest right there on the outside in second, and Minute Man is next in third. Then from the outside is Realm of Law. Down at the rail is Newsworthy. And then we come back to Treason, who is racing in 6th. Deferred Taxes in 7th, and Bunker Hill is the trailer in 8th. The leader is Mubtada, leading here by a little more than a length. A bit tough to handle there is Big Everest in 2nd. Minuteman on the outside is 3rd. The quarter win in 23-1. Then you have Newsworthy down at the rail in 4th. On the outside is the first time started Treason in 5th. Realm of Law is in 6th, and the trailers are Deferred Taxes and Bunker Hill. Mubtada continues to lead here by a little more than a length. Big Everest and Minuteman, they are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. The opening half mile in 47 3/5 seconds as they race midway around the far turn. It is still Mubtada, the one to catch. Minuteman and Big Everest, they are still heads apart, 2nd and 3rd, with Treason on the outside in 4th. Newsworthy down towards the rail is in 5th as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. It is Mubtada. Here is Treason on the outside. Mubtada challenged here by Treason. Then it's Big Everest, Newsworthy, Minuteman, and Realm of Law. On the outside, Treason. On the inside, Mubtada, and Treason. Late move from Realm of Law. They come on for the finish, and the firster, Treason, has won it at a price. Then the 2 grays, Mubtada and Realm of Law. Number 8, Treason was first. Number 3, Boob Tada second. Number 7, Realm of Law was third. And number 5, Big Everest fourth. Results not official. 8-3, 7-5. The time was 1 minute 34 and 2/5 seconds. Number 8 is Treason, a 3-year-old bay colt by Constitution. Out of Cougarstown by Spitestown. Treason is owned by Grandview Equine, Cheyenne Stables, and LNJ Foxwoods. Trained by Belmont, the jockey Joe Bravo. Treason was bred in Kentucky by Ram Spring Farm. Fourth race exacta, $296.50. The double, $68. Quinella pays $127.75. Trifecta, $790.75. Superfecta, 8375, $356.15. And the pick 3, 238, $197.50. Pick 6 wagering available on race 5. No carryover today and no changes in the 5th. No changes in the 6th. In the 7th race, scratch 5, Courageous Girl, and 7, Halo City. Scratch numbers 5 and 7. 8th race, the Dancing Renee Stakes. Scratch number 3, Good Credence. Scratch the 3. In race 9, scratch 2, Morning Breeze. 4, Montauk Traffic. 6, Yodelie Who, and 7, Secret Rules. Scratch 2, 4, 6, and 7. And note that number 8, 2nd of July, is 2 pounds over. 10th and final race, scratch 1, Marilyn Merlot. 14, Little Miss Scarlet. 15, Hit the Nail. And 16, Stormy Cat Lady. Jockey change on the 3, Blind Sight to Manny Franco. Manny Franco rides the 3. Race 5 offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and pick 6 wagering. Post time is in 18 minutes at 3:02. And they're off. And Mubtada comes out well, going for the early lead with Big Everest right there on the outside in second, and Minuteman is next in third. Then from the outside is Realm of Law. Down at the rail is Newsworthy. And then we come back to Treason, who is racing in sixth. Deferred Taxes in seventh, and Bunker Hill is the trailer in eighth. The leader is Mubtada, leading here by a little more than a length. A bit tough to handle there is Big Everest in second. Minuteman on the outside is third. The quarter went in 23 and 1. Then you have Newsworthy down at the rail in fourth. On the outside is the first time started Treason in fifth. Realm of Law is in sixth, and the trailers are Deferred Taxes and Bunker Hill. Mubtada continues to lead here by a little more than a length. Big Everest and Minuteman, they are heads apart, second and third. The opening half mile in 47 and 3/5 seconds as they race midway around the far turn. It is still Mubtada, the one to catch. Minuteman and Big Everest, they are still heads apart, second and third, with Treason on the outside in fourth. Newsworthy down towards the rail is in fifth as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. It is Mubtada. Here is Treason on the outside. Mubtada challenged here by Treason. Then it's Big Everest, Newsworthy, Minuteman, and Realm of Law. On the outside, Treason. On the inside, Mubtada, and Treason. Late move from Realm of Law. They come on for the finish, and the firster Treason has won it at a price. Then the two grays, Mubtada and Realm of Law.
Big upset in today's fourth race as the first-time starter from the Bill Mott barn, Treason. Well, good thing it's not a 9-race card today because that would have been a very spicy way to start the pick 6. But congratulations to those connections, Joe Bravo, Grandview Equine, and Cheyenne Stable getting the win with the Hall of Famer. But the pick 6, it starts here today in race number 5, and a good-looking cast of New York breds in this second level allowance, and some of them obviously running for the tag as multiple winners, and the 16-time winner that we see here is number 2, Control Group. What happened last time? Off the turf, Kingston, scratched down to a 3-horse field. He, a turf horse, and one other MTO, which was your eventual winner in Vintage Hollywood, going postward, and it was a bad effort. And you say, well, he's run well in the past on a wet track, but since he's gotten older, he's shown a bit of disdain for tracks with moisture in them. Just looking at his recent PPs, those numbers and races that he's run on wet tracks have been significantly worse than what his fast track races have been. And he did, albeit, run here last Monday. I should say on Memorial Day, so a little less than 2 weeks ago. But a horse coming back off short rest, you want to see their energy and their weight good, and that's exactly what I'm seeing here from Control Group. But there are some intangibles that maybe you think maybe he's a little bit vulnerable as the favorite, though too early, taking a lot of early money. I'm always a fan of too early, though it did take him quite a while to get through that other than condition. His last race, very good. With a repeat of that, he could very well likely be a winner. But number 5, Bourbon Bay, he had to come back off the layoff and face New York Traffic, who is going in the Salvatore Mile today. And I actually liked him coming back at the 7/8. And while the majority of his career has been spent running at a mile, and he has been successful at in the past, I almost think that 7 furlongs might be his real gig, because he is actually built more like a sprinter, though he has that very laid-back disposition, which bodes well for a little bit more ground. And he looks very fit here today, and I think he's very interesting given that first race back and his appearance here. I just think he's better with a touch less ground if I'm splitting hairs. And then on the outside is number 9, 6%, 4-trainer Mike Maker, coming back off of the layoff, a horse that is one that is just a lighter frame type. He does not carry his weight well, so therefore he always kind of looks fit. And on the flip side of that, his coat looks great. He looks strong. He looks like a horse ready to return to the races. And he ran very well for this barn over the winter months, obviously notwithstanding the last race. But I think this guy could be fairly dangerous here in this spot, breaking from the outside post. Horses ready on the walking ring here, as we do have 5 minutes to post, but stay tuned. Anthony and Acacia will be up soon.
Horses coming out now for the 5th race. It'll be run at 1 mile. There's exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, and pick 6 wagering with 2 minutes to post.
We're on the track for this New York bred allowance optional claiming, and starting with that horse right there, the number 2 Control Group, getting a nice warm up from Javier Castellano. He's not the favorite right now, Anthony, but we both agreed he deserves to be spoken about first, as he is 16 for 46 life, a 7-year-old horse. He's pretty cool.
Boils down to the fact that in this bunch, this is his yard.
Yeah.
Right? He's the old guard, 7 years old. And I think going along with mentioning his age is the fact that his wet track races as he's gotten older, as wonderful as his record has been, he just doesn't like a wet track anymore. It certainly seems that way. Or at the very least, he doesn't handle it with the tenacity he did when he was younger. You throw the last race out in the 3-horse field, he's coming back quickly, just 12 days. He obviously can win this race, Acacia, but there are some signs that point to the fact that, you know, maybe today is a day at a short price. You want to take a little bit of a shot against him.
He was second last time out at a short price in the off-the-turf Kingston, second behind New York Traffic, 2 starts back. What will we get from him today, as he did win the More to Tell? That was his last victory a few starts back at Aqueduct the end of March. There's a look at the 3 Too Early, who has been your favorite from the opening bell here. His 2 victories both came at a mile and an eighth. He's always right there, though maybe a little light on the wins.
I think that's going to fool people a little bit. I do believe he handles more ground. I just think he handles more ground better than other horses. I think he's A-okay at a mile. He looks great on the track. You know, he broke off from the pony. Jose Lezcano gave him a nice, strong, steady warm-up. Again, I think the mile will be just fine for him. And the fact that he's taking as much money as he is right into Control Group, I think is a great sign for his chances today.
That could be pretty key, too, with how much attention he's been taking on the board. Still at 5-2. The 5 Bourbon Bag is where you land. He is down to 5-1. Third last time out behind New York Traffic and Control Group. We'll see New York Traffic in the Salvatore Mile later on today at Monmouth.
Mark Hennig having a good meet, doing a good job, frankly, for the first part of 2021. This horse ran as a fresh gelding last time in that field of 5. I thought he ran well enough. He'll stretch that back out to a mile. His best race has come right here at Belmont Park, going a mile. Second off the 10 weeks. I think he's primed for his best effort yet. That race last time was the best race I think he's run in his life. If he can duplicate that, maybe improve a little bit, I think it'll be tough to handle here, and he's a square price at 5-1.
Yeah, he won back in September, had a layoff. He did have a muddy track, which he didn't seem to handle. They tried the blinkers 2 starts back. That seemed to be a failed experiment. Maybe that was a sign last time out that he's rounding back into form, too. And he is getting some attention down from his line at 9-2 right now. I thought the 7 just right, if he was any sort of price, could be a bit of a underneath play. At 7-1, I think that's where he deserves to be. Being a nose last time, I don't know if he's really a win candidate in here, but I thought he could grab a share just being a dirty nose 2 starts back.
Him and 6%, the number 9, who's on the outside stall here, going the mile. I think they're the 2 horses where you're getting the price. you won on them if you like those horses today.
And I did like 6% off the bench. Like to hear from Maggie that he looked fit coming back. He's a good price right now, not having run since January for Mike Maker. The pick 6 kicks off here. Best of luck with all of your tickets. Race 5 coming up at Belmont Park. Here's John and Brielle.
Waiting for Casmania and 6%. Six percent moves in to complete the line, and we're set. And they're off. Just right. And on the outside, Daneberry. Daneberry to the front. Just right is running in second. And now moving on through, there goes Control Group along with Too Early. Durkin's Call is racing in 5th. 6% is on the outside in 6th. Casmania is in 7th, but just 3 lengths from the lead. At the back of the pack are Bourbon Bay and Microscope. They move up the Belmont backstretch, and Daneberry is the leader here by 2. Ran the opening quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Then it's the trio of Just Right, Control Group at the rail, Durkin's Call on the outside. Too Early is running in 5th. Casmania is in between horses in 6th, and on the outside it's 6%. Farther back it is Bourbon Bay and Microscope. Up front, Daneberry steps away here to lead by 3.5 lengths. Ran the half mile in 46 seconds. It's Daneberry, the one to catch. Durkin's Call and Control Group right together, 2nd and 3rd. Just Right is now back running in 4th. Too Early on the outside in 5th. Then 6%. And Casmania, all chasing Daneberry, who has the lead at the top of the stretch. Control Group is in 2nd, 3/4 went in 1:10. It is Daneberry in front. Control Group on the outside is driving with 1/8 of a mile to the finish now. It is Daneberry closest to the rail. Control Group on the outside. And then Too Early next in 3rd. Now a 16th to the finish. Control Group has taken over here in deep stretch. And it will be Control Group and Javier Castellano. Too Early up for 2nd. Pace setting Daneberry was 3rd. Number 2, Control Group was 1st. Number 3, Too Early, 2nd. Number 8, Daneberry was 3rd. Number 9, 6%, finished 4th. Results unofficial. 2-3, 8-9. The time was 1 minute 35 and 4/5 seconds. Number 2 is Control Group, a 7-year-old bay horse by Posse. Out of We Kept Her by Victory Gallop. Control Group is owned by Frank Catapano and Nicholas Primpus, trained by Wayne Potts and the jockey Javier Castellano. Control Group was bred in New York by Colts Neck Stable and Alan Goldberg. Race 5 is official. The exacta $19, the double $110.25, trifecta $70, superfecta 2, 3, 8, and 9 $70.45. The pick 3 $365, the pick 4 $601, and the pick 5 $3,672. Sixth race, no changes. We have exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, grand slam, and pick 5 wagering. 22 minutes to post at 3:34. Fine, and we're set. And the rough. Just right. And on the outside, Daneberry. Daneberry to the front. Just right is running in second. And now moving on through, there goes Control Group along with Too Early. Durkin's Call is racing in 5th. 6% is on the outside in 6th. Casmania is in 7th, but just 3 lengths from the lead. At the back of the pack are Bourbon Bay and Microscope. They move up the Belmont backstretch, and Daneberry is the leader here by 2. Ran the opening quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Then it's the trio of Just Right, Control Group at the rail, Durkin's Call on the outside. Too Early is running in 5th. Casmania is in between horses in 6th, and on the outside it's 6%. Farther back it is Bourbon Bay and Microscope. Up front, Daneberry steps away here to lead by 3.5 lengths. Ran the half mile in 46 seconds. It's Daneberry, the one to catch. Durkin's Call and Control Group right together, 2nd and 3rd. Just Right is now back running in 4th. Too Early on the outside in 5th. Then 6%. And Casmania all chasing Daneberry, who has the lead at the top of the stretch. Control Group is in 2nd, 3/4 went in 1:10. It is Daneberry in front. Control Group on the outside is driving with 1/8 of a mile to the finish now. It is Daneberry closest to the rail. Control Group on the outside, and then Too Early next in 3rd. Now a 16th to the finish. Control Group has taken over here in deep stretch, and it will be Control Group and Javier Castellano. Too Early up for 2nd. Pace setting Daneberry was 3rd.
Control Group, earning his 17th career victory, earnings over $850,000. He's all racehorse, and he just shows up now at the age of 7. Every time the track is fast now. And congratulations to Wayne Potts, wheeling him back off a disappointing effort in that Kingston, and gets the job done here in that second level allowance race for the New York Breds. We're on to maidens, though, here in today's 6th race, and taking a look at these fillies in the paddock going a mile and a 16th. We'll start with your current favorite, and that is number 5, Infinite Potential. She finished behind her stablemate in Italian, who is a very impressive and geared down winner last time out, and she is a daughter of Invincible Spirit. There's plenty of pedigree to go around, but don't forget she is a 4-year-old, and this is only her 2nd start. And I will say, though, there has been an improvement with her as far as the way she's behaving today. She's pretty green, actually, in the paddock, and just very kind of unsure of herself, at least with regards to saddling, because once she got on the racetrack, she was a professional, but today she's acting like she's been here 1,000 times before. She is a little bit more tucked up. She makes sense. I think she ran well in the context of that field. I'm not going to be surprised when she is a favored winner. But number 6, Angelou, I think is a bit intriguing. Will make her first start for the Todd Pletcher barn after having some races up at Woodbine. And in her last start, she dueled the whole way, put the horse that she dueled most of the way with. The next challenger came up to her. She battled gamely with that horse just to kind of lose eventually the bob for 2nd, while the winner came from last. So she really did a lot of the dirty work that day. And she comes back here, not a private purchase, just a trainer change. And I love the way this filly's put together. Just very athletic, just well balanced, nice frame to her, comes in here fit, really strong behind the saddle. I think she's a very intriguing prospect for Todd Pletcher. As we'll move on to number 8, American Parade, trying the turf for the first time. They paid a lot for this filly by American Pharoah, $975,000 to be exact, as a yearling. Now, while I do think American Pharoah is a good influence getting to the turf, there really isn't much to speak of on the bottom side. I mean, Indian Charlie's okay, the dam sire, but for turf, but the dam was out-and-out dirt sprinter. The entire family, going back a generation too, is all dirt. She doesn't really strike me as one as a turf horse. I like her in that she has this big fluid walk, so sometimes when they're good movers, it will translate well to the turf, but she didn't do much running in that debut, so they're gonna have to really hope for an improvement with the surface change. Like I alluded to, she's a big, good-looking filly. I just don't know if this is the right condition for her. First-time starter, that attracts Joelle Rosario for John Kimmel, a daughter of Quality Road, and is half to a very minor turf winner. She does look as though she'll take to this surface, but she just honestly looks as though there's some developing to do. I know we saw a debut winner from the Bill Mott barn earlier, but this one, while she is taking some nibbles on the tote board, she comes in wearing blinkers, pretty full cut, 3/4 cup too, a shadow roll. And I'm just not that big of a fan of that much equipment on a first-time starter. You know, you kind of like to build the pieces, and that's already hinting at some lack of being genuine and, you know, maybe some bad habits. So we'll see what she does. I just can't necessarily recommend her based upon my observations here in the paddock. So riders out about to jump up here for today's 6th race, and we'll send them postward. Best of luck.
On the track for race 6, it goes on the inner turf at 1 mile and 1/16. 4 minutes to post.
Another good maiden special weight coming up on the inner turf this time, as we'll start with your favorite 3-2 on Infinite Potential. The Irish bred making start number 2 here, Anthony. She ran behind her stablemate last time out, overcame a little bit of adversity in that debut.
Yeah, Colton Gelding's earlier occasion. The fillies take the stage now. She had a pretty good trip until the far turn. She got spun out wide and came running late, whereas in Italian, her a little more agile, I would say, stablemate that day kind of spurted away. This filly was more of a grind, 1 1/16 for the second consecutive start. A little improvement here, and she's run well enough in her one race compared to really anything else anybody else has put forth here so far, that if she comes back with a replay of that last effort, she's going to be ultra tough to beat. More often than not, they take a step forward. If she takes a step forward, she's going to get her picture taken today.
Didn't like hearing from Maggie that she was a little bit green in the paddock. Javier Castellano keeping her with the pony out there on track, kind of trying to keep her settled. If she takes a step forward, she is a major player, as the board reflects. I had some interest in the new face coming down from Woodbine, Angelou, first time for Todd Fletcher. She had not the easiest time last time in that she just had company throughout, having to do all the dirty work and was picked off by a closer. I thought, and yes, it's off a layoff, but she has speed. Louis Saez can be an aggressive rider, and that should bode well for her.
Yeah, fast opening furlongs of her first and second races, especially the debut. They flew home. She ran behind an eventual Grade 1 winner in Lady Spite Spear last time out around the at the 1 1/16 of Woodbine. Now down here for Todd Fletcher, Hall of Famer. Louis Saez climbs aboard. Figures to be the controlling speed in here. She's been on the lead last time. She comes out of the fast sprint first time out. Maybe Super Blood Wolf Moon puts a little pressure on at 50-1 from the outside draw, but she figures Angelou to control this early pace.
A first-time starter is the number 3 Overlook Road, a filly by Quality Road out of a mare who did very well in Argentina. She's kind of the wild card here as the firster.
Yeah, she is. She took some money when the board first opened. She was around 4-1. She's drifted now to 6-1. I really wonder if this money is the effect of, I don't want to take the favorite. I don't know what to do with the second choice. It's a fresh face. Where else do I go? There's really only 2 places I think you can go, and the public seems to agree. It's with this daughter of Quality Road, who you see on the screen here. She has a pair of blinkers on for her debut. I wonder if that means she's going to be voted. Blinkers, shadow roll, so a little bit of an actor, perhaps, actress in this case. We'll see how she behaves. seems to be doing fine out on the track with the pony. We'll see how she behaves first time out.
Joel Rosario going to be aboard for John Kimball. Steady work tab coming in here too by Quality Road. All three of the siblings were winners. One of them only won on turf. That horse was 1 for 5 on the grass. We'll see how this one does going the mile and a 16th on the turf for the first time. As far as turf pedigree does go, that's the big question with American Parade, who comes back quickly too in her second start.
Comes back in 9 days. This is not a move for the Hall of Famer Shug McGay. We have a rider off to number 2, Synonymous. This is not a move in regards to the 8 American Parade that we see often from Shug. 9 days. This filly cost nearly $1 million. Did not run particularly well on the dirt in her debut. I know she's an American Pharaoh, but her pedigree, as you pointed out earlier today, it's all dirt. And unless this American Pharaoh influence is substantial, she might be the one you want to fade here at 6-1. I thought maybe the one Miss Delicious at a huge price could get a piece of things, but to me, this race went through the 2 favorites.
And rider Eric Cancel getting back aboard the 2 Synonymous as American Parade. 6-1. She's out of a mare who never tried the grass. That mare is the sister to Stage Magic, who produced Triple Crown winner Justify. So you've got 2 Triple Crown winners in the family on top and bottom. And here she is coming back off a disappointing dirt sprint. And to be fair, in that debut, that was the race where Equal Pay did dump Irad Ortiz. So she had to steady slightly, but I don't think she was even going anywhere before that even happened.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And of course, that's our opinion. We can't tell you that definitively.
Right.
But it's kind of looked like her day was over when the incident occurred.
Let's see what she has to offer here today, going a distance of ground and trying the grass for the first time as they head into the starting gate. We kick off the late pick 5 here at beautiful Belmont Park and send it up to John and Brielle.
They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Miss Delicious from that inside post position going out for the early lead. Miss Delicious is the leader here. And Angelou is now quickly moving up on the outside to challenge. Infinite Potential is next in third. Then American Parade on the outside of Overlook Road. They are heads apart, 4th and 5th. Superblood Wolf Moon on the extreme outside is in 6th. Now Use Can't Leave is in 7th. Gap of 3 to Bella Genshay, and Synonymous trails the field in 9th. The quarter went in 24 and 4 over the firm footing, and it is Miss Delicious in front here by a neck. Angelou on the outside in second by 2. And then Infinite Potential tracking in third, 3 lengths from the front. Overlook Road, the first-time starter, down on the inside is in 4th. In between horses, Now Use Can't Leave, Superblood Wolf Moon. Then we come back to American Parade. The 2 trailers are Bella Genshay and Synonymous. The half was running 49 and 2. It is still long shot Miss Delicious, leading by 3/4 of a length. Angelou is in second. Then it's a length and a quarter to Infinite Potential in third. Overlook Road down at the rail runs in 4th. Now Use Can't Leave is 5th. 5 lengths from the front. Farther back, it is Synonymous and American Parade. Miss Delicious and Angelou, they are heads apart with Infinite Potential on the outside in third. And Overlook Road down towards the rail in 4th. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 4. It is still Miss Delicious, the one to catch here. Miss Delicious by a length and a half. Angelou is in second. Overlook Road down at the rail. Then Infinite Potential. And Now Use Can't Leave. Miss Delicious looking to pull off the big upset here. And she's going to do it in front-running fashion. Miss Delicious the winner. Angelou was second, and there's a photo for third. Number 1, Miss Delicious, was first. Number 6, Angelou, second. Number 5, Infinite Potential, was third. And number 3, Overlook Road, fourth. Results not official. 1653. The time, 1 minute, 42 and 3/5 seconds. Race 6 is official. The winner, number 1, Miss Delicious, a 3-year-old bay filly by California Chrome, out of exchange funds by Speightstown. Miss Delicious, owned by Robert Spiegel, trained by Dave Donk. The rider, Jose Lascano, his second win today. Miss Delicious was bred in Kentucky by the owner. The exacta, $125.25. The double, $155. Trifecta, $130.75. The superfecta, 1653, $122.65. Pick 3, 8, 2, and 1, $4,084. Seventh race here at Belmont. Scratch 5, Courageous Girl, and 7, Halo City. Scratch 5 and 7. This is the first leg of today's cross-country pick 5. We also have exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, and pick 4 wagering. Seventh race in 21 minutes at 4:06. And they're off. There's Miss Delicious from that inside post position going out for the early lead. Miss Delicious is the leader here. And Angelou is now quickly moving up on the outside to challenge. Infinite Potential is next in third. Then American Parade on the outside of Overlook Road. They are heads apart, fourth and fifth. Superblood Wolf Moon on the extreme outside is in sixth. Now Use Can't Leave is in seventh. Gap of 3 to Bella Genshay, and Synonymous trails the field in ninth. The quarter went in 24 and 4 over the firm footing, and it is Miss Delicious in front here by a neck. Angelou on the outside and second by 2. And then Infinite Potential tracking in third, 3 lengths from the front. Overlook Road, the first-time starter, down on the inside is in fourth. In between horses, Now Use Can't Leave, Superblood Wolf Moon. Then we come back to American Parade. The 2 trailers are Bella Genshay and Synonymous. The half was running 49 and 2. It is still long shot Miss Delicious, leading by 3/4 of a length. Angelou is in second. Then it's a length and a quarter to Infinite Potential in third. Overlook Road down at the rail runs in fourth. Now Use Can't Leave is fifth. 5 lengths from the front. Farther back, it is Synonymous and American Parade. Miss Delicious and Angelou. They are heads apart with Infinite Potential on the outside in third. And Overlook Road down towards the rail in fourth. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 4. It is still Miss Delicious, the one to catch here. Miss Delicious by a length and a half. Angelou is in second. Overlook Road down at the rail. Then Infinite Potential. And Now You Can't Leave. Miss Delicious looking to pull off the big upset here. And she's going to do it in front-running fashion. Miss Delicious the winner. Angelou was second, and there's a photo for third.
Miss Delicious was a delicious price indeed for trainer Dave Donk, and Jose Lascano really delivering a fantastic ride. The man with the plan, taking them on literally a merry chase around the racetrack, and nobody else really able to make up any significant ground whatsoever, as she does pull off a big upset at 25-1. And that's going to blow up the pick six a bit here, as we will watch that closely. But today's seventh race, an allowance race, going the 7 furlongs, and current favoritism on the horse, coming back from a layoff and getting to the Naira track for the first time for Chad Brown, is number 1 Entreat, who won that debut in a race that actually had 2 next time out winners. Movie Moxie, who finished second that day, and the pace setter Capture came back to win too, and improving her buyer speed figure with a 78. So not a bad field. I think that she faced first time out, and I like the fact that she really was looking as though she was hitting her best strides late. Here in the paddock, she's beautiful. I love this filly physically. I mean, she's everything I want in a filly. She's broad, she has some depth and some substance to her. I'm just a little bit worried about what's between the ears, in that she has been acting up the entire time here in the paddock. She was bad to get the tack on, they needed the pony, and that is not typical with Chad Brown runners. Like I said, physically, I'm drooling. Mentally, though, I'm a little concerned, as she is your favorite, but I don't think the 7 furlongs will be a problem, even off the bench. Moving on to number 6, Subsidiary, ran kind of an outlier of a race based upon her previous form, but it was her first start for Orlando Noda, whose barn has been doing very well here at the Belmont meet. And yes, you could say she's stepping up in class, but not really. I mean, it's not the strongest A other than that we've seen, but I like the fact she comes back here carrying her weight and her coat and her flesh. Everything looks much the same as what it did as she went postward for that starter allowance back here on May 15th. She looks as though she's thriving right now, and I would not be scared of taking her here in this allowance. And then we'll move on to number 9, Whispering Pines. I mean, which Whispering Pines is going to show up? She shipped down to Pimlico to run against Maryland Breds. She was 3-5 and just could not deliver, though I will say that race was wired by Malibu Beauty, and it was a race a little bit more dominated towards the inside, in which she was chasing 3-4 wide the entire way. I have the utmost respect for her trainer, Horacio De Paz, and she looks the part here. I'm not exactly sure. It feels as though they're still searching for her best distance too. It feels like, at least looking at her physically, shorter is better, so I'm not in love with the 7 furlongs, but maybe she was a little up against it last time, and she deserves a second look. As a long shot in here is number 3, I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost, returns off of a layoff, and while she hasn't run nearly as fast as any of these, there's been significant improvement with her physicality. She's grown, she's filled out, she's become so much more athletic looking, and she's really calm and well within herself coming back here. Fit, well conditioned. I thought she, at a price, could grab a piece of this. Horses hitting the track, but stay tuned. The A train will be coming up next.
The horses are heading out for the 7th race. It'll be run at 7 furlongs. Quarter-inch bend shoes on 4 and 6. 4 minutes to post.
7 furlongs on the main track to kick off the late pick 4 here in this allowance race for the fillies and mares. And Anthony, we start with the number 1, Entreat, who's currently your favorite for Chad Brown, 7-5. And getting a look at her in the paddock, she's a massive filly who's definitely sharp today.
Yeah, we haven't seen her in, well, 8.5 months now. Doing the quick math, breaking her maiden first time out as a 3-year-old at Churchill Downs last fall. 4-year-old daughter of Spitestown. Man, she's a big, real good-looking filly. Heard Maggie talking about how she's acting up a little bit, worried about what's between the ears. I got to tell you, she gets her act together. She's got to improve on the speed figures, but her first race was visually impressive, and she looks the picture on the racetrack this afternoon.
She was game. She had that relentless run closing outside in that debut at Churchill Downs. Been training up at Saratoga, getting ready for this return to the races and her 4-year-old debut. Has Joel Rosario keeping her with the pony there on track. And it seems like she's kind of keeping things together now, which is a good sign for your 6-5 favorite. The number 2, Love and Love, New York bred mare for Mike Maselli. She has speed. She's consistent. She's one that just always seems to be right there.
She was scratched out of the filly race on New York Bred Day on Memorial Day. I'm assuming because of the muddy, sloppy track we had that afternoon. She doesn't really run well on wet tracks. Dry tracks, no problems. She ran well behind the ultra impressive Al Taf, who became a stakes winner at Monmouth Park last weekend. Sky's the limit for her. She gave her all she could handle last time out. This filly's been as consistent as they come. Hasn't had that much success at Belmont Park or at the 7 furlong distance. She might want a little bit more ground, but she's the deserving second choice here at 3-1.
She had back-to-back victories in early 2020 at Aqueduct, recent end of 2020 win at Aqueduct as well. She always kind of strikes me as one that's always right there, tends to run to her competition a little bit. That's my question with Love and Love.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly said. Runs to her competition, and again, might be a little bit up against it at this 7/8.
I took a shot with Whispering Pines to the outside. She is taking money. I was hoping I might get a little bit of a price. But this is one, and my theory with her is that 7 furlongs is her best distance. She was terrible last time out against a race that should have been a walkover for her at Pimlico. Her race 2 back, though, where she was second behind Aunt Cat, who's super talented, would make her ultra competitive, I think, in this spot.
It would, and the fact that if you think she's going to be okay at a little bit of a specialized distance, 7 furlongs, kind of a tough distance. She's run well at the trip. She's run well here at Belmont Park. My issue, Acacia, was that last race. I have no excuse for why she ran as poorly as she did off of easily the best race of her life. She ran the worst race of her career.
Yeah.
Hard for me to endorse her, but the public seems to be on your side here. She's the third choice at 9-2.
I guess there's that question, was it just too bad to be true last time out? Coming back to Belmont, she's got a lot to prove today against some salty competition, too. The 8 Midtown Rose is a generous price on the board. She won last time out for 20. She's stepping up in here today.
Yeah, she won the Open 20. She ran against some Florida breds down at Gulfstream before she shipped up. I think a lot of people were taking a wait-and-see approach as to how these Saffie Joseph horses were going to do here at Belmont. He came up on Wood Memorial Day and had a great day at Aqueduct. And you know what? He's winning at over 30% here at Belmont Park. All of these horses seem to be firing. And this filly, she ran okay last time out. She ran a little cheaply. She did not face much that day. But I'll tell you what, going to 7 furlongs, I'm wondering how this pace plays out. And she's versatile enough to be on or close to it. She's got an outside draw under Javier Castellano. At a price, she might be the, I put her third, she might be the horse you want to try to sneak into the exotics here.
She's pretty tactical, which is a benefit, too, and for a barn, as you mentioned, that's had a pretty good time of it. Won the grade 1 Woody Stevens, too, with Drain the Clock. Nice performance from that horse.
Everything's been, almost everything has come up here and fired a really good shot so far since Saffie Joseph has migrated north of some horses to Belmont and Aqueduct.
Even money on Entreat. Beautiful filly by Speightstown making her 4-year-old debut for Chad Brown. We kick off the late pick 4, over 500,000 in that pool as they approach the starting gate for race number 7. When we come back, it will be our stakes action today. The Dancin' Renee coming up next in the 8th race. A lot more still to come at Belmont Park. For now, here's John and Brielle with the call of the start of the late pick 4.
Rose and Whispering Pines. They roll in. And they're off. Number 1, Entreat, jumped up at the start and trails the field. Midtown Rose out first, joined quickly on the inside by Love and Love, and the two of them are right together, right behind I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost, who's in third. And then on the outside is Whispering Pines next in fourth, followed by Subsidiary in fifth. Break of two Stunning Munnings, and 2.5 more to the favorite Entreat, who trails the field in seventh. Love and Love is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Midtown Rose runs in second. Whispering Pines on the outside in third, and I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost at the rail. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Then we come back to Subsidiary and Stunning Munnings, and Entreat continues to trail. Love and Love. Midtown Rose in between horses. Whispering Pines on the outside. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. They've got 2.5 lengths on Subsidiary, who's in between horses. Down on the inside, I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost. On the outside is Stunning Munnings. And then Entreat, who will move to the outside for the run into the stretch. The half went in 46 and 3. It is Love and Love. It's Midtown Rose. It's Whispering Pines on the outside as they pass the furlong marker. Midtown Rose in between. Whispering Pines on the outside. Love and Love is now back in third. Stunning Munnings is fourth. They come on for the finish, and it is Whispering Pines to win, going away at the end. Midtown Rose was second, then Love and Love, Stunning Munnings, and I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost. Number 9, Whispering Pines was first. Number 8, Midtown Rose second. Number 2, Love and Love was third. And number 4, Stunning Munnings finished fourth. Results not official. 9-8-2-4. 7 furlongs, 1 minute, 24 and 3/5 seconds. Returning now is number 9, Whispering Pines, a 4-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Uncle Mo, out of Walk with a Purpose by Candy Ride. Whispering Pines is owned by Hunter Rankin and Papa Sun Stables, trained by Horacio De Paz. The rider Jose Ortiz, his second win. Whispering Pines was bred in Maryland by Sagamore Farm. Seventh race exacta, $37. The double, $211.50. Trifecta, $72.12. The dime super, 9, 8, 2, and 4, $122. And the pick 3, 2, 1, and 9, $1,785. Belmont's eighth race, the Danson Renee Stakes, scratch number 3, Good Credence. There is exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time is in 25 minutes at 4:40. And they're off. Number 1, Entreat, jumped up at the start and trails the field. Midtown Rose out first, joined quickly on the inside by Love and Love, and the two of them are right together, right behind I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost, who's in third. And then on the outside is Whispering Pines next in fourth, followed by Subsidiary in fifth. Break of two Stunning Munnings, and 2.5 more to the favorite Entreat, who trails the field in seventh. Love and Love is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Midtown Rose runs in second. Whispering Pines on the outside in third, and I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost at the rail. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Then we come back to Subsidiary and Stunning Munnings, and Entreat continues to trail. Love and Love, Midtown Rose in between horses, Whispering Pines on the outside. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. They've got 2.5 lengths on Subsidiary, who's in between horses. Down on the inside, I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost. On the outside is Stunning Munnings, and then Entreat, who will move to the outside for the run into the stretch. The half went in 46 and 3. It is Love and Love. It's Midtown Rose. It's Whispering Pines on the outside as they pass the furlong marker. Midtown Rose in between. Whispering Pines on the outside. Love and Love is now back in third. Stunning Munnings is fourth. They come on for the finish, and it is Whispering Pines to win, going away at the end. Midtown Rose was second, then Love and Love, Stunning Munnings, and I Ain't Afraid of No Ghost.
The feature getting tacked and ready here in the paddock. It is the Dancing Renee, as these New York bred fillies and mares will contest over these 6 furlongs. And while your current favorite, Sadie Lady, she looks like the horse to beat, having beaten Open Company 2 back, and looks like the fastest of the speed horses. She could very well wire this field. But let's take a look at some of the other players, including number 1, that is Fierce Lady. And she is one that I actually haven't seen this year in that comeback race in which she won. I thought was good. She's going to have to up her game a bit more here. But for a filly that ran such a quick race early on in her 2-year-old season, a lot of times they just don't recover. They don't kind of get back to that sometimes. And I feel like maybe now as a 4-year-old and looking at her physically, that she has reached that full physical potential. She really takes her racing in stride now. She doesn't get too frazzled by it all. And maybe she can build upon that effort that she had coming back off the layoff in her first start for trainer Brittany Russell. So I would not discredit Fierce Lady in here. And I like the fact that she has become adaptable and one that can sit comfortably right off the pace. Then we'll take a look at a multiple New York bred stakes winner in number 6, Espresso Shot. She's going to turn back to the 6 furlongs, and she has not run over 6 furlongs recently at all. And I love her. She's one of my pets. She's one of my favorite horses, and she always comes over before her races looking the part. She just doesn't look the part of a 6 furlong type because she is so big and long and scopy that, granted, if things do heat up, she could be the beneficiary of that. It's just looking at her physically point blank, she doesn't look like a horse that would be effective at the 6. But like I said, things could heat up. Obviously, Sadie Lady is the fastest in here, but you also have the presence of Rubies in Time, who isn't slow. And number 2, Eloquent Speaker. Yes, she hasn't had as much speed in her recent efforts, but she's also been very relaxed prior to going out to the track and in the paddock. And today, she's like a bull in a china shop. She is really sharp, and her handlers doing the best they can to keep a lid on it with her. But when I've seen her act this way prior to her races, she usually does have a bit of early speed. So we'll see what kind of pace scenario plays out here in this Dancing Renee. Looking forward to it. I love these New York bred fillies and mares. They have 10 minutes to go. They are just about ready, and it is our feature. Good luck.
It's time for our feature of the day, the Dancin' Renee. 6 furlongs on the main track as we pay tribute to a very fast one indeed.
Yeah, she was a fun filly in there. Of course, that Safe Florida Sandy family, one of the richest New York breds of all time before that Derby winner Funny Side came along. Nice way to pay tribute to her today with this nice little field of 5 fillies after the scratch of the 3 good credence.
And your even money favorite, Sadie Lady, looks to be the controlling speed. She's back in New York bred company. She won an open stake in the correction 2 starts back and faced grade 3 company last time behind the defending champ, Victim of Love.
Yeah, she's gotten really good those last 6 months when she's allowed to do her thing on the front end. She just makes the lead, and she's been tough. Last time, she got beaten to vagrancy by the defending champion, Victim of Love, who sat the exact trip she sat the year before to get the money. Back to 6 furlongs now, a distance this 5-year-old daughter of Freud excels at. 5 for 9 with a couple of thirds for over $220,000 in her career. Race goes through the favorite right now, even money, Sadie Lady.
She has been good as of late. We'll try to take them gate to wire 2, turning back that half a furlong. As we look at the number 1, Fierce Lady, she won nicely last time off the layoff there too. Obviously the water gets deeper today, but she was very precocious at the start of her career too in that New York bred stakes company up in Saratoga back in 2019.
She's kind of refining Acacia, that 2-year-old form that saw her win half of her starts, get beat just a neck and 2 lengths in her other 2 races where she finished second. She likes Belmont Park. She got back to her winning ways for the first time since August of 2019. Last out when she sat a really good trip behind a couple of speed, she tipped and rolled. She figures to get the same trip in here. Sadie Lady goes. Ruvy's in time is not far behind, and you have to think Fierce Lady and Luis Saez is just going to sit behind the speed and hope for the best.
She could definitely be in the proverbial catbird seat, so to speak, as the number 4, Ruvy's in time. As you mentioned, Joel Rosario going to be aboard this one. She kind of holds the key, I think, to this race as far as how the pace plays out. Sadie Lady looks faster, but does she just try to take it to her?
And how much pressure, like you said, does she put on her? That's the question in here. She's kind of dead on the board at 8-1, and I think that's because she does not have an enviable task ahead of her. She's going to be pressing, or she's going to have to give up her speed and let a horse like Sadie Lady dominate on the front end. Neither scenario is a good one for this mare.
She's stuck in a tough position there, but Espresso Shot turning back in distance. I was wondering about the distance, hearing what Maggie had to say about her, not exactly encouraging as she turns back. She does get a dry track, though, which I think is a positive for her.
It is, but this could just very well be a case of real estate. She does not have enough ground for her kick. I know she's shown some speed. She's nowhere near as fast as the 2 fillies, the 2 mares we just spoke about, Ruvy's in time and Sadie Lady.
And rounding out the field is Eloquent Speaker, who gets back in New York bred company. Into the starting gate they go for our feature of the day, the Dancin' Renee. We send it up to another New York bred, John Imbrial, who has the call of our stakes action today at beautiful Belmont Park.
Waiting for Sadie Lady and Espresso Shot. There in the gate. And they're off. Sadie Lady right out for the early lead and quickly opens up by 2 lengths. It is Sadie Lady in front. Fierce Lady down at the rail runs in second. Espresso Shots on the outside in third. Eloquent Speaker is in 4th. And a little rank there. Ruvy's in time is at the back in 5th. The leader here is Sadie Lady in front now by 2.5 lengths. Espresso Shot and Fierce Lady, they are heads apart, second and third through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. It's a gap of 3 to the 2 trailers, Ruvy's in time, and Eloquent Speaker, all chasing Sadie Lady, who has opened up now by 4 lengths. Fierce Lady towards the rail. On the outside is Espresso Shot. Then Ruvy's in time and Eloquent Speaker. The half was running 45 and 3/5 seconds. It is Sadie Lady in front here by 5 lengths. Fierce Lady in pursuit in second. Then Espresso Shot. Far outside, Ruvy's in time. They're coming down for the 16th pole. Sadie Lady looking to do it in front-running fashion. Fierce Lady is getting closer, but the wire is coming, and Sadie Lady is going to do it here. Fierce Lady completes the exacta, then Ruby's in time. The 6 furlongs in 1 minute, 11 seconds. Number 5, Sadie Lady first. Number 1, Fierce Lady second. Number 4, Ruby's in time was third. And number 6, Espresso Shot finished fourth. Results are unofficial, 5-1-4-6. And the time, 1 minute, 11 seconds. Number 5 is Sadie Lady, a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Freud. Out of Zucca by Read the Footnotes. Sadie Lady is owned by Dennis Narlinger, trained by Rob Atras. The rider, Jose Ortiz, his 3rd win today. Eighth race official. The exacta pays $5.30. The double, $16.20. Trifecta, $8.55. The dime super, 5, 1, 4, and 6, $3.52. Pick 3, 1, 9, and 5, $601.50. Winner's Circle presentation to the connections of Sadie Lady, winner of today's Dancin' Renee Stakes. In the 9th race, scratch 2, Morning Breeze, 4, Montauk Traffic, 6, Yodelie, and 7, Secret Rules. Scratch 2, 4, 6, and 7. Number 8, 2nd of July, 2 pounds over. The 9th race offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and double wagering. Post time is in 26 minutes at 5:12. And the rough. Sadie Lady right out for the early lead and quickly opens up by 2 lengths. It is Sadie Lady in front. Fierce Lady down at the rail runs in second. Espresso Shots on the outside in third. Eloquent Speaker is in fourth. And a little rank there. Ruby's in time is at the back in fifth. The leader here is Sadie Lady in front now by 2.5 lengths. Espresso Shot and Fierce Lady, they are heads apart, second and third through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. It's a gap of 3 to the two trailers, Ruby's in Time and Eloquent Speaker, all chasing Sadie Lady, who has opened up now by 4 lengths. Fierce Lady towards the rail. On the outside is Espresso Shot. Then Ruby's in Time and Eloquent Speaker. The half was running 45 and 3/5 seconds. It is Sadie Lady in front here by 5 lengths. Fierce Lady in pursuit in second. Then Espresso Shot. Far outside, Ruby's in Time. They're coming down for the 16th pole. Sadie Lady looking to do it in front-running fashion. Fierce Lady is getting closer, but the wire is coming, and Sadie Lady is going to do it here. Fierce Lady completes the exacta. Then Ruby's in Time. The 6 furlongs in 1 minute, 11 seconds.
Coming up, we have the late double on this Saturday card from Belmont Park. It begins with a turf sprint where Duress returns for his 5-year-old debut after ending 2020 on a winning note for Tom Albertrani. Battle Station looks primed and ready to fight. A repeat of his last, a win at Belmont, could make him the one to beat. And we'll race under the lights at Churchill Downs. For the Downs After Dark, we'll have the first 5 races of the Saturday night program coming up. All that and more ahead on this Saturday evening edition of America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us here on Fox Sports 2 and Valley Sports Southern California. Program, as usual, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Greg Wolf with you, along with New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Greg.
And we have this 9th ahead, our feature race, this 6-furlong sprint on the turf coming up at Belmont. Duress was 3-1 morning line, 7-1 currently. What do you think about him coming back now as a 5-year-old?
Well, I mean, he's okay. He's going to, I think, have to run better than he did last time. He's got more competition than the likes of Bourbon Currency and Ahead of Plan, who we beat last time out. Morning line, regular morning line maker David Aragon on vacation. So I'll take it with a bit of a grain of salt this week.
One of, a few in here. He's going to have to improve, though, you would think. He could off the bench. Now back as a 5-year-old. We're about 10 minutes away from the 9th coming up. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Fast and firm for the last 2 in the card at Belmont. And 1 through 5 coming up at Churchill, where we are fast and firm at Louisville. You can play all the action with NauerBets. Go to NauerBets.com. You can download the app as well. Code to use at sign up for new members. Match 200 and take advantage of that offer right there. 100% deposit match of up to $200 when you get started. Here's a quick look at the odds for this 9th race. So 6 furlongs, it's on the inner turf. An allowance optional claiming race. Current favorite is Ghoul, Peter Miller, which was a 7-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, I mean, the favorite by post time is clearly going to be Battle Station based on the double prices. I do think Ghoul is the one you want out of that last race, though, Greg. I mean, Ghoul was badly steadied in mid-stretch and was really making a run in that race. And I think this race may be a similar dynamic. We'll see if he gets enough pace, but Ghoul was compromised badly last time.
Ghoul right now is the 3-1 favorite as we have a post parade coming up shortly. First paddock report as we head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, taking a look at Ghoul here in the paddock, a horse that, well, I wasn't in the paddock on May 20th, a horse that I had seen previously going back to last year. I didn't like him much back in September here at Belmont. Just a horse that looked a bit weak across his top line. Well, he has filled out. He's gotten stronger. You know, he looks hot, but that's mostly just the water that they've sponged him off with. As the favorite, though, I'd be willing to look elsewhere. Yes, compromised trip, could not agree with Andy Moore in the running lines, but just based upon appearances here, there are far better looking propositions here in the paddock. And let's move on to one of those in number 12, Duress, as he's one of my favorites. I continue to badger my husband about not claiming him 2 years ago like Tom Albertrani did, because he's just a very good looking type who obviously has some talent, especially in these turf sprints. But historically speaking, as far as he goes, he has typically needed a start, and while he looks phenomenal now, he's a 5-year-old, he's fully grown now and considered a horse, and he's got that big cresty neck on him, really rounded out high quarters. He just looks a touch soft. So while I like him, I think he'll run well here. I think the horses with recency have a little bit of an advantage over him. And then there's a real wild card in number 9, Ragtime Blues. There isn't much turf pedigree to speak of whatsoever, and it does feel a little bit like Connections are kind of exploring options, because there really isn't anything that this horse on the dirt has shown an affinity for as of late. But there has been glimpses of talent with him, and despite the lack of pedigree, he does have a turf hoof, he does have those slacker pasterns, and boy, is he a real bonny looking horse. Just very appealing. He has a lot of that chrome on him, which always is one that your eye will be drawn to, but looks fantastic with the layoff considered. Very fit, very strong, and durable looking. So I like what I see from him as a bit of a complete long shot wild card, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post parade coming up shortly as we're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Gildsman just left our screen. Leg up to the riders. That was Junior Alvarado for Phil Gleaves, horse who provided massive upsets to start his career back as a 2-year-old. Won at 68-1 in his debut. No one thought he could do it again in the Great 3 Futurity. He did it 15-1, and that propelled him into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, where he was overmatched that day. But the first 2 starts of his career, he surprised a lot of people.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, his form has just sort of generally declined, and he's running first time in a claiming race, which maybe that'll help wake him up, and he does have a good trainer in Brendan Walsh. You see him coming from that stake at Churchill, and you say, well, he was running in stakes horses. Okay, but it was a race that completely fell apart, and he wasn't even remotely competitive. Listen, the water is not as deep as it was last time, and he has some back races. I'm worried he's lost his best form.
Countdown to race 9 is presented by Longines, the official timekeeper of Belmont Park, as we're 5 minutes to post for our feature coming up on this Saturday card. We're going to look back at some impressive performances from earlier in the card as well later on in the show. So stay tuned for that ahead. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Ghoul as we get set for our post parade. Ghoul for Peter Miller, that's still our favorite right now. Was in that Battle Station quirky race, as you mentioned, had trouble in this performance. What happened?
I mean, this is classic Joel Rosario, right? Staying on the inside, patient as can be, able to angle out in the stretch. And listen, when you ride like that, sometimes you're going to get unlucky. More than often, Joel Rosario gets through with these kind of rides. He's trying to come through right here. The 6-horse will drift out and completely shut him off. You can't have your momentum stop when you're a closing sprinter in these situations, and he just lost any chance. And you can see it, Joel was sort of hand riding from then. Just had no chance. Whether or not he would have won remains to be seen, but I think he's dangerous off that start.
Well, here's Gildsman, Jose Ortiz. Brendan Walsh comes out of the Grade 2 turf sprint.
Yeah, as we said, first time in a claiming race. Sometimes that wakes them up.
Current favorite. Here's Ghoul. We just showed you that race. Before that, he'd been out on the West Coast.
Yeah, I mean, Ghoul has run here in the past, and he's just okay. I mean, he sort of fits with the field, but he did have the trouble last time, and I think his odds will drift up from his current 3-1.
I thought this was the horse to beat. Battle Station for Rob Atras.
No, I'm not going to argue against that. My problem is you sort of missed the opportunity last time. He got a very, very good trip in there to get it done, but that doesn't mean he can't win right back. He has other races that are good.
Here's the talented 2-year-old that we talked about, now making his 3-year-old debut, 2nd of July.
Yeah, this is a very tough spot moving up, and while he did win that stake as a 2-year-old, he had a dream trip.
Javier Castellano had a big day yesterday on Ragtime Blues here.
Yeah, has really no turf pedigree to speak of, but who knows? He's a shot.
Quirky actually had Battle Station pinned in the stretch for a while, and then he gave up that position.
Tough thing to do, claimed by Carl Broberg out of the race, who I believe just won his 4,000th race yesterday.
Holiday Stone, another contender outside. George Weaver, Jose Lezcano.
I'm using this horse as well as the 3. He's got some back races, and maybe second time for George Weaver will improve. A bit wide last time.
And Duress Luis Saez, Tom Albertrani making his 5-year-old debut.
I won't be surprised if he's competitive in this race. He's kept some good company. He's run some reasonably good races. Will he be ready off the layoff? That's the question.
Drifted out in the stretch in a little bit in that last performance. That was a win against A other than company. It's a tough spot for him. Time to welcome in the 4th member of our crew on this Saturday evening card, Jonathan Kinchin. How you doing, JK?
I miss you guys. I'm sitting here alone. I'm so used to sitting with you guys, but nice to be back on the show. I like the 10 Quirky. Like Andy mentioned, I do believe that is true that Carl Broberg won his 4,000th race. Congratulations to him and his team. This is a horse that has 5-furlong turf sprint speed. If this horse wants the lead, and I'm hoping that will be the instructions, this horse can have the lead. Obviously, we got to see what happens with the 9, Ragtime Blues, getting on the turf for the first time. We'll see if this horse is sent away from there. But I do think the 10 is going to be dangerous out on the front end. I don't think that this horse lost the last 2 races because of the distance. I just think it was circumstantial and never really, in the last race, never really got to the lead. 2 races back, was just caught by Maxwell Esquire. I think he'll be more aggressively ridden from the outside, and I think he's got a big shot if, for whatever reason, the pace does happen to cook up a little bit. I think the 1 down on the inside, Gildsman, can get the job done. Ran at Churchill Downs in their the race they have every year, the turf sprint, the Twin Spires. This is a horse that had trouble in that race. He'll be able to save ground in this race. I think the distance, the extra half furlong will actually help this one out. And I kind of like that sometimes when you're playing multi-race bets to take the best speed and the best closer. And that way you don't have to worry about what situation the riders put you in. You should have a good shot in either one of these situations. And both of them happen to be acceptable prices, in my opinion. So I'm going to go with the 10 officially, just because I always side with speed. But I think the 1 Guildsman is the closer that you want.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Minute to post here in this 9th coming up. You can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's action with free Equibase past performances. To get them, go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and download your free past performances on all the races we have on today's show. Let's head back downstairs to Maggie.
We'll take a look at that horse who won the Grade 3 Futurity last year in the 2nd of July. He's number 8, coming back for a 3-year-old debut. And I mean, it's such a tough position to be in with a horse that's coming back, and then you're asking them, that doesn't really have the conditions, and you're asking him to face some salty older horses and multiple winners. But he has done well in the interim. He has grown. He has filled out. A horse that was always a bad actor in the paddock is not anymore. So there's some positives there. I just don't like this spot for him to come back in, to be honest. As we'll move on to number 10, Quirky. Love what I'm seeing from Quirky, and he's so consistent. Now, it is the first time that this horse is going to venture to a new barn with Carl Broberg picking him up, but I actually think his weight is better than when I had last seen him. His number 11, Holiday Stone. I'm just going to take a punch. I know Jonathan picked Quirky in here. I think he's very dangerous. I was going to pick him, then I decided to go to Holiday Stone because I just loved what I saw from him out on the racetrack. As Andy said, maybe he had a little bit of excuse of being wide last time. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. You heard from JK as well. Quirky, he likes his horse because he's going to be forward. We'll see what the 9 does. Never been on grass, but it could be a thorn in the side if he shows that dirt speed on turf.
He could, and that's always a possibility. Often they don't have the same kind of speed, but sometimes they do. Obviously, Battle Station can be forward as well, though. After he won rating, I wonder how aggressive they'll be. So hard to know how the paces are going to play around here. There's so much randomness involved.
There's 2nd of July, returning for his 3-year-old debut for Phil Gleaves. A very tough spot to return in for the Grade 3 Futurity winner from last year. Again, started his career with a 68-1 win. We're set. Here's the 9th. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Duress and Quirky. It's Quirky with a narrow lead. Duress right there on the outside in 2nd. As Ragtime Blues now moves up. 2nd of July, quickly gaining ground in between horses to take 4th. Then it's Battle Station who's running in 5th. Holiday Stone is in 6th. Ghoul is in 7th. And Gilsman trails the field in 8th. It is Quirky with the lead here. And a very headstrong 2nd of July right there on the outside in 2nd. The quarter went in 22-1. The front 2 have 2 lengths on Duress, who sits behind in 3rd. Then it's a gap of 4 to Battle Station. And Ragtime Blues there, heads apart, 4th and 5th. And Holiday Stone is in 6th. It is still Quirky the leader, 2nd of July in 2nd. And Duress is 3rd as the field comes off the turn, enters the stretch. The half went in 44-4. It is Quirky in front here. Duress drives up on the outside. Quirky to the leader. Duress is in 2nd. Battle Station is in 3rd. And then Holiday Stone in 4th and gaining ground in between horses. Here's a quick burst from Holiday Stone to take over the lead. And it is Holiday Stone to win it. Photo for 2nd between the late closing Ghoul and Duress.
Holiday Stone, George Weaver, Jose Lizcano, 8th career win on the turf.
And, it's funny. 22-1, Greg, isn't that fast. But the way the 8 was running off and the way the field was spreading out, you and I were sort of talking the race, they've got to be moving up front. And obviously that affected Quirky. And it was just a question of sort of horses from way back, because it appears the 3 may well have gotten 2nd in this race. We'll watch, and it just seemed like the farther back you were, the better off it ended being, because the 11 horse was 3rd to last, and the 3 was 2nd to last down the backstretch, and it appears they ran 1-2 in this race. This was a race that ended up being a bit of a meltdown.
In the end, Holiday Stone, another win on the turf for Jose Lizcano. More on that in a moment. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Jose is riding lights out now. I don't think you want another rider on the turf at the moment. You know, there's an opportunity for him to go wide, but he stuck to his guns. He saw the race unfolding like he knew he was going to win, and he stuck to the inside as the other horse towards the duress drifted out and just found the seam, and this horse exploded for him. And talking with George Weaver last week, he was, or was it earlier this week? The weeks all run together here. He was pretty excited about running this horse, and the more I watched him in the warm-up and in the paddock, the more I kind of jumped on board with what George was handing out. And congratulations to the connections. There was one claim here. They did take Guildsman out of this race, Greg, for $80,000.
I feel like the third finisher, Duress, ran extremely well, Greg, because he's the first one that came calling on the pace, coming off that long layoff, and to run as well as he did, considering how the race collapsed late, it's a very good effort by the 12 Duress. He should move forward from this and run very well in his next start.
3-win day for Jose Lezcano. 11-3, 12-5 here in the ninth. We'll have the nightcap for you when we come back, and we'll get set for the opener coming up from Churchill. Stay with us.
This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and a Grade 1 winner on turf, Halliday, and Civil Union. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Back here on America's Day at the Race is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Well, running really well today was Holiday Stone here in this ninth race. And please be joined by hot riding Jose Lezcano, your third win of the day, second on the turf. Jose, it just seems as though you're seeing these races so clearly out there. I mean, you had a decision of going wide with this horse here, but you stuck more towards the inside, and he exploded for you.
Yeah, this horse is kind of horse I think the more you cover, the better kick he given the in. I try to cover to the A-pole, and the A-pole gonna send it between horses is go through and win the race.
Now, through my years growing up, watching you ride, you've always been a really good turf rider. Is it something that you enjoy maybe a little bit more than the dirt?
No, actually, I feel like the horse give me more in the grass than the dirt. And I don't see why I do different, but my horse give me more in the grass than the dirt.
They like you better on the turf. Well, Jose, continued success and congratulations today.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Jose Lezcano, Greg, I know you've been on his bandwagon for quite a while, and it's paying off out there as he does pick up his third winner of the day and still one more to go.
He's just been incredible, and since he's come back from 3 months off, he had knee and shoulder surgery, he's been lights out. He's won with 6 of his last 11 mounts on the turf.
Yeah, no, look, he's a terrific rider. He just makes good decisions, and he's doing very, very well. And he's also not a rider that rides, specifically for one top outfit, which makes it in a lot of cases tougher to do. And, by the same token, with him coming back from his surgery, I think we're seeing with Javier Castellano, who had surgery this year as well. Javier's really picked up his riding as well, and he probably took him a little longer to get back and sort of back into stride. It's nice to see these guys riding at the top of their game, especially as we head to Saratoga soon.
And by the way, as you take a look at the late pick 5 follow along, Miss Delicious, that was one of those 6 wins for Jose Lezcano. He's $53 winner. He's doing this with prices too.
Yeah,
big
exactly.
prices.
Right. No, he's right. He's not riding a lot of favorites. And I'm looking at the parlay, and the parlay's over $5,000 for $2 right now. Have you looked, Greg, to see if in fact maybe there's any horses not covered in this pick 5?
No, but guess who is on a horse who is 8-1 right now, who should be probably about closer to 2-1 or 3-1 by post time. Jose Lezcano.
Which horse? The outside?
Freedom Machine draws in.
Yeah, no, that horse would be one of the players in here. All the horses are covered in the pick 5. Look at the pick 6. The 4, 6, and 13 that you mentioned are all covered. Otherwise, we'll have a carryover, 118,000 into Sunday, and I just love these carryovers,
We had a big one the other day. Resulted with favorite in the last, returning just over $11,000. Yeah. We promised to show you some of the other races earlier on in today's card. The Dancing Renee preceded this 9th race. And Sadie Lady did not go off favored in here. Went off 7-5, second choice, the speed of the field. Let's see how it played out. 6 furlongs in the Dancing Renee in the 8th.
And they're off. Sadie Lady right out for the early lead and quickly opens up by 2 lengths. It is Sadie Lady in front. Fierce Lady down at the rail runs in second. Espresso Shots on the outside in third. Eloquent Speaker is in fourth. And a little rank there. Ruby's in Time is at the back in fifth. The leader here is Sadie Lady in front now by 2.5 lengths. Espresso Shot and Fierce Lady, they are heads apart, second and third through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. It's a gap of 3 to the 2 trailers, Ruby's in Time and Eloquent Speaker, all chasing Sadie Lady, who has opened up now by 4 lengths. Fierce Lady towards the rail. On the outside is Espresso Shot. Then Ruby's in Time and Eloquent Speaker. The half was running 45 and 3/5 seconds. It is Sadie Lady in front here by 5 lengths. Fierce Lady in pursuit in second. Then Espresso Shot. Far outside, Ruby's in Time. They're coming down for the 16th pole. Sadie Lady looking to do it in front-running fashion. Fierce Lady is getting closer, but the wire is coming, and Sadie Lady is going to do it here. Fierce Lady completes the exacta. Then Ruby's in Time. The 6 furlongs in 1 minute, 11 seconds.
Lone speed, that's why it's so dangerous. Broke sharp under Jose Ortiz and able to hang on. Just too much of a margin at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, I think Fierce Lady breaking a step slow probably set her back a little bit, but take nothing away from Sadie Lady. She's just in tremendous form and able to control here. She's really stepped her game up a lot for Rob Atras. Interesting, you're talking about her not being favored. Going the gate, she was even money, and the 1 was 2-1.
She was 4-5 at one point as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I was watching and saying, wait a second, she's not favored in this race, and a huge punch. And for all those people that say, oh, the horses that take huge punches, they always seem to win. Not in this case.
Yeah, this was strange to see that after she crossed the wire, 7-5. Rob Atras, Jose Ortiz, Rob Atras continuing to have a tremendous meet in the top 5 in the trainer standings here at Belmont.
No, his horses have consistently been running well throughout the meeting. No question about it.
Make it top 3, in fact, for Rob Atras. So Sadie Lady, 8 wins from 20 career starts, and turn the tables on Espresso Shot, who got the better of her in that New York Stallion Series back in late November at Aqueduct. Paid $4.90 for the win. Fierce Lady did go off the favorite, went second. Ruby's in Time completes that trifecta. We're going to take a break. We will be back. We have the nightcap coming up here from this Saturday card at Belmont. 7-2 currently on a first-time starter for the Christophe Clement barn in a wide-open finale. Stay with us.
Come and get Army Mule, who's pulling away by 5 and finishing fast. Army Mule, ultra impressive in the Cartery flew home. Won it by 6.
A 10 down 20 here. We could hold on to 221, 210,000.
Wagering on the Twin Spires app is fast and easy, and new players can take advantage of our $200 sign-up offer right now. Simply use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today, where you can bet on Churchill Downs as well as the best racing from around the globe. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available in the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Following C and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off Belmont Stakes Week. Following C was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season continues with live action Friday to Sunday. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park has returned as a place to profit. Average win payout up 44% in 2020 versus 2019. Average favorite price up 26%. Races won at odds on down 22%. Looking to make money this summer? Bet Monmouth Park.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Bally Sports Southern California. Program brought to you by the champion sprinter Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm of legendary stall number 1. Coming up, our nightcap, a wide open race to close out this Saturday card here in New York on the turf. As we take a look at Christophe Clement, who currently has the 4-1 favorite. That is Barr, daughter of Mizzen Mast, who will make her debut with Joel Rosario aboard. And Clement, of course, one of the top trainers of the meet right now, trailing only Chad Brown. 18 wins for Clement.
Listen, it's not just this meet. He's had such a tremendous, especially the last year or so. His horses have been really running great.
Well, as for this first-time starter, the Dam was actually trained by Tom Morley. Never won. This is the first foal, so we'll see in terms of what this horse is able to produce first time out. We'll get Lasix for the debut. Strong connections, of course.
It's funny with these Clement firsters in the turf. Often you look, they don't seem to have that much pedigree, and he has those awful pants on today. It's probably why he hasn't won a race. And they just seem to run, right? It just seems like they show up much more often than not.
And in a race that, no one's really wowed us in terms of the running lines of what they've done so far. So a lot of people leaning on the new face who's done nothing wrong to this point.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have opinions, you're talking about the 13, and I don't disagree. I like the 3 a little bit, I know you're interested as well. But at the end of the day, a first-time starter is not going to be a killer to win this race.
So Maggie, of course, a little history with the Dam of the favorite. Let's send it downstairs to her for more.
Yeah, Greg, you're right. Good pickup. I used to gallop pirouette quite a lot. I remember the day that she stumbled out of the gate. I went straight over her neck and really didn't even know what happened. I don't think she did either. But she obviously looks a bit different than her Dam, and talking about bar here, a little bit bigger, gray with that mise-en-masse influence as Pirouette was a bay. And I don't mind her here. She's actually very fit, very athletic, was a little bit green and naughty to get her tack on. And as far as a turf, I always thought Pirouette did seem like a turf horse, though she didn't run well on it that one time. So I'm not against Bar getting on the turf, and she looks formidable as a first-time starter here. But from my husband who trained the dam of the 6, let's check out his current horse in number 2, Sweet Franny Lou, one of only 2 drop-downs in here. And I had said to Tom, she looks like a completely different horse. Sometimes these fillies, they go through these cycles where they take a while to shed their coat or keep their weight on, and she did not look good in her last start. And in the last 2 or 3 weeks, done a 180. Weight is back on. She has her summer coat now, and Tom also trained the sibling of hers, the half-brother, Feats of Strength, and he won up at Saratoga in a New York bred maiden 40 on the turf, and she has a turf hoof, and she looked great galloping on it, whatever that means, in the turf gallops in the morning. So I have a fairly positive outlook on Sweet Franny Lou. Now, number 3, Blind Sight. She did actually break through the gate. And Acacia Courtney, give her props for that, picking up on that, because it was not in the short comments. And when we were talking about it, completely jogged my memory as the assistant starter. He actually got, not hurt, but he was a bit shaken up and had to be looked at. And she was one that caught my eye in the paddock that day. Big, good-looking daughter of Palace Malice. I'd be willing to give her a second look, as she probably expended a bit of energy doing that prior to a race. And we often see horses that break through the gate not performing well thereafter. And then number 4, Mondeuse for Dave Donk. She'll try to stretch out here after 3 consecutive third-place finishes on the turf sprinting. She has the right disposition to stretch out. She's very calm, quiet, and while she's a little bit more of a broader filly, which speaks more of a sprinting type, she's got a fairly even frame, and she'll be the likely pace setter here. We'll see how far she can take them with Jose Ortiz aboard. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. We're going to get to the post parade when we return from a timeout. Approaching the 10-minute mark to post here for this finale on the Saturday card at Belmont. And again, we're close to the opener out at Churchill as well. Stay with us. More coming up after this timeout.
America's most dominant stallion, with over 80 graded stakes winners and more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any sire in the nation. Recent stars include multiple stakes winner and Grade 1 victorious Valiance and Essential Quality.
Essential Quality!
In the sales ring, his yearlings topped both opening sessions of Keeneland September, including the $2 million sale topper, a breed shaper, a dream maker, Tap It, standing at Gainesway.
Resorts World New York City, where New Yorkers play. 6,500 slots. Stay and play. Resorts World New York City.
Back on America's Day at the races. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action we bring you each and every day. Go to nairabets.com or download the app. Match 200, that code to use at sign up. This finale on this Saturday card here at Belmont. Mile and a 16th on the turf. New York Breds, $40,000 maiden claiming race. As you take a look at Jose Ortiz, going to team up with David Donk here on Mondius. Donk had that 25-to-1 shot winner, guided home by Jose Lezcano, who's going to be on Freedom Machine. This horse right here.
California Chrome, by the way. The sire of that winner earlier today. And Freedom Machine, I mean, I think he ran fine last time. I don't know. I guess in some ways, it's kind of depends what you think of this field overall, right? You know, and if you think there's somebody in this race that's a little bit better. Thought he had a pretty good trip overall, though.
Had a good trip. He's had lots of opportunities.
Right.
Winner this day was Manny Franco, part of a 5-win day for him.
Yeah, I just feel like he's run so many races in cheaper company and had chances and been relatively short prices over and over again. It's the only second time for Rick Schosberg, but Barbara Minshall had this horse, a very, very more than capable trainer, an extremely good trainer. The horse that I thought was interesting was the 3 Blind Sight. He's the one, to me, the only one in this race I thought had a genuine trip coming into it. I mean, he was 4 to 3 wide on that first turn, the dog leg, and then 3 wide the rest of the way. I thought he actually ran okay, all things considered.
And Manny Franco will be on Blind Sight. Daughter of Palace Malice for Mike Deaning. Second time on the grass. Yeah, definitely looks like she has room to move forward. As you look at Clement, we joked about it all last summer, wearing those pants. He was red hot when he had them on. What was it we called Nantucket Red?
That's what they say.
It was the summer of Clement.
It was the summer of Clement. But he also did he win the Aqueduct Fall Meet or the Belmont Fall Meet? I know he won one of those titles. I don't mean to be dismissive, but he definitely won one of those titles. And I mean, they're continuing to win. The hardest thing to do is to win and keep winning. And listen, you know, Clement, he's got a lot of horses as his trainer, like Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, and usually the leading trainers also have very strong barns. But he won consistently last year.
There's the 11, Memories Eternal. I thought Memories Eternal was a big player in this spot. Junior Alvarado, second off the bench and dropping out of a state-bred maiden special, but that was sprinting 6 furlongs.
I don't disagree. I think he's definitely a player, and he's also a horse that, because they're more low-profile connections, you probably will get a better price. But once again, he's another horse. He's had 12 starts, 8 turf starts, 3 seconds, and a third. But he makes a lot of sense in here, too, doesn't he?
No question, 6-1. Here's our post spread. We start with Tom Morley's Sweet Franny Lou. Maggie made the case getting on the grass for the first time.
The horse is a 1/2-to-1 winner on the turf that tried it. No superstar, but this horse, I wouldn't be shocked if it improved. She improved, excuse me.
Here's the daughter of Palace Malice we were talking about. Blind Sight with Manny Franco.
Yeah, I'm hoping that she gets a more better trip. You know, you're on the Widener. She draws towards the inside. So she figures to get a much more ground-saving trip, which will help her chances.
David Donk, Jose Ortiz, and a filly stretching out for the first time, Mondius.
Okay. You know, I think she's the speed, but I don't think that much of her as a talent, and I question her going long.
Lady Manhattan, start number 2 for Todd Pletcher.
It's Todd Pletcher. Broke a little slowly in the debut. Didn't do much running, but we saw yesterday they can improve a lot.
And didn't take any money.
Forward, yeah.
Barr, first time out. Clement, still the favorite.
It's just Christophe. There's really no pedigree to speak of, but they're always dangerous, it seems like it.
Start number 2 first on turf for Ethel's Doctorate. Bruce Grossman trains.
Yeah, there's just no turf pedigree. Speaking of the dam side, though, I will say this Cairo Prince is turning into a decent turf sire, if you like that.
Dam's only win was sprinting on synthetic. Here's the 8 Vittoria for James Bond.
First-time starter, is a 1/2-to-1 turf winner. Seems a little more dirt to me, though.
Yeah,
but
Dam never tried the turf.
Yeah.
Was just 1 for 12 lifetime. Shalaka.
Cold barn, too.
Yeah.
They're going to heat up in Saratoga, the Bonds.
Yeah,
they always do. They always do.
Elegant Lao Band, start number 2 on the turf. Did not show much in that turf debut.
No, she would be a shock.
Benji Hernandez rides, 47-1. Meanwhile, next door, Saigon, the 10, blinkers go on.
This horse is second off a layoff. I could see this horse improving, but the problem is that she hasn't done any running in both of her races. And I watched the race. She broke a little slow, but did no running.
6-1 on a 5-year-old mare still trying to break her maiden, who we did make a case for. 0-12 to this point, but reasons to like Memories Eternal.
Yeah, no, I think you and I are on the same page with the horse. This horse has numbers that are just fast enough to win. Simple as that.
And I wanted to make a case for Really Psyched at 12. I went back, I looked at that race, I just could not do it.
I bet this horse last time off the prior turf race, and I think that Bruce Brown might want to turn this horse back to a sprint because she ran so much better at 6 furlongs. I'm with you, Greg. I wanted to play her again, and I feel like betting $20 on her for insanity insurance, but I can't recommend her off her last.
Can Lezcano make it 7 wins in his last 12 turf starts? He's on Freedom Machine, gets in from the also eligible list.
We've talked about this horse as well, and neither you or I will be surprised to see her do well for owner Bruce Lunsford.
2 minutes a post here on this nightcap here at Belmont. You can play this race with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer. 100% deposit match up to $200 at sign up for new members. Code to use to take advantage of that. Match 200. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin for his thoughts here on this 10th from Belmont. JK.
Yeah, guys, the 11 Memories Eternal. She's carrying 125 pounds. She's carrying a little bit of Andy, a little bit of Wolfie, and now she's going to have to deal with me as well. I think she's live in here. The first thing I do when I'm looking at these races, these maiden claimers, I look for maiden special weight horses that I think could move up when they drop, and this is a horse that I feel like could move up. This horse has back numbers that make sense. The turf sprint last time, I don't need to really take into consider. She ran well enough in that race. I think she wants to go a little bit longer. She's going to get that here today. Not crazy about the outside draw, but at 5-1 on the board, I think she makes a little bit of sense. And if you're at home, being mean to our people that are alive in the pick 6 and rooting for a carryover, I think the 11 Memories Eternal can keep that hope alive. And then the other horse that I think is very interesting as a price underneath is the 10 Saigon. Look, I do not think this horse is going to win. I do think this horse could run 4th or 3rd and kind of spice up the exotics. This is a horse that, like Andy mentioned last time, did break slowly, and we always want to give horses excuses when they break slowly, but did no running after that. But the pace was extremely slow in that race, and I just feel like they probably wrapped up on her. She broke slow. They were way far behind. They probably asked her a little bit. She wasn't really picking up horses in front of her that still had energy. And then let's just go ahead and go to the next race with the 10 Saigon, putting the blinkers on. I just think she's interesting at a huge price, and I'm hoping Maggie says she's at least kind of good looking.
I'm on board with you with that one. I cannot jump on the Memories Eternal bandwagon by any means, but Saigon, she's second off of that layoff. She was incredibly strong, just a very robust gray filly, and she was keen. She was forward. I'm wondering with the blinkers on, not a big cup, if she's going to be just a little bit more involved second time out off that bench. I think she's interesting as number 13 Freedom Machine. I get it with her, but I can't recommend her physically. She's just, I mean, she is an English Channel, so of course she's small, but she kind of just looks like a pony. She can win, I get it, but she's never one I'm going to be able to recommend. Then finally, the first-time starter there, that is number 8, Fatoria, for the Jimmy Bond Barn. I like the spot for her. I just think she's going to benefit from a race. Just has those kind of peaked hindquarters that suggest that she'll just need to strengthen, which always happens with some running. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. Again, the 2, the 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. All result in a pick 6 carryover into Sunday's card.
Yeah, I mean, we brought back the pick 6, the regular pick 6. There's so few of them in the country. I'm really happy that we did, and it's created some carryovers. We've had 2 this week, and possibility of another one here. We never want to root against the people that are alive. You know, people are alive, and we want to see them do well and win, and we wish them all the best of luck. $118,000 is nothing to sneeze at, but if not, there will be a carryover.
All right, if you are alive, absolutely, we wish you the best. This is the position you want to be in. You can't ask for anything more than that. Get to this spot. If it works out, it works out. If it was meant to be, it'll happen. But just to get here, great moment.
You get here enough, eventually you get there.
Try and enjoy it, I guess, if you can. I know it's difficult.
It's an adrenaline rush. I mean, this is what we're in the game for. And you play those things, you want to get a chance to be alive and get the whole pool. Having gotten the whole pool once in my life, it's quite a feeling, let me tell you.
I don't know if I could watch with that kind of money in the line. It's nerve-wracking.
Well, when I hit it, they didn't show the probable, so we didn't know.
Ooh, and we have, that's a 6. Barr, who again is still our favorite right now, did not get too far away. You saw Joel Rosario hop off, but starting gate crew right there with the horse. And the filly is getting held up, checked out quickly here. And I think Rosario, well, we'll see what's going to happen here.
He seemed fine.
Still right now, the 7-2 favorite.
Scratched.
And everyone else still loaded up and waiting, but they are, I believe, taking the tack off. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, she's going to be a late scratch here, guys. Your post-time favorite, Bar number 6, is out. As you saw, she was actually being pretty goofy back in the paddock, too, you know, when they were trying to get the tack on her and take the bell boots off. And, look, I galloped her mother, and she never acted like that, but you know, to each its own. Everybody's an individual. We are going to back out the entire field here because she was in the middle. I believe that's what they're doing here. So we are going to have a delay, Greg, and because she was a favorite, I think, you know, giving people some more time to put their wagers in and kind of regroup after the post-time favorite is a late scratch.
All right, so back to the barn for the 6. So that now means, at least as of now, if the odds don't change, if you had the 6 in the pick 6, you will get the post-time favorite, which right now is the 4 Mondoose. That's why it's so difficult to hit these things. Hate to see that going into the final leg of a pick 6, but it happens in racing.
And I feel so badly because you wish that probably the same person. It's reasonable to assume there's three horses covered, 4, 6, and 13. It's probably the same person. So I so wish that they got somebody else because now they've likely got 2 tickets on the 4, and the second choice is the 13. So it's not going to make any difference to them, right? They're going to get twice for 63, assuming it's the same person, or 59, excuse me. That's a little frustrating. That's more than a little frustrating, to be honest.
So they will move these numbers over with that gap in there of the 6. So Bar back to the barn. Favorite becomes the 4 Mondoose, who is that sprinter, the speed of the race stretching out, who we all expect to be in front of this race. Can she handle the extra ground? That's the big question under Jose Ortiz.
Right. I mean, Jose's job is to just go. And there's nothing he can control beyond that. It's a mile and a 16th. I suppose it's possible. The thing is, it's not like David just ran this horse once in the sprint. He ran it 3 times. And I think he's finally saying, okay, let's try something different. Is a big brown, maybe stretch out. I'll be surprised. They rarely seem to, but speed is a dangerous weapon, I guess.
It is indeed. We saw it play out earlier on the card with a 25-1 shot. That was under Jose Lezcano. 5-2 favorite Mondoose as you see Bar heading back to the barn. Also that 11 at 9-2. That's one of the pick 6 carryovers. So it's just the 4 and 13 will result in this pick 6 getting hit tonight.
Yeah, 4 and 13. We wish the person alive is Christophe Clement. Obviously, it's frustrating for him as well. I'm feeling bad for the pick 6 person.
You never know.
No, I know. I wish they had 3 to root for.
The 6 could have been in the race, impeded the 4 and the 13. You never know what could have happened.
Right. But I wish for the picks that it had been some long shot that nobody had. You know, I as somebody who's plays the multis, and I know that you get very involved as well, you have real empathy for lousy luck. You can't control what happens in the race. It'd be nice if you at least got a chance to lose, you know. But maybe it all for naught in the 4 or 13 win. And don't keep in mind, the 13 wins, it's still going to be the whole pool. It's not like that's going to, they're still going to get the same amount in all likelihood, assuming it's the same person.
All right, so all adjusted. They've taken the 6 off the board. They moved everyone over. And everyone's loading back up in here. Nightcap from Belmont. By the way, we're just 11 minutes to post for the first at Churchill. Again, we're going to bring you in the first 5 on the card tonight under the Twin Spires. We'll check in with our Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, before we get to that opener coming up in just a little bit. First things first. Nightcap from Belmont. Here's Vittoria. Long shot, first-time starter for the James Bond barn. Elegant Lau band moving in. It's tough, too, the anticipation, if you're alive in this pick 6, to make it. That, I think, for me, is the toughest thing of any, to have to wait all this extra time for it to play out.
As Tom Petty said, the waiting is the hardest part.
Yes, it is indeed. Good luck to you if you're trying to cash in on this pick 6. Here we go. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're all in. And they're off. There's Mondoose, who's going out for the lead. Ethel's Doctorate came away racing in second. From the outside, it is Freedom Machine next in third. And then Blind Sight is next in fourth. It's a length and a half to Memories Eternal, who is running in fifth. To her inside is Sweet Franny Lou in sixth. Really Psyched is next in seventh, followed by Lady Manhattan in eighth. Elegant Lauban is next in ninth, and it's a break of 4 to Saigon, 3 more to Fattoria, who trails the field in 11th. The opening quarter mile in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Mondoose in front here by a length, with Ethel's Doctorate, big long shot, giving chase in second. It's a length and a half to Blind Sight next in third. And then on the outside, there is Freedom Machine in fourth, followed at the rail by Sweet Franny Lou in fifth, and Memories Eternal is in sixth. They start the run into the far turn, the half in 48 and 2. Mondoose is on top by a length and a half. Ethel's Doctorate in second, Blind Sight down towards the rail in third, and then it is Freedom Machine, Memories Eternal, gaining some ground on the extreme outside. Sweet Franny Lou is down at the rail, followed by Really Psyched and Lady Manhattan. Mondoose still the one to catch, ran 3/4 in 1:12 and 4, and now they come off the turn and enter the stretch. Freedom Machine up on the outside now. It is Mondoose, Freedom Machine, Sweet Franny Lou looking for a way through as they come down for the 8th pole. It is Mondoose, Freedom Machine, Sweet Franny Lou now switches to the outside for the final 16th. It is Freedom Machine narrowly. Mondoose continues to battle on. It's going to be tight as they come on for the finish, and it is Freedom Machine, I believe, narrowly. A jockey named Jose is going to have 4 wins today. They were in the photo in the finale. Jose Lascano on Freedom Machine, Jose Ortiz on Mondoose.
Freedom Machine, as you heard from John Imbrial, 4-win day for Lascano. He's now won with 7 of his last 12 of the grass.
Does feel like there will probably be an inquiry here, as you'll see the 2 on the rail and the pink silks moving up into 4th right now. Now, we haven't seen a head-on. I'm just saying on the pan, it looks like. And, you know, Manny Franco's race riding, keeping him in right there with a 3 by 3 who had no horse and a perfect trip. I just wonder if the 4 may have drifted or the 13 may have come in. Not sure. That didn't seem that bad. The good news for the person involved in the pick 6, people involved, it doesn't matter. Because if it's the same person, they ran 1-2. So unless there's a 2-horse DQ, which seems unlikely.
All right, let's get a look at that head on here, which will tell us the better story.
Okay, the 2 is the one in pink with the white blaze on the inside. Sort of actually pushed the 3 out of the way, but I don't know if that was anything significant. So let's watch what happened. I don't think anything there, Greg.
No?
I don't. I mean, I see the 13 crossed over a little bit if you want to back it up, but it felt like when he crossed over, he might have already been clear, frankly, didn't it? I mean, from that, I didn't see anything of consequence. Maybe they'll look at it, maybe they won't.
7-2, should it hold on Freedom Machine. And what a force this man has been, especially on the grass since he has come back. Jose Lascano teaming up here with Rick Schosberg. Bruce Lunsford will keep you posted on if there was an inquiry or objection.
Congrats.
As of yet, nothing yet. We've got the first coming up at Churchill Downs, by the way, in just about 6 minutes. Let's check in with our Hall of Famer Gary Stevens for more on what to expect from tonight's card. Gary.
We're going to have some fun. We got Andy Serling talking about Tom Petty back there in New York. It's Rock the Downs night is the theme. We got Aristides statue back here rocking the Downs. Going to be a fun night. Going to bring you 5 races from Churchill Downs. People were pouring in. They're having a good time. Listen, Travis Stone said it's a little warm this evening. It's not warm. It's hot. I mean, super hot. We're boiling back here. I'm sweating. I'm melting right now. Horses just left the paddock for the first race. We're going to bring you 5 good betting races. Andy's going to rock you guys' wallets tonight, I hope, along with Jonathan Kitchen. Let's have some fun. We'll see you in a minute, guys.
Gary's
I love that enthusiasm.
Gary's all revved up for tonight's Downs in the Dark.
I'm excited to get started now. I can't wait. Here's another look. Unofficial. There's nothing yet. So 13, 4, 2, 3. This looks like it will stand. Freedom Machine, it's 7-2. Close out the card at Belmont. We'll be back.
consistently versatile with 21 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Spectacular return for Charlatan in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes.
But it's Nashville. Nashville under no stress whatsoever, winning it.
Lady Spiked Spear has gone on to win the Natalma by 3/4, Aldo.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. We're getting set for the Downs After Dark. Program is presented by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, the first at this Saturday evening, Churchill Downs card will be a $40,000 maiden claiming sprint at 5 furlongs in Cheyenne Win. Actually going to click down to 4 to 5 here in a moment. Dropped in from maiden special to maiden 50 last start at 4.5 furlongs and got caught late. And now going to try and last at 5 furlongs.
Yeah, I was going to go in a slightly different direction. I'm trying to see the odd. 4 to 5, wow. I thought the 4, Come Alone. I know the horse looks a little ridiculous out of Indiana, but I had a trip on that horse. Broke a half to 3/4 slow, dropped out. I think that horse was 40 to 1 first time, is going to run better. And how about the firster as well? Oh, sorry, Greg.
That's all right. And here's the 2. The entry went by Romancer Steve Asmussen, favored at Indiana Grand in the debut.
This horse did absolutely no running whatsoever in that race. Very strange.
First-time starter, climb and maintained by Sky Mesa.
I'm going to use this horse. Worked a very nice 10 flat at the sales. No pedigree, but a nice work.
Come Alone trip horse?
I just think this horse is a little interesting off that debut at Indiana. I'm going to take a shot. Bet a few dollars to win this horse in box 3-4.
Willie Has Heart by Texas Red was the Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner.
This horse is a half to Avinu Malkenu.
Yep.
Actually, some nice pedigree on this one to be a bit of a runner. Malkenu was a nice New York bred.
Yeah, on the funny side, was great at stakes place as well. Here's Cheyenne Win, was second in that maiden 50 race, but I don't think it was the strongest performance.
I agree. I didn't like that race at all. That was a very mediocre Wesley Ward that won. I'm going to bet against this horse at 6 to 5. We'll see what the others think.
Minute to post coming up. You can play this race with Twinspires. Wagering on the app. It's fast and easy. New players take advantage of that $200 sign-up offer using the code GET200. Start earning that $200 new player bonus. Download the Twinspires app or go to twinspires.com to get involved. Pick 5 kicks off this card. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin to help us out.
Yeah, guys, I looked at the 6 Cheyenne Win first when I looked at this race because I saw the speed figures, the more experience, and I go, oh, I'm going to try to beat this one. I go back to the top, and I start at the 1, and I go, ooh, the 1A, ooh. All the way down. I felt the exact same way. Kind of ended up here by default. This horse is drawn outside. The horse ran well enough last time, showed some early speed, got an okay figure, took some money that day, was in for 50 that day, now in for 40, has some experience. If this horse wins, I won't be surprised. I just couldn't get excited about anything else. The 3 Climb and Maintain, sure, maybe that horse can run. First-time starter, taking a little bit of money on the board. But my strong opinion here was to be completely against the 2, but at 5-1 on the board, it seems that's not a very clever opinion. It seems like everyone's against the 2 Romancer. Steve Asmussen showing up at Indiana Grand with a horse that's basically even money is like Alabama showing up at Miami of Ohio and getting beat that day. It's just not a good look. I don't think this horse is going to run well. G, what do you think about the 5, Willie Has Heart, Willie Nelson, Hunch Play, Rock and Roll Night?
There you go, JK. A little hunch play there. I mean, if you're going to take even money on Cheyenne Wind, look, the horse figures on paper, but even money, I don't know. So you get Texas Red. Andy told you about some pedigree there, some back pedigree and stuff. And this kid, Mitch Merle, he's had a heck of a meet. Silently has won 15 races here. It hasn't been so silent. Hitting at 22%. We got a little action going on at the starting gate right now. It looks like the 5 horse a little bit restless as they're going in. But let's throw it up to Travis Stone for the first race here, guys.
So a slight delay, and we believe that is Mitch Murrell there standing up in the gate. We have a rider off the 4 as well, Martin Garcia on the second-time starter, Come Alone.
Must have heard that I picked him.
So that is delaying things, and the 4 is going to come out.
They definitely heard I picked him.
So late scratch here of one of the runners coming in from Indiana, who unfortunately was a price that you were making a case for. They'll back them all out, move that 4 off the board, and we'll have a slight delay here.
Yeah, well, listen, obviously the last thing they're going to ever do is let these horses run if there's any kind of issue, and so they're doing the right thing and scratching. And most important thing, protect the horses, protect the riders, protect the public.
All right, so while they'll sort things out and take that 4 off the board, let's wrap things up back at Belmont. Freedom Machine, Jose Lezcano, what an afternoon. What a return it has been from him since he was out from injury for 3 months. He's been sensational. Rides for Rick Schosberg here, owned by Bruce Lunsford, a 4-year-old filly by English Channel.
And feels like a deja vu from Thursday, right? You guys were just saying the exact same thing after the last race on Thursday. Another 4-win day for him. And can't say enough about how well he's riding. You got to be in the right horses, no question about it. But Jose Lezcano is making all of the right moves.
You know, that could actually be the shortest price of his 7 turf winners that we've seen during this streak for him. All right, so back to Churchill. And again, if you're just tuning in, the 4, a late scratch in this race. It is the 6 Cheyenne Win. A little bit because, first of all, there's not much form anywhere else. No one knows where else to go. This horse did get run down late. It says bobble to the start. This horse got a perfect break. And if it was a minor bobble, the horse broke very sharp and was in front early in that last race.
Listen, you've got 2 firsters that frankly aren't taking much money. So that's never a great sign. So that probably enhanced his chances. And the 2 that ran, the 1 and 1A, and the 3, they did no running. I'm still going to gamble it up a little with the first-time stars. I bet the 3 to win in box 3-5.
6 acting a little skittish here now. Cheyenne Win, the favorite, will be the last in line with Joe Rocco Jr. We're set. Let's go to Travis Stone to kick off this Downs After Dark card.
Waiting for Cheyenne Wind. Goes in. Ready for a start. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lieutenant Finn hustled hard for that inside post. Climb and Maintain comes up to grab second. Willie Has Heart is third. Romancer comes away fourth. Cheyenne Wind in the clear fifth at a break of 3 back to Livery Man. The trailer, 4 furlongs to go. Lieutenant Finn, fleet-footed up top, leads by 2. Climb and Maintain is on the chase from second. Willie Has Heart comes on 3 wide. Cheyenne Wind comes on 4 wide, while Romancer saves ground toward the rail, running a bit greenly as they move toward the top of the stretch. Lieutenant Finn, after that good beginning, it's the top of the stretch, 2 lengths in front. Cheyenne Wind rolls up with a wide sweep. Climb and Maintains between them. Willie Has Hearts back into 4th. Romancer 5th. 1 furlong to go. Lieutenant Finn has to dig down. Here comes Climb and Maintain to the front. Cheyenne Wind trying to close in as well. Willie Has Heart is there, but they're inside the final 16th. And Climb and Maintain has kicked clear. Climb and Maintain rambles home to win it by 3. Cheyenne Wind settles for second. It's tight for third. Willie Has Heart, Romancer, or Lieutenant Finn.
Race ripe for a new face, and a first-timer does get the win here for Kenny McPeak. Climb and Maintain.
It's interesting. This horse had been purchased for $40,000 despite absolutely no pedigree to speak of after working a very good-looking 10 flat at the 2-year-old sale. Really took no money in here, Greg, and honestly, watching the race, didn't he look good kind of the whole way around the track? Brian Hernandez giving his usual good ride, getting position, waiting patiently. He asked. The horse answered.
6-1, by the way. That was the second biggest price on the board. Favorite went off 3-5 late in this race.
I mean, I'll put it this way. There are better 3-5 shots that you can find than a horse like the 6, who's just not much horse, and you had 2 unknown quantities in the firsters in the 3 and 5. What an easy game this is. How do I ever lose?
I'd probably walk off now if I were you.
Time to go home.
Climb and Maintain kicks off this Saturday evening card at Churchill with a victory here at 6-1. While the prices set up the start of the early pick 4 in this second. When we come back, you're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Stay with us.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's going to go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Cash Call Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's going to do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Program is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We are underway at Churchill Downs And Andy Serling has not lost a race tonight under the Twin Spires.
Clearly better there than I am here, judging by the results. No, actually, do well in the ninth race. Yeah, congrats Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez. Brian Hernandez is such a good rider.
He is tremendous.
Such a good rider.
And a rider, too, who's so good, who doesn't get talked about a lot.
Well, he's never ridden in the biggest. I mean, Churchill Downs is a big circuit. I don't mean that. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't. But, I mean, we watch him, and it just feels like almost race after race, day after day, at one point we're saying another good ride by Brian Hernandez.
He always has them in great position.
Yeah, right.
His mounts.
Which is all you can ask for. And by the way, speaking of riders, great news. Exactly 2 weeks after the incident, Irad Ortiz, named on horses, is coming Thursday at Belmont Park.
Great news
four
to have him
mounts,
back. $15 winner to start off the card at Churchill. We move on to race number 2. So this kicks off the early pick 4, 30 maiden claiming race, 6.5 furlongs. And as the board reflects, this one's wide open. We're going to see the 5 Steely Danza actually click down significantly to, I believe, 6-5 for Greg Foley. Horse taking a big drop, has only been in straight maiden races to this point so far.
I'm going to try to beat this horse. I'm feeling it now.
With?
The 3 sponsored off the claim, the Run Happy, claim from our friend Mattress Mac, and the 4 Espionage for Mike Maker dropping down. Those are my 2 in race number 2. Should play doubles.
Espionage, I was intrigued by 2. Speed.
Right.
New gelding now. Second time late 6 for Maker with Santana. That one, 2-1 second choice right now.
Yeah, logic horse.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back when we return. Patrick O'Neill, part owner of Hot Rod Charlie and nephew of Doug O'Neill. He was mic'd up for the Belmont Stakes, and oh boy, did he have a lot to cheer about. We'll have that for you when we come back here on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Eclipse champion Blame. Among sires with less than 10 crops, he has more Grade 1 winners than any stallion standing under $100,000, including Grade 1 winners Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscon, and French Classic winner Singa, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and with yearlings bringing up to $400,000, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
I believe that! I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win!
Hi, I'm Patrick O'Neill. I'm a part member of Boat Racing LLC, and we're here with Hot Rod Charlie running in the 153rd Belmont Stakes. Dude, that was cool. Again, that was so cool.
Really cool. Oh, I can't wait to see how that turns out.
You just never know how those things are going to go.
Let's go, Tyler. Looking good, brother.
Go, Chuck! Let's 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 go, Chuck!
legs, and Hot Rod Charlie is hustled out there for the early lead.
Wire to wire, baby. Let's go, Chuck. Wire to wire, baby.
Essential Quality with a narrow lead. Hot Rod Charlie continues to battle on.
Come on, Chuck. 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 Come on, Chuck.
And he's showing his quality today. The champion 2-year-old has won the test of the champion. Hot Rod Charlie.
You ran huge. You ran huge. You can't complain about that because he ran his absolute heart out. You can't be more proud of that horse. We'll live to fight another day. We lost the battle. Hopefully win the war.
He did run huge. I think actually gained in defeat in that performance. Fastest opening quarter we've ever seen in that race, with Rock Your World never more than a half length behind him until he got into the stretch. Just a really courageous Chuck is the perfect name for it.
No, agreed. Just a sensational race, and really one of those Belmont Stakes that you'll remember. I'll remember that race forever. I mean, honestly, I was here for Affirmed and Alydar, and obviously that was a tremendous race and one of the greatest races ever with so much on the line. But non-Triple Crown races, not races that, I should say, races where there wasn't a horse involved that could have won the Triple Crown, I don't think I've ever seen a better 1-2 Belmont Stakes. Risen Star was incredible in winning the Belmont. Point Given ran so well in winning it. But two horses battling it out like that, what a great ending to the Triple Crown.
It's a different feeling, isn't it? I was here for American Pharoah when the drought ended. Amazing, but that was fun to watch that duel. Let's watch the whole thing again. Out of the gate, Rock Your World did not break sharp, and Hot Rod Charlie, the intent was to go to the front anyway, by any means necessary.
No question about it, Greg. I mean, it only helped a little that Rock Your World got left, but I don't know how much faster he could have gone. To go 22-3 the first quarter, and a lot of it around a turn, or some of it around a turn, just what a performance by Hot Rod Charlie. And Essential Quality, he just got a better trip. I'm not saying that Hot Rod Charlie had a terrible trip. He just set a quick pace. It moderated a little bit, but as it started to moderate, Essential Quality came into the race. Saying that Hot Rod Charlie may have run the best race is not a knock on Essential Quality. The fact that Hot Rod Charlie, he couldn't have run as well as he did if Essential Quality also didn't run a huge race. This was a huge performance by both horses.
Everything we wanted to see in this third and final leg of a Triple Crown, with spectators back in the seats. They were loud, too, as these two were coming down the stretch. And after this performance, and we'll talk about it more in a moment after we finish this race up, but it seems like Essential Quality is the clear-cut leader of this division.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, Ron Bauer obviously was Preakness win. If he were to go up in Travers and they met and he were to beat him, I think he becomes the leader at that point.
For Hot Rod Charlie, though, does it seem like he has to be on the lead to run his most effective race? Or he ran a very good Derby, too, where he wasn't in front, ran third. Horses weren't making up a lot of ground that day.
I agree. It was a merry-go-round race, so I don't hold it against him. I will say the two best races he ever ran were on the front end, but he's also run well without the lead. So I think it's a very fair question to ask, but we know he can run well. Can he win one of these races without the lead? That's the question that we don't really know, especially against this kind of competition. The idea that these two can settle it on the racetrack in Saratoga is something you can really, really look forward to, because we love seeing good horses run, but we love a rivalry as much, if not more, than anything in this game.
And at this point, as Essential Quality, the 2-year-old champ, comes up to Hot Rod Charlie, who's been tested, put in these insane fractions, you think, okay, his day's done. This race is over.
Mile and a half.
And then this show begins in the stretch.
I agree, Greg. Essential Quality could have gone and won by 4 lengths, and we have both said after the race, what a great gutsy effort for second. And you and I are watching, and I said to you right around this point, I think Hot Rod Charlie's going to come back and win this race, because Essential Quality had real trouble getting by him. He was so game. Essential Quality grinds it out. He ran a fabulous race to win. They left the others in their dust. I don't have enough. There's nothing more I can't say good about this race. I mean, even my friend Andy Beyer, who's sometimes a tough guy to impress, he was just, he went on Steve Bick's radio show this week and Steve said, I've never seen him so excited just to talk about this race. I mean, I think hardened racetrack people saw this race and were excited by the performances they saw from these two horses. What a great race and a great ending to a Triple Crown where there was so much negativity surrounding it. I think it ended on a note that gives so much optimism for the future.
First Triple Crown win for that young man, who was DQ'd out of a Kentucky Derby win for interference on maximum security a couple of years ago. He has gone through a lot in his young career, dedicated this win to his brother, who he lost back in 2014 Juan Saez. So this had to mean a lot for him, especially with that disappointment of that Derby, and now the first of what we all expect to be many victories like this for him to come for Luis Saez.
He's a sensational rider. Sometimes you kind of forget because there's so many great riders around here, but he's a consistently good rider, no question about it. Brad Cox was having a disaster of a day. I mean, his horses were, running poorly. He even talked to Maggie about it after the race, and I think he had to be a little concerned. The others may not have showed up, but Essential Quality showed up in a big way, and that's the thing about him. Yeah, he's a horse that works out good trips, but his running style enables it. But he's also a horse that shows up with a top effort every single time on the racetrack.
Yeah, we mentioned first for Saez, first for Brad Cox as well, and first in the Godolphin stable name. Of course, right. You mentioned to me earlier Bernardini winning the Preakness under a different banner for the Sheikh.
Well, I think that Bernardini, because he raced in the Darley silks, which you may remember, those maroon silks, I believe that he was the catalyst for all of these horses running in the Godolphin silks and not using Darley anymore, because I think they regretted that he ran in one of those big races wearing the Darley silks afterwards, so they all went to Godolphin.
So a Preakness, a Belmont, the one they really want, though. That's the one that's still out there and waiting to get that Kentucky Derby for Godolphin.
Well, they didn't win the Derby, but they won the Belmont, and they won it with a very good horse.
And circle your calendars again, August 28th. Hopefully that is going to be the rematch, but whoever shows up, it's going to be tremendous. It always is. That is the date of the Travers this summer at Saratoga.
And the Essential Quality is planning to run the Jim Dandy as well, so that's exciting as well. Looking forward to seeing him, and don't want to hurry to get to Saratoga. Still got some great racing for the next 4 or so weeks here, but obviously a big summer awaits.
Race 2 at Churchill. It's a $30,000 maiden claiming sprint. They will travel 6.5 furlongs. 8-5 on Steely Danza in here, who again dropping in for a claiming tag for the first time in his career, moving to Greg Foley's barn. I thought the 6 had a big shot too.
I wasn't sure what to do with him dropping. If you watched the last race, First Time Stars ran 1, 2, 3 in there. This winner came back and ran at Belmont, albeit going longer, and did not run well. We'll see. I wouldn't say he's impossible. I picked the race 3, 4, 5, 6. I was going to bet the 3 to win in box 3, 4.
There is the 6. That's title shot. Wayne Catalano with a 3-year-old son of Union Rags. Make it start number 3. Dropped from straight maiden to maiden 50, now into maiden 30 for start number 3.
Also did have a claim voided in the last race, for what it's worth. I mean, I don't know the circumstances, and I wish those voided claims, it was more than just, veterinarian reason. I'd like to know why the horse had it voided, but he is back in, about 6 or 7 weeks, so for whatever it's worth.
Wayne Catalano, who trains this 6. I know we're going to be off the air at this time. Later tonight, though, this late pick 5 sequence is really tough. It's going to be a lot of fun, though. And Catalano, he's got a horse named Malloy, who looks like a contender at a big price in a very competitive 8th that is part of that sequence. There's a look at the 3. So here's Sponsored. Just claimed out of that debut off Mattress Mac, James McInvale. And start number 2, going to be, again, at this 30 maiden claiming level. The debut was at Keeneland.
Yeah, and watching that race, he broke a step slow, kind of dropped well back in there and was wide in the backstretch, wide on the turn, lugged in a bit in the stretch, but I thought he sneakily did enough running in that race that maybe he'd be interested in the new barn for his second race.
Lasix blinkers for start number 2.
Yeah, Lasix, as you say, in the second start. I just thought his kind of horse could improve. And the truth is, from a buyer speed figure standpoint, he ran a figure that fits in the race anyway. It's not like he comes out of a slow race.
The one who figures to be in front, I would say it's the 4, Espionage. Completely packed it in that debut, though. Caved the comment line, and really that's all you can say. Is it gelding now for start number 2? And does take a big drop for one of the sharpest claiming barns we have in the country, Mike Maker.
Yeah, and looking it up for what it's worth, maiden special weight to maiden claimer on the dirt in their second start. Mike Maker 7 for 32, $1.99 ROI, so he's firing fairly well. In sprints, he's 6 for 25 with a 238 ROI, so those are pretty strong numbers.
Did you look way ahead in this card tonight?
No, I did not.
Well, there's a horse that does intrigue me that I wanted to. So maybe later in the show you can tell me about it. It's for Chad Brown, Smith's Point, in the last who it was a bizarre race, if you can look at it later.
I'll get the PPs up on my phone. In
Slow
just a
in a
moment.
stride. The horse was just left for dead and just made up a ton of ground late against a horse named Portilla, who is going to be in that really tough race I was talking about later tonight, that 8th at Churchill that's so competitive.
Okay, I'm taking a look at the
But
race
it was
now.
it was an interesting run, to say the least.
Okay.
Here comes our post parade for the 2nd at Churchill. We're going to kick things off with Mega Charlie. Blinkers will come off after a one-race experiment with them at 50,000, drops back in for 30.
To be fair, this horse ran competitive figures in the first 2 starts and then caught a wet sealed track last time out, and maybe that's the reason the horse ran as poorly as he did. If he gets back the first 2 races, he's far from out of it.
Sponsored, claimed off of Laura Waller's and Mattress Mac.
Thought an interesting horse that fits in this race off the claim, getting Lasix.
Run Happy making start number 2. The 4 Espionage, the speed of the field, likely.
I mean, this horse has to be clear. This horse was involved in a very quick pace last time for this level.
9-5 favorite, Steely Danza, first time in for a tag start number 6.
Listen, trainer switch, not that, comes from a good barn, goes to a very good barn, drops to a maiden claim first time, logical.
Faced Mystic Guide in a maiden race.
He's
Here's
pretty
the
good.
6. Title Shot was a favorite last start for 50.
Yeah, and obviously ran well enough to be a competitor in here. I prefer others, but not out of it.
Are you happy? 8-1.
I think everybody in the show is happy today. He's going to probably have to improve a little bit. Let me ask you a question about the 5 Steely Danza, the favorite. Does it bother you this horse is coming off a 7-month layoff and making this drop and ran so poorly last time out? The intangibles, I mean, I'm not saying, I don't know where they're supposed to run this horse, but the intangibles are not great.
I would
the
agree with
layoff
that.
and drop
I would
down.
agree with that.
Yeah, that bothers me a little.
And, yeah, maybe a play against is what I'm hearing from Andy Serling. Let's go to Jonathan for more here on race 2.
Yeah, fellas, the market mover is going to be the 4 Espionage. Is 5-2 on the board now, but is favored in the double. So I would expect the market to continue to move in that direction. The early doubles, one you can typically trust at Churchill. Big enough pool that no funny business typically happens in there. So I think the 4 Espionage will end up being the favorite. This horse has a lot of early speed, and I like that typically maiden special weight. Speed and fade, drop to maiden claimers. Sometimes when they're fading, they don't have as good of horses chasing after them, and they can stick around. It's all about who's behind you. If you want to bet this Twin Spires market mover or any other horse in this race, go to twinspires.com. I actually like the 5, especially the 5 likely turning into the second choice in here. This horse ran so good on debut. Ran into Digital, who flopped around a little bit in some stakes company. This horse was extremely fast early, has a ton of early speed. The 4 races as a 3-year-old, early part of the 3-year-old, the spring, those first 4 races, all 4 of those races demolished this field. Now, I completely get the point that Andy brings up. How do you handle a horse like this who's coming in off such a long break? It doesn't seem like it's a great sign, but I think that when you start dropping horses that don't seem like a great sign, that's an opportunity to try to get one past. People are probably always, people that are out there thinking about claiming are probably a little bit concerned. Why has this horse been off so long? What's the deal? Why are they dropping this horse that showed some talent? And I think maybe they could try to sneak one by. I like the 4 and the 5 the most in here, but I will say that the best name horse in here is the 3, Sponsored. I mean, Run Happy, our friend Mattress Mac, very well named horse. G, what do you like in this spot?
Well, I'm liking Espionage, the 4 horse, for 2 reasons. He's gelded since his last race. I like that. And he looked great when he walked over here in front of the grandstand. He looked great when he came back out on the racetrack. And then the 3 horse Sponsored. He was gelded and he gets Lasix for the first time today. Blinkers are going on. And listen, guys, this horse completely misbehaved in the paddock in his first race at Keeneland. He misbehaved on the racetrack. When he came out on the racetrack today with the pony, he was behaving himself. He looked like he was very, very focused. And as you can see him, the pictures they're showing of him there, he looks like he's nice and settled in. He didn't show any speed last time out. He's come back. He's worked well at the training center down there in Keeneland for his young trainer, Kyle Kumari. and I'm liking what I'm seeing out there on the racetrack. So the 3 and the 4, they've had the ultimate change of being first-time geldings today. Looking for them to step up. I like the market mover, but I like the 3 horse at 5-1 as well. Guys?
Gary, Jonathan, thank you guys. Things evening out a little bit here on the board. The 5 and the 4, they're both at 2-1, and Title Shot not that far behind at 7-2.
Yeah. I mean, I think as Jonathan was pointing out, looking at the doubles, that by post-time Espionage will be the favorite. The doubles are paying sensationally well. Even that one is the favorite is $49, and it will be under 2-1 in all likelihood. No surprise, he will be. I'm going to stick with my guy Sponsored, but I won't be surprised by any of the 3, 4, 5, and 6 winning.
Now those turquoise yellow diamond silks of 3 Diamonds Farm we see win a lot on this show here. That's Espionage, Ricardo Santana Jr., horse who's going to be in front, and a lot of runners in this field who have not shown the ability to be able to make up ground on runners. And now that horse becomes the 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is fast, right? I mean, something will have to happen at the gate for Espionage to not be in front in this race. And keep in mind, while he's dropping down into a maiden claiming race, this is a horse that was purchased as a 2-year-old for $30,000. Now, obviously, they have a year into him, but it's not like he was some horse that was purchased for a couple $100,000. He's not a horse they have that much money into.
8-5 now. Looks like they've public settled on the 4 as the favorite. Pick 4. Again, it starts here. We had an upset to start our card with a first-time starter Climb and Mountain. Later tonight, we're going to be off the air, but the Grade 3 Mint Julep, the feature on this card at 10:11 Eastern time tonight, where Juliet Foxtrot going to try and do her thing again on the front end, coming off that Grade 1 win in the Jenny Wiley.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, good luck
looks
to beating
unbeatable.
her. I mean, she looks 2-5 on paper in that race. You rarely see in turf races. I mean, she's the controlling speed, and she's better than everybody. That's a pretty good combo.
Travis Stone will send it out to him with the call. Here's the start of the Pick 4 with race 2 from Churchill.
Waiting for Are You Happy? They're in the gate. And they're off. Steely Denza breaks alertly. Espionage comes on. Here's Espionage up to grab the lead from Steely Denza, but these two have sped off together. They've opened up by 3. Mega Charlie comes on to grab 3rd. Title Shot is racing 4th. Are You Happy away 5th. And at the back early is Sponsored. Down the backstretch run. Espionage and Steely Denza try and back down that pace. And with that, Title Shot sneaks up on the outside to grab 3rd. Are You Happy joins them. And now there's 4 across the track heading for the far turn. Mega Charlie with a cozy spot saving ground 5th, and Sponsored is at the back, so round the far turn. Espionage holding on to a narrow lead with 3 furlongs to go. Steely Danza sticking with Espionage. They round the turn together. Title Shots under pressure back in 3rd now. 4th is Are You Happy moves up 1 spot. Mega Charlie is flattened out. Sponsored switches outside. Off the turn into the stretch. Espionage still in front. Steely Danza's been hounding every step of the way and is fighting on outside. 1 furlong to go. Espionage short lead. Steely Danza digs down outside. Steely Danza trying to get by Espionage. Espionage holding on. Steely Danza won't back down as a tough customer. Espionage and Steely Danza. It's going to be tight. Photo. Good bob for Espionage. I think he might have got it. Steely Danza right there. Sponsored and Title Shot.
Espionage does get the win. I don't think the 5 ever put a nose in front. This is a good battle down the stretch,
No,
though.
I agree. I agree with you. It felt like he might get to him, but he just couldn't quite get there. And the rest of them were far behind. My 3 Sponsor wasn't winning anyway, but you can't get left in races like this and win. But it didn't matter. He was winning, and he wasn't splitting these 2, though he may have sucked up for 3rd. Now, I will say that the 4 drifted a little bit. Is there any possibility there was any
Okay, we'll see if we get a head-on look.
Probably nothing. That's a side-on look.
Yeah,
right
there's
there,
a little bit for sure.
He does. He came out a little bit. I wonder
Very
if they'll look
minor.
at this. Feels minor when we saw it, but now seeing the head-on, you never know.
Front continues to be a great place to be at Churchill Downs. Gary's Espionage looks to go gate to wire here.
Yeah, I haven't seen the head-on yet either, but Andy, to me, that was race riding at its best. I love seeing that. He floated the horse out, got him running again, put his focus on the 5 horse, and he fought tough, Espionage, but I didn't see any harm there. He did float out to him. I don't think there was any contact. If there was, it was ever so slight, but to me, that was race riding 101 right there, buddy.
I tend to agree with Gary there. I mean, neither one of us has seen the head-on, but it does seem like he came out and he made it close. And as Gary said, I think if anything, they probably kissed.
Well, just from that, a couple of taps from Ricardo Santana Jr. before they even come together forced the 5 to move out a little bit, sort of react to that, and then they did come together. But looks like so far to this point, yeah, it's going to hold. And if it was, from what we could tell anyway, from that sort of side view, it was minor. 4, 5, 3, 6. Espionage, Ricardo Santana Jr., the speed of the field. Speed carries here in the second on the card. Well, the prices set up race 3 when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
The Run Happies keep winning. What a day at Belmont Park when a pair of Run Happies crushed the competition. TDN Rising Star Following Sea delivered yet another emphatic performance, sailing down the stretch to win by 6.5 lengths. Then 2-year-old filly Happy Soul soared to victory, winning the Astoria Stakes by a whopping 11.5 lengths. Price for success of just $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare to Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Wagering on the Twin Spires app is fast and easy, and new players can take advantage of our $200 sign-up offer right now. Simply use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today, where you can bet on Churchill Downs as well as the best racing from around the globe. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available in the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Bally Sports, Southern California. Good to have you with us on this Saturday evening here out on the East Coast. Second at Churchill in the books, and it was as easy as finding the speed of the race with Espionage here, who's able to hold off the other class dropper in the field, Steely Danza.
Yeah, nice stretch battle between these two horses. If there was any contact, then it was minor. If there was any, just as Gary said, seemed like good race riding, a nice stretch duel, but the 5, just Steely Danza, could not get by. Congrats to my friend Kirk Wyckoff and his 3 Diamonds Farm.
Did the horse get claimed? That's the question. $5.80 for the win. Son of Into Mischief, gelding by Into Mischief, out of the Harlington mare Harlington's Rose, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm. 4, 5, 3 in the second. Third race, 1-turn mile coming up. It's a condition $20,000 claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who have never won 3 or who are 3-year-olds. Tom Amos, he has Bodie Meister win in this spot, coming off a disappointing performance. Gets a little tougher condition. Will drop down here from 40 condition to 20. And Jimmy Graham will ride. Well, it's been a career of putting together a tremendous amount of wins and a win percentage that rank among the truly elite in the history of this sport. But still missing for trainer Tom Amoss was that signature win on horse racing's grandest stage. That win finally came on Oaks Day. Here's another edition of My Favorite Race.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's going to take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm going to win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Amoss Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
I love that shot, and there is Tom and his wife Colleen of him holding up that Oaks trophy. So well-deserved for one of the best trainers in this game, and Serengeti Empress was just a star. We saw it again in the Ballerina last summer at Saratoga.
No, I agree. Obviously, Tom, who does work with us, but he is an incredible trainer that one the best win percentage of any trainer in history with over 3,000 wins. And the amazing thing with Serengeti Empress is she won the Kentucky Oaks. She ran very well in some other route races, but she really was a sprinter. And she showed that in her 4-year-old season when there were more prestigious races for her to run, but also as a 3-year-old when she ran so well behind the 3-year-old sprint champion Kofefi in that test, which was really a tremendous horse race. Kofefi was an exceptional racehorse. But you look at Serengeti Empress's races, the Ballerina, that race that she lost by a nose at Keeneland, she's a brilliant horse with speed and stamina.
She had it was a time when Kofefi won the race, by the way. The inside was not the place to be.
Better off outside, for sure.
And Serengeti Empress was drawn inside. Yep. Had it been reversed, could have been a different outcome.
No,
and then she got the rail again the next year. The Ballerina didn't break well. Rushed up through insanely fast fractions and still was able to hold off a very good filly coming at her. That performance was one of the great races we saw last year.
No, I agree. The only thing that you felt bad about was there weren't fans in the stands to enjoy it, because it was about as joyous a race, the Ballerina, as you can imagine, especially for all of us that are friends with Tom, we work with Tom, and to win a big race like that, but also, as you say, to win it while running such an exceptional race. I mean, obviously winning a Grade 1 is an incredible achievement, but to win it while running as well as she did, it was a great racetrack moment. It truly was.
It was. Well, Tom's going to have Bodie Meister win the 2 in this third race here coming up. He'll have Jimmy Graham aboard. And we're going to look back at Delta Downs. This was 2 starts back, April 12th, and a win for an allowance non-winners at 2 lifetime condition going 7/8.
Yeah, and getting the job done for Tom, I think the question you have to ask is, will she be able to duplicate that form here? I thought she ran well enough in her last race, and I tell you, she does drop a lot here for Tom Amoss, but I'll give you some stats. How about this? Tom Amoss, 50% drop in claiming price on the dirt. At Churchill Downs, he's 7 for 18 39% with a 348 ROI. So he drops with a purpose at Churchill, and they win at decent prices.
And by the way, he's winning at 32% at this current meet.
He's having an incredible meet. He had I believe his 11th win of the meet Thursday or Friday. The races day sort of blend into one, but no, and the interesting thing is they're winning. He's got 11 wins, I believe, in 2 seconds and 2/3. So it seems like anytime Tom has a live horse, the horse is not only showing up, it's winning.
You got another dropper as well that he's going to have to deal with, Tom's horse in here. Something natural for one of the best claiming trainers in the game as well, Robertino Diodoro.
Agreed, but his numbers on the drop aren't as good as Tom's, for what it's worth.
5-2 on that. Oh, actually 2-1 favorite on that horse. Bodemeister win for Tom, by the way, 9-2. Beautiful Saturday evening in Louisville under the Twin Spires. We have the third coming up next. We'll have the post parade when we come back on the home of racing from Churchill Downs here on Fox Sports.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front.
McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2.
It's McKenzie in a dominant performance, pure class in the Malibu.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We are back on America's Day of the Races. Good to have you with us on this Saturday evening. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you. Gary Stevens live at Churchill Downs, and Jonathan Kinchin on remote assignment somewhere in Texas.
Yeah, I think he's traveling around trying to evade the authorities. He's in a van somewhere.
We're 33 days away from the beginning of the Saratoga meet, but we still got a lot left to decide here at Belmont until that time, including the Grade 2 Mother Goose on Saturday, June 26th, the Suburban on July 3rd, that tremendous weekend, of course, on Sunday, July 4th, John A. Nehru, the Manila, the Dwyer on the 5th on that Monday.
Grand Couturier, multiple Grade 1 stakes winner.
And the Belmont Derby and Oaks in that Turf Triple Series that returns on July the 10th. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, because not being able to ship to California, Raging Bull, a Grade 1, a multiple Grade 1 winner, will be running in the poker. I saw Alexandra. They're planning on stretching her out to a mile, so that poker is going to come up particularly strong. You mentioned the Wild Applause and got a 5-minute dissertation on her, one of my favorite racehorses. The Suburban looks like it could be a matchup of Happy Saver and Mystic Guide.
Oh, wow.
So that would be a tremendous matchup before we head up Saratoga. I know that Todd said Happy Saver's pointing to it. Mystic Guide, last I heard, was hoping to come. So that and
leader of that older horse division right now, Dubai World Cup winner.
Yeah, and there's Stars and Stripes with the Colts and the Fillies going for big money here at a mile and a quarter, a couple of Grade 1s. Some excellent racing at Belmont Park before we come to Saratoga. Come visit us.
Yeah, absolutely. Next Sunday, right? Usually one of the, aside from Belmont Stakes Day,
Yeah.
One of the biggest days of the entire year, right?
Father's Day here is, we always get a great crowd and coming out on Father's Day. It's the day I hope the weather is good the most besides Belmont Stakes at Belmont, because we get a great crowd for that. And looks like the weather is going to be good for Sunday, so we'll see you on Father's Day, if not before.
Sounds good. Let's get back to Churchill. Third coming up here. And again, a look at the current odds. It's Running Ray, the 3, the 7-something natural. They're both on the board at 5-2. Tom Amos' horse, Bodemeister, win the 2 at 9-2 with that great stat you mentioned dropping down. Here's the favorite, though, for Robertino Diodoro, and this horse was in a Group 3 in that Canadian Derby, the end of his 3-year-old campaign. He missed by a neck running second.
It's still a wound that hurts, Greg.
Did you bet this
Canadian Derby? It's a family tradition. We had the whole family at the Century Mile every year for the Canadian Derby. You never miss it. What's wrong? You don't go to the Century Mile? This is very disappointing for you, Greg. Got beat a neck in the Canadian Derby, a Group 3, a Grade 3. By the way, that's the Canadian Grade 3s. I think this horse is the horse to beat, but gotta tell you, a little disappointed in the return race. But at the end of the day, the horse was 10-1 that day. Drops down, seems logical. Interesting. This horse comes back in 13 days, whereas Running Ray, who's the co-favorite, in my opinion, the other main horse in here, he comes back in 9 months.
This horse had big ability. At end of his 2-year-old, beginning of his 3-year-old campaign, looked like he could be a very serious racehorse. Hasn't panned out, but wow, against this level, he looks like he's going to be tough.
Yeah, I thought it was mostly between the 3 and 7 with Tom Amos' horse, Bodemeister, win. I want to see him run as well here as he ran at Delta Downs, but he didn't run badly in his last start. He comes out of the same race, Bodemeister win, that Something Natural does. He did finish 5 1/4 lengths behind that one for what it's worth.
Language barrier, just claimed by Eric Foster. Rafael Bejarano will be aboard. And coming off a win, that was for easier $10,000 winners at 2 lifetime. But it was at Churchill, at a mile, and the horse behind him came back and won his next.
He did. This looks like a much tougher spot. Now, in fairness to him, he improved from all of his prior starts significantly to win last time. So you have to ask yourself, was last time the time, right? Or is this a horse that's moving forward and maybe was a shrewd claim? We'll see. I don't know anything about this trainer, but his numbers so far at this year are okay. He's 6 for 44, so he's winning some races.
5-1, great crowd on hand out in Louisville for this Saturday evening card. And there's the one we were just talking about, that 4, who will have Rafael Bejarano aboard. Yeah, this horse said the best number he had run was the 3rd start of his career at Churchill, by the way. He ran a 59 buyer, but a big jump up to that 70 buyer, getting that 2nd win of his career. So he's 2 for 3 at Churchill.
He has run his best races here. I still think he has to improve in his last race. This is obviously, that was a $10,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime. This is a $20,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime or 3-year-olds, and he's a 3-year-old. He fits both conditions. But listen, I'm not going to fall out of my chair if he takes a step forward.
Meanwhile, this 7, we talked about some of that back class when they expected better things from him. He faced Necker Island, who wound up going to the Kentucky Derby. He didn't run great in that race. He's 2nd to Wells Bayou in an allowance optional 80 race. He won an allowance optional claiming race at Oaklawn for $80,000, February of last year. But then things sort of went on the decline. He was 3rd in the Rushaway as well in synthetic.
No, I agree. Listen, he's won $125,000 and his $125,000 in his life. He is who he is right now, and he's dropping down, and he certainly makes a lot of sense in here. I don't have any strong opinions against the 2 favorites. If Running Ray wasn't coming off his layoff, though decent enough numbers for Joe Sharp off 6+ month layoffs, that's a concern for me, but I think he may be the one to beat.
Too bad, so sad. 2nd off the claim from Michael Ewing.
He is going to have to improve immeasurably. But stretching on the dirt, this trainer is 6 for 18 with 10 hitting the board and a 321 ROI.
And he could be in front stretching out. Here's the 2 Bodemeister win for Tom Amos.
Yeah, listen, Tom is always dangerous. He'll look to have Jimmy Graham have this horse be forward. He just doesn't have that much speed.
Adam Beschizza on a 5-year-old making his 2021 debut.
This is the one that should be in front in this race off the layoff, and he is my top choice.
Language barrier. 5-1.
Well, as we talked about before, ran his best race last time, but must improve.
Major Attraction just ran 2nd for 16 condition claiming at Indiana.
Yeah, he's coming out of a good barn 2 back. We'll see if he can build in his last.
See the Pyramids? 8-1. Can you make a case?
I'd like to see the Pyramids. Otherwise, his best race makes him a little slow.
Last time he was On a fast main track at Churchill, he did win. It was an easier spot. And then Something Natural on the outside, 2-1.
Yeah, dropping down far and away the lowest level he's ever run at for a top trainer. The Teodoro barn hasn't run that many horses here. I noticed that he has a horse here on Thursday. I don't feel like he's run a horse yet at the meet. Am I wrong, Teodoro? And he doesn't have a horse on Thursday, so I'm already wrong. Good call.
You want to play this third at Churchill? You can do so with Twin Spires. Download the app or go to twinspires.com.
Maybe it's tomorrow.
Okay, there we go.
Probably not.
Code to use at sign up, get to 100. And take advantage of that $200 new player program right away. Thoughts on this third from Churchill? Let's check in with Jonathan.
Yeah, I like the 7, something natural. Excuse me, I was going to say something unusual. I don't know why, but something natural to the outside. This horse ran for 40 last time, lost a lot of ground, was wide around there, second off a layoff, now drops for 20. There's a lot of things that point in the direction of this horse running well. Didn't run bad on the comeback race last time at Churchill. Like I mentioned, you expect horses to improve second off of a break, and this horse lost a lot of ground that day, and he's facing easier. 2-1 on the board works for me with a horse like this, but I do think there's some other horses that are interesting, and one of them that I'll talk about is the 6, See the Pyramids. Now, look, I'm just trying to tell a tale here. I'm trying to come up with a price, and what you do is sometimes just kind of put yourself in the place of the owner or the trainer and try to understand what they're thinking. If you look 4 races back at See the Pyramids, they claimed this horse for $10,000. The horse has run 3 times since and has not run very good at all. Now, you could say that someone's being stubborn, but I'm going to guess that maybe, just maybe, this horse has shown some talent. They're trying to figure something out, and that's why they're sticking with this horse at the $20,000 level. And now, look, it could be a tall tale, but at 8-1, it's okay to try to figure situations like this out. But, I didn't love the 3, but I heard you're a little bit interested with the 3 Running Ray. Tell me why.
Well, I like the 3 just because of the way this track has been playing the last couple of days. It's loving speed right now. Running Ray looks like the speed in here, like the post position down inside short field. I like everything about it. I think he clears early on. Adam Biscuit's aboard. The horse is fresh for Joe Sharp, a sharp trainer in that. And also Bodemeister win. Listen, Tom Amos's horses always look great. He looked great walking into the paddock, looked great out on the racetrack. Bodemeister win. Don't like him being down inside of that speed. I think he may get shuffled just a little bit, a little further back than he may want to be with Jimmy Graham. I know Jimmy's going to be aggressive. He always is aggressive for Tom Amos, but I'm liking Running Ray right now, guys.
So 2-1, second choice, Running Ray. Wow, that was quick fractions and fresh off the bench. You would think he's going to be very quick out of the gate here today.
And I'll give you some numbers, 180 days plus, 6 months plus, basically, on the dirt. Joe Sharp over the last 5 years is 11 for 56, 20%, $1.80 ROI, which is very solid. And, in fact, in claiming races, I believe, I'm sorry. I thought it was claimers. You know what? I have another stat, but I'm not sure if it's sprints or claimers or routes or whatever. Sorry.
It's okay.
Something he's 5 for 18 with a 425.
So, and look, I think most people playing this horse, too, because – oh, you have it?
No, go ahead.
Oh. This 3 is going to be quick, probably going to be in front. But with the 1 stretching out, has the rail, kind of has to go, right?
Yeah, he can go, but I don't know if he's fast enough. We'll see. I don't know if he's fast enough to run with this horse, but it's always possible. I'm not going to be surprised. What I want to say is that his claim was voided when he was laid up for 9 months. But they could also run him for $20,000 like they did last time and lose him. And they're using the claiming waiver, which suggests they don't really want to lose him.
Yeah.
And now I know they put 9 months into him and all those things, but if they want to lose him, they'd run him for 20, right? So I think that's a positive sign.
Meanwhile, the 8-5 favorite, Public settling on Diodoro's dropper, Something Natural, 4-year-old son of violence, that will have David Cohen aboard. We're going to have more on David Cohen coming up later on in the show. Third from Churchill, 1-turn mile coming up. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Language Barrier squeezed back just a bit soon after the start. Runnin' Ray's racing for the lead. Bodemeister Wind is backed out of there. See the Pyramids comes on, and Something Natural joins them from the outside. Runnin' Ray, See the Pyramids, and Something Natural. The three of them is scrimmaging for the early lead. Bodemeister Wind is in behind while fourth. Major Attraction comes away fifth. Language Barrier backs off the pace into sixth. The trailer is Too Bad, So Sad. Backstretch run, and it's Runnin' Ray rolling along up top. Leads by 3/4 of a length with 5 furlongs remaining. Something Natural's prompting from second. The pace is sharp enough, 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. Bodemeister Wind is cruising along while inside in third. Major Attraction racing up into fourth. See the Pyramids backs off between them. Now fifth. Language Barrier sixth, and Too Bad So Sad still trails. Round the far turn, Runnin' Ray with 3 furlongs to go, short lead. Something Natural's been hounding every step of the way. The halfway point in 46 2/5 seconds, coming for the top of the stretch, and Runnin' Ray opens up. Runnin' Ray by the quarter pole in front by 2.5 now. Something Natural left behind in second. Bodemeister Wind is leaning on the rail in third. Major Attraction is fourth. See the Pyramids trying to come on late. There's 1 furlong to go, and Runnin' Ray is rolling through the stretch. Runnin' Ray is opened up by 8, by 9, by 10. Runnin' Ray, sharp in victory, cruises home to win it by 10 lengths in the end. Something Natural second. See the Pyramids was third, and Too Bad So Sad from last rallied for fourth.
That, again, evidence of what speed could do. It could just break the spirit of everyone behind you.
He was so good, he overcame both me and Gary to get the win here. And I'm going to say he was ready to win off the layoff, and there was a reason they ran him for a claiming waiver, Greg.
Yes, good call. 2-1 here. Back-to-back races. We've seen the front runner go gate to wire. Last race, it was that speedster holding off Steely Danza. And this time, it's the horse just running away with it.
It seems, for the most part, in watching Churchill, and I haven't dug down deep enough to say, but it just seems like, and I think you'll agree, speed has been good throughout the meet for the most part of the dirt at Churchill. Seem like the case?
Absolutely. 2-1 here on Runnin' Ray. Something Natural was fairly close to him early on, and obviously nowhere late. This horse putting a ton of separation on the rest of the field. 3, 7, 6, 1 here in the third from Churchill. Out of Beskiza, Joe Sharp. Wayne Sanders, Larry Hirsch winning connections with his 5-year-old gelding by Street Sense. We're going to take a break, prices, and we'll set up the fourth when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is the best way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post every Saturday and Sunday, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Runnin' Ray had his running shoes on. He put this field away in the stretch, created a ton of separation, and looked like he was 1-5 the way he won.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see him running in a $20,000 claiming race the next time he runs, as he was able to get in here using the waiver rule because he ran for 20 last time and he was coming off that 6-month-plus layoff. But this was an absolute joke. He made his 2-to-1 odds look like a significant overlay.
134-3, the final time for the one-turn mile. And keep in mind, this was off a significant layoff, too. This is the first start of his 5-year-old campaign.
This was, I mean, I don't know if anyone else showed up, but this was some performance. Buried this field.
Joe Sharp, well done getting this horse ready to roll off the bench. 3-7-6. That $2 trifecta, $165. We have a pick 5 coming up next. The first of 2 pick 5s that remain on the card. This 4th race next is going to be a mile on the turf. $75,000 maiden claiming group. And as the board reflects, it is wide open. This is a tough first leg to start it off.
Yeah, I mean, I think Flauto, the 5, is very much the horse to beat. The 8 Bonkers will take some money for Mike Maker. He's had his share of chance, I guess not impossible. A little bit of integrity, a little bit of pedigree for the inside 2 runners, Satin Rose and Legendary Gift. I would use them as well.
All right, we'll talk more on that. We have Jonathan, I believe, giving us a ticket a little bit later on as well, so we'll have that before we kick off that sequence. We're going to talk a little Sunday.
All right, I'm ready. I'm excited about tomorrow's card. Tomorrow's card's good, by the way. A lot of interesting races in the card.
This is 3rd on the card tomorrow. Look at the field that will line up. Mile 16th on the inner turf. Entry-level allowance. And worth a shot. Ratio to pause for Barry Schwartz. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Coming off a win and moving to the DePaz barn. 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 4 tries in the Belmont turf.
Right, now, you are talking about a horse going a mile and 16th, coming off of nearly a year layoff. Obviously beat a very good horse in Rinaldi last time out. Rinaldi's gone on and done some terrific things with the New York breds, including stake wins, and he had a very good second at Aqueduct recently in a stake. I don't love the layoff. DePaz's numbers and turf routes are not great off of layoffs. And there's also plenty of other horses with speed, particularly the 10 Yes and Yes. So I'm kind of against him in this race. Not impossible, but I prefer the 7 Mo Faith and the 1 Lonesome Fugitive.
Now look at Mo Faith here. Rosario will be aboard for Kelly Breen. This horse 2 for 2. This will be his 3rd different pilot aboard.
Yeah, the horse that finished 3rd in here, which actually looked like a second, who looked like a winner. He came back, the horse coming at the rail, came back to win easily from Staff Clement before not running as well at a mile and a quarter yesterday. He's lightly raced. I think he has a lot of room to improve. And even though he wired the field last time, he won his first race rating. And I thought he was the one that had real upside in this race. I think the logical one that, in my opinion, will probably end up being favored, though it's close. The 1 Lonesome Fugitive for Chad Brown, 2nd off a layoff, seems to get some speed in this race more than last time. We got a lot of speed last time. I've never liked this horse. And I think he's a Chad Brown horse that's had his share of chances. And the other thing is, his best race was on a yielding turf course. I'm not sure the firmer courses are necessarily to his liking as much as a yielding course.
Interesting you bring that up. Remember that. More on that concerning the card tonight at Churchill in a moment. Pick 6, there's a carryover tomorrow. Or no, there's not. It got hit. Sorry. It begins at the 4th, though, for what it's worth. 8th race we're going to look ahead to. I was so looking forward to the Pick 6 carryover.
I know.
No,
clearly.
Jose Lezcano did not allow that to happen. 8th race, mile and 16th on the inner turf. Allowance optional claiming field, race 8. And on the rail, guess who?
Yeah, I mean, I know these are low-profile connections. I mean, this horse to me just looks like way the horse to beat.
Jose
You've got
Lezcano
the
rides, by
main
the way.
speed on the inner turf course. Lost to Regal Glory in this race, who frankly ran a huge race in her subsequent start in just a game last week after blowing the brake. She could have been very close to finishing that race if she hadn't lost the brake. And this horse was gamely running the wire. Lost to Harvey's Little Goyle in her last start. She's just run exceptionally well since being claimed by these connections, and I think she's the horse to beat.
Yeah, and by the way, speed from the rail on a setup on the inner turf at a mile and 16th that gives a tremendous advantage to speed.
I completely agree. And the other thing is, Her main competition in here, La Dragon T and possibly California T, they're horses that probably are best going much farther. This horse ran 7 furlongs in her debut, but after that she's gone 1 mile and 7/16, a mile and 7 a couple of times. And I'm going to tell you something, I think this horse is completely and totally dressed up. I don't think she was running against the best field in this race, but also she was allowed to absolutely loaf on the lead, going 1.25 miles. I picked her third, La Dragon T, but I am not a big fan of her chances in this race tomorrow. Dangerous connections, but I don't know. And California Queen, who's the morning line favorite, not sure she'll be favored or not. Yeah, she's got big figures. She didn't do any running, and Chad Brown's running her at 1.5 miles, 1.5 miles 16. She's running 1.75 miles overseas. 1 mile and 16th in a race where the horse to beat is the main speed? Okay, not for me, but I guess it's possible.
Meanwhile, Bill Mott is going to send out Kissing Frogs. Junior Alvarado will be aboard. Put together back-to-back wins at Gulfstream. That was a while ago.
Bill Mott's having a great year. He had a huge meet at Gulfstream. His horse doing well. He ran at least a very good-looking first-time starter at 25-1 earlier today. This is a tough race for me to gauge because the figure was very good. I don't think the competition was as good. This is actually the maiden. This is a win 3-back, I think. I'm doing the last turf race really well. Last time this was a no chance to 1.25 miles, chased a pace that collapsed, et cetera, et cetera. I think Kissing Frogs is dangerous in this race, and I think is actually my second choice. But I like the horse on the rail, Greg.
What I say, 7 wins his last 12 turf races. Jose Lezcano.
Well, the question will be, though, by tomorrow's 8th race, what has he done for me lately?
It will. People forget quick, short memory. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We have the 4th coming up at Churchill. Kicks off the first of 2 remaining pick 5s on this Saturday evening card. This one will be 1 mile on the turf. Have the post parade coming up in a moment. Stay with us. You're watching the home of racing from Churchill Downs here on Fox Sports.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Mold Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, firing the field in the Amsterdam.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Following C and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off Belmont Stakes Week. Following C was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Catholic Boy is pulling away. He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
This Catholic Boy is is the first Catholic Boy that we've had here at the farm. The colt is very well balanced, looks a lot like the mare, very well put together, has a strong personality like she does, so we're excited to see what he goes on and does. The mare is owned by the farm. She's a warfront mare out of a pulpit mare, so you have some deep Claiborne stallion lines there. Owned by the farm, raced by the farm, had her mother, had her grandmother, and it's exciting to see those generations continue to play out. I think it holds really true to Claiborne's tradition. So the colt resembles his mother. She is a strong mare, something that we love here at Claiborne. We love our strong mares. She has previously had 2 other foals. They all tend to kind of stick to her personality. They're tough, they're gritty, they let you know that they're the bosses, and that's something that we actually kind of enjoy. We are fans of keeping our horses out as much as we can here. Of course, you know, weather plays a strong factor in when we do turn them out. But right now, the only thing that we're concerned about with this colt is that he's happy, he's healthy, he's growing, and he is enjoying his time here. It's always exciting when you have a freshman sire. On top of that, a freshman sire that stands here at the farm. So we're always excited to see what these foals are gonna look like. We're seeing that they're all pretty well balanced. They're good physically, they're correct, they're strong. They're exactly what we wanna see in a freshman sire.
Our program, it is brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. It is going to be a lot of fun to see those Catholic boys hitting the racetrack.
He was a tremendous horse who was very talented on both surfaces. He pulled off a double, Greg, that I don't know if we'll ever see it, right? Winning that 1 1/4 Belmont Derby and coming back and winning the 1 1/4 Travers. Not an accomplishment you'll see so many horses even try to do, much less pull off.
4th at Churchill. Again, it's the start of a pick 5, 75 maiden claiming race. Mile on the grass. Bonkers is taking a ton of attention on the board right now. 2-1 in here, and it's a drop first time in for a claiming tag for Mike Maker, who I know Jonathan Kinchin has a lot of admiration for.
I do. Mike Maker does a great job. Look, fun little middle pick 4 here pick 5 here, starting here. I am going to, got a couple singles in here to help us out. I'm going to spread in this first leg. I'm going to use Legendary Gift, Anthropology, Flauto, Predis, and Bonkers in the first leg. I'm going to single Keep Your Distance, a horse that's got in off the goalpost because of his running for a certain tag and being able to qualify for these starter allowances. He's just too hard to beat in these groups. He's too fast. I'm going to use Lady Edith in Going Good in the third leg. I've been chasing Going Good for a long time, but Lady Edith ran entirely too well last time to ignore. In the fourth leg, I'm going to use 4 horses, 2, 3, 4, and 13. Sam's Time, Pledge of Allegiance, Do Call, and Time Leverage. Do Call looks like could be extremely talented. And I'm going to finish with a single in the last leg, the 10, Joyful Cadence. A lot of talk about Preakness weekend at Pimlico with the inside being where you wanted to be. Joyful Cadence was not there. Lost a lot of ground, was facing better. I like the draw today. I think Joyful Cadence will be hard to beat in the last leg to wrap up this middle pick 5.
Yeah, and keep in mind as you take a look at that ticket that Jonathan put together in that 7th race, Time Leverage does draw in off the also eligible list because of scratches for Steve Asmus, and that changes a lot in that race. That's a major player that gets in. This race here, here's Flauto, Corey Lannery, Ben Colebrook, and 3-year-old filly by Street Sense, who turf debut came last time out at this condition. Ran second, adding blinkers at 23-1.
And I mean, he really ran an extremely good race. He ran so much better than he'd ever run on the dirt and synthetic that you have to really think he's just a turf horse. And to me, he's the controlling speed again. I know some will look and, it was a 1:16 last time. It's a mile today, so it's, maybe, one of the sort of unknowns will show unusual speed, but I see no reason that Lannery shouldn't go to the front, much like Corey Hernandez did last time out. And I think he should be favored in this race, honestly, over the number 8 Bonkers. I know Bonkers is dropping down. Mike Maker's numbers, maiden special weight and maiden claimer, he's 25%, $1.62 ROI. He's 2 for 12 doing it at Churchill. So, I mean, it's not like he has exceptional numbers in that situation. At the end of the day, what's so special about his races? I mean, I know he's in a much tougher field. I was going to ask you that exact question. Yeah. He's one of these horses that just doesn't do really real running in those races. It's class relief. He can win. I'm not saying I'm way against him, but I feel like you look at the 5, and the 5 really ran well first time in the grass. Just like a completely different horse than he ever was before. And it does feel, looking at doubles, like they'll be closer in odds by post time. A horse that's taking a lot of money in the doubles to narrowly the third choice is Anthropology. I know he's dropping. What am I missing? He didn't do any running at all in his one turf race.
He did not, but how bad did that impact in that start?
I didn't watch the start. I have to admit, I didn't watch the replay. I'll try to watch it when somebody else is on the air and see if anything significant happened. And he didn't have a great post time. I guess it's not impossible. It was his first start in the grass, and he didn't run badly, but I don't know. I think both the 1 Satin Rose, who's a half to 2 turf winners out of 4 to try it. The Dam didn't win the turf, but she was placed second and third in her 2 turf starts. Brody's Cause, the Sires of Giants Causeway. Thought this horse could move up on the grass. And I thought Legendary Gift as well, who's a half to 2 two winners in the grass and 3 to try, including Siding Spring, who's a very solid turf runner. It's not dirt. It's this really turf, this pedigree. And this horse has run well enough on the dirt that I think if he improves in the turf, she could be very tough in here at a big price.
I'll say this for Flauto. She did that on the front end, and there's a couple of runners here that we don't know how they're going to run on the turf, but on dirt they've been speedsters, and they could pose a problem.
Possible, absolutely possible. Now, the pace projector at Time Form has this horse the clear speed, but I'm not going to disagree with what you said, and these horses sometimes have more speed trying the turf for the first time, so it's absolutely possible.
Here comes our post parade. Again, kicking off a pick 5. Races 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 in this spot. Here's the 1, Satin Rose. Blinkers coming off start number 2 and gets on turf.
Said I'm using this horse first time in the grass. Has the pedigree to move forward on the surface.
Legendary Gift, another one, trying the turf for the first time, a daughter of Flatter.
Sound like a broken record, but same as the 1. Has the pedigree to move forward in the turf. And has dirt figs that aren't that bad.
Coinmaker, claimed in the debut, ran for 30 maiden claiming sprinting on dirt.
This horse does not have any pedigree, particularly to move forward in the grass. The Dam sire, Langfuhr, is at Danzig.
Anthropology, Paolo Lobo drops in class.
And try to watch the replay of this horse's last coming from an outside post. Did run against Better in a race that was dominated on the inside and up front, so maybe a viable excuse first time.
Here's Flauto, got on turf, tried to go gate to wire last start, ran second.
I thought ran very well, and I actually think this is the horse to beat. For what it's worth, Anthropology maybe broke about a quarter of a length slow as a result of that.
Okay. Pearl Girl, dropping class, start number 3 on the grass, Michelle Lavelle.
I mean, she's another one dropping down, right? And her last race, she didn't do a lot of running, but she comes out of the exact same race as the 11, and she ran better.
Theodora Barnes sending out Pritis, who went by, gets on turf for the first time, and here's Bonkers, 5-2 favorite.
Once again, another horse that's not impossible in here. On the other hand, has had plenty of chances, and even though the drop down, not that exciting.
Another first on the turf here, 20-1 Skybox.
No pedigree to move up on grass to speak of, even though there's, as far as the Dam's production.
And Twirling Patty for Tom Drury Jr., first on grass, did run second on synthetic.
Yeah,
sprinting.
But there's not a pedigree that says this horse should be moving up on turf. The Dam Sire is more than ready, who obviously was a turf influence.
Who is the market mover? Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, the market mover is going to be the 4 Anthropology store I typically skip when I'm at the mall. But this is a horse that makes a little bit of sense. Took some money last time on the turf, and then also drops from the maiden special weight into the maiden claiming. The other thing I think is interesting is that way back in the pedigree, this horse is a half to Cambodia, who was a very talented filly and mare in her own right. And so, maybe there's an opportunity for this horse to improve a little bit, dropping in class. But like Andy said, I didn't think the trouble that was that significant early and didn't do a ton of running early. But I will say this, the money coming in on this horse, for a horse that's never really run all that well, outside of that debut on the synthetic, I think is a sign that you'd want to pay attention to. If you want to bet the market mover or any other horse in this race, you can go to twinspires.com. And I'll be quick here because I don't want to repeat exactly what Andy said, but I think the 2 Legendary Gift is interesting in here. This is a horse that, like Andy mentioned, has the pedigree, has 2 siblings that won on the turf, including Siding Spring. This horse has run well enough on the dirt. And when a horse can show a little bit of ability on the dirt, and it turns out they probably should be a turf horse, I think this horse is going to work out a nice trip from the inside. Adam Beschizza, when he's drawn on the inside, he typically stays on the inside and saving ground. We know how important that is in turf races. And then the 5. I thought the 5 was interesting too, and it sounds like my man Gary Stevens is interested in the 5 as well.
Yeah, JK, we're getting on a little bit of a roll here. I don't want to push my luck any, but I like Flauto in here. I like Corey Lannery climbing aboard today. Is he going to control the pace? I don't know. I don't necessarily think he has to. I think he'll kick away from there. going to be in a good spot early on, and that's who they're going to have to run down late. But also, you mentioned J.K. Anthropology, and Cambodia was a very good filly for Tom Proctor. I believe Drayden Van Dyke actually rode her a couple of times, and she was all right. And I like you. I don't want to repeat what you were saying, but she can be forgiven a little bit. She did take some action last time, maiden special weight. Paula Lobo had a little bit of a slow meet here, but, you know, he can win races. He's a good horse trainer, and I think this filly, she deserves to be played a little bit. She's getting a little bit of action on the board. She's drifted back up to 7-1 right now, but Anthropology, the 4 and the 5, like both of them. Anthropology, I think, under Joe Talamo, will come running late and going to have to run down Flauto to get the job done today, Greg.
All right, Gary, thanks. We're just about set. Going to load up here shortly. It's now the 5 Flauto has become the favorite.
Yeah, I really think that she should be favored in here, win or lose. I just think she's the most likely winner in here. Obviously, we'll see how the pace plays out early. I'm always I would, if I played her, and I bet the 1 and 2 in this race and better exactas with the 5 Flauto for the most part. I would want Flauto in front. Maybe she can stalk and win, but she's never not been in front before. That doesn't mean she can't rate, but I would be uncomfortable if she didn't have the lead, and I would be most comfortable if she was able to get the lead, and you'd have to imagine that's what they're hoping to do.
Being told the 1, and there she is. Dropped Gabriel Saez, did not get very far away. Saez looks to be fine. There he is re-entering the picture with a little smile on his face, and looks like he'll... Whoa, and then, wow, she rears up again,
well, she'll be scratched. I mean, she has to be scratched after that, I would certainly think. I know I'll be canceling any wagers I made with her.
15-1, Satin Rose. Wow, very unsettled. But again, great job by the handlers not letting her get away. Let's see if they can, most importantly, just calm her down. And it looks like she is calmed down.
Well, I would hope after she hit the ground like that, I would have to hope that she's not running, as she should not be running in this race if she went to the ground. That would be very... In New York, if you hit the ground, you're an automatic scratch.
And there it is. She is coming out. So Satin Rose scratched here. Still have time to reconfigure wagers if you're including this filly in your pick 5.
Yeah. You would, obviously, you would get the post. I believe the first leg, I don't know the rules in Churchill Downs.
So Flauto the favorite, and looking beyond in this sequence, we talked about it off the air a minute ago. Next race coming up, keep your distance, trying to win 5 in a row. That's a 20-time winner, regardless of if she wins or loses. She's going to be fun to watch for Diodoro.
Well, she's got to get the mile. She has run the distance before, 3 times with a win and 2 seconds, and ran a 78 buyer once, so she's shown that she's proficient at that distance. She has been in had to deal with the other speed, Gianna's Gift, the number 2 races back for Gianna's Gift. And her last start, well, she got in front of that one, she disposed of her, and beat her by 8 lengths. She's going to be an overwhelming favorite. I haven't looked at what the doubles or the will pays are, or the probables, but I have to imagine she's going to be around 2 to 5 in that race, wouldn't you think, Greg?
She's going to be odds on, no question. I would 3 to 5 maybe. She's going to be short.
I mean, she's supposed
Lady
to be.
Edith, I can't wait to see her back in action off that what she did in that Mamselle.
I was a big fan of American. What's that movie where her nickname's Lady Edith? The movie.
No idea. Travis Stone with a call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Flauto caught a flyer quickly in front. Legendary Gift toward the inside. Brooke Lutely pulled back off the pace. Here comes Twirling Patty quickly from the outside post, racing for the lead. And she clears the field by the time they hit the first turn. So it's Twirling Patty in front. Flauto with that good beginning is going to have to settle for second early on. Skybox comes away third. Anthropology is fourth. Poor Girls in fifth. Legendary Gift on inside sixth. Pritis runs in seventh. Bonkers is 3 or 4 wide in eighth. And it's a long way back to Coinmaker, who's been outrun so far. Backstretch run. And Twirling Patty throws down a quarter in 23 and 2, leading by 3 lengths with Flauto on the chase from second. 5 back from there to Skybox running along in third. Anthropology down inside fourth to that far turn run. Pearl Girls well in hand, racing on the outside of horses at about 6 lengths off the lead in fifth. And then it's Bonkers revving up with a wide run from sixth. Pritis down inside seventh. Legendary Gift is eighth, and Coinmaker is at the back. So round the far turn, Twirling Patty trying to see it out, holding on to a 2-length lead as they come for the top of the stretch. Flauto's getting closer from second now. Skybox is set down for the drive. So too Anthropology. Bonkers is boxed in horses, has to switch outside for running room where Pearl Girl is. They're at the top of the stretch. Twirling Patty trying to fend off Flauto. Flauto's coming after Twirling Patty, but Twirling Patty's digging down deep. Twirling Patty fending off Flauto down to the final 16th, a long way back to Skybox and Bonkers. Twirling Patty, a final try from Flauto. Flauto finding stride late to get there. Flauto just runs down Twirling Patty. Farther back, it's tight between Skybox and Bonkers.
Wrench thrown in the plans of Flauto and Corey Lannery as Twirling Patty. Brian Hernandez Jr. went to the front, but able to run her down.
And a good job by Corey Lannery on a horse that was really lugging in badly. You could see it more in the stretch. You see how he's got that left-hand stick, and it's more about keeping his horse. And they went to right, and she lugged in again and did it. And she did not look like she was getting there. I agreed with Travis Stone, but she got there in the very, very late stages. Brian Hernandez, once again, Brian Hernandez, right?
Yep.
Sending Twirling Patty, gave her every best chance to win, and she just came up short. Tough beat if you had her. But Flauto, who ended up at a very fair 2-1 in this race, gets the money. And let me just add, Bonkers was nowhere.
9-1 on Twirling Patty. Great tactical ride, as you mentioned, from Hernandez. Just comes up short. In the end, it's a 2-1 favorite who starts off this middle pick 5. Whew, had to sweat this one out if you had the favorite.
And if you used the 1, Satin Rose, if it's in fact the first leg, you were scratched in. I don't know for sure the rules in Churchill, so I don't want to guarantee that. It could be a refund. I don't know their rules. Different rules, different states.
Corey Lannery, Ben Colebrook, and a filly by Street Sense. Start number 2 on the turf and digs in and able to show a new dimension here and win from off the pace to break her maiden. Prices will set up the 5th when we come back. Back on the main track with a 1-turn mile ahead as the Downs After Dark continues in Louisville.
America's most dominant stallion, with over 80 graded stakes winners and more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any sire in the nation. Recent stars include multiple stakes winner and Grade 1 victorious Valiants and Essential Quality.
Essential Quality!
In the sales ring, his yearlings topped both opening sessions of Keeneland September, including the $2 million sale topper, a breed shaper, a dream maker. Tap it, standing at Gainesway.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing, so I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone.
I think that was my idea.
It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket.
I came up with that too.
Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Bally Sports, Southern California. Fourth race, start of a middle pick 5 under the Twin Spires, goes to the 5 Flauto. Sat off the pace of twirling Patty, who was getting on turf for the first time and trying to win this thing to kick off the sequence at 9-1, coming up just short.
I give a lot of credit to Corey Lannery, who really had to work hard to keep Flauto, who was lugging in, but get her to straighten out and get her to be able to pass, because she was her own worst enemy in the stretch. She probably is a bit better on the front end, but she was able to get the job done, being forced to rate. And a great ride by Brian Hernandez, putting the 10 on front. Great idea. Just didn't work out. Generous exact if you had it, huh, Greg? 680 over 840 a place, $78.
Very good.
Wow.
5, 10, 9, the 8. Bonkers checking in fourth. And we have a pick 4 coming up next. Starting in this 5th race here, as mentioned earlier, 1-turn mile starter optional claiming race, and it's all about keep your distance in here. 7-year-old mare for Robertino Diodoro. She has won 20 times in her career, over $500,000, trying to win her 5th straight tonight.
She's remarkable. I mean, her consistency, it's unbelievable, right? 37 to 55, first and second, 20 wins, incredible. 4 for 4 this year as a 7-year-old. As good as ever.
David Cohen will be aboard. Well, the ups and downs in the career of a jockey can be very taxing, but for David Cohen, it was life away from the track that took its greatest toll. While recovering from injury, Cohen dealt with the loss of 2 family members, keeping him out of the game for nearly 3 years. Here's Lafitte Pinkai with all that Cohen endured.
In February of 2014 at Aqueduct, jockey David Cohen would see his career derailed after getting kicked by a horse in the paddock.
That broke my tibia and fibula. That put me out for about 9 months. I came back maybe a little prematurely, I'm not too sure. Lasted for about 2 weeks. Felt my injury was still bothering me. So at that time I chose to just kind of go back to rehab and figure it out.
The much-needed healing would extend beyond Cohen's leg. His hiatus away from the sport would last nearly 3 years.
Probably about 6 months after that, my father passed away, which anyone knows is my best friend, and so it was pretty tough on me. And then had another passing away in my family. My sister passed away. So, you know, it took a lot of time mentally, not just physically, to get back right and before I wanted to come back to riding.
Oaklawn's 2018 season would be the kickstart he needed. Cohen would win 118 races for the year. His horses would earn nearly $7 million, and the sport would recognize his race riding by honoring him as Comeback Jockey of the Year.
Heartwood, Gordy, Florida. A late bid here from Control Stake, but Heartwood takes the King Cotton, and he does it under David Cohen.
Coming from your peers and more of the inside of the industry, it really meant a lot. Didn't expect it. It really just developed into that type of year. A chance to reset and go back to just natural instinct of doing things, and was able to get my body back to zero and kind of reset my body, which I felt that really right now, and anyone that knows me, I'm probably in the best shape that I've ever been in. And really just blessed to be back from, you know, such a lengthy layoff and be in the opportunity to ride such quality horses and have that type of support from the owners and trainers.
Hybrid on a horseback, I got too much horsepower.
As you saw from that piece, he has overcome a lot, more than anything. Losing family members while you're out injured, that's tough to overcome. Teams up with Robertino Diodoro quite a bit and gives Ricardo Santana Jr. a run for his money every year at Hot Springs.
Well, the two of them last year at Oaklawn, I mean, they went down to the wire.
He's going to be aboard the heavy favorite here. Keep your distance coming up. The 20-time winner, the 7-year-old mare we mentioned, trying to win 5 in a row, who is odds on right now. 3 to 5 may become even shorter before the gates open.
You would think so. Now, I don't know if they were vet scratched or not, but there were 9 entered, and only 5 are going. Only 4 want to face Keep Your Distance. And frankly, the fields have been keeping their distance from her.
Won by 8 lengths last time out against Jonas Gift, who's going to try and tackle her again in here. Centerfold Angel, who would have been an outside player in here scratching this race. But yeah, it seems like no one wants to face this mare.
How can you not love a 7-year-old that's at the top of her game?
She's the one that's probably going to rock the Downs if she wins big. She has developed, I'm sure, quite a following with that kind of record. She's going to be fun to watch do her thing. 3-5 favorite. Going to try and make it 5 in a row when we come back.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's going to go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Cast Call Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's going to do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Consistently versatile, with 21 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Spectacular return for Charlatan in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes.
But it's Nashville. Nashville under no stress whatsoever, winning it.
Lady Spikespeare has gone on to win the Natalba by 3/4, Alda.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, Bally Sports Southern California. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you on this Saturday evening card at Churchill Downs. We'll get to this next race coming up in a moment. We're going to look back on some of the races from earlier today at Belmont Park. And I remember a horse that you told me about a while back when the horse debuted for Chad Brown's barn. And I thought this one might be pretty good. Miles D, second time out. Turned out to be the time for this runner, Son of Curlin.
Well, he ran against a monster field. Maybe the best 2-year-old made race in the country last year. Speaker's Corner, a Bill Mott horse who we'll get. Godolphin was in there. Cotto River, Greatest Honor. Miles D was fourth. Well, today, going a mile off the layoff, an excellent ride by Joel Rosario. And I think what you have to like about it is the 4 on the outside was the other horse taking money for Bill Mott. It ran very well the first time, but he's gotten left in both of his starts. What you have to like about Miles D is that, of course, named for Miles Davis, the way he really drew away from these horses right at the end. I mean, he was running through the wire, and I imagine Chad Brown will be looking for a $1 a 1 for him. A little tough to get him to a race like the Curlin, but a horse that certainly has a real future.
So well named. The dams sound the trumpets. Miles D. And yeah, shows a burst here to scoot away from this group here. Off the bench. It's the second start of his career off a debut that came all the way back in October.
Yeah, and I ran into Bill Mott and Leanna Wolford, his assistant trainer, and we were talking about Speaker's Corner, who won that maiden race and hasn't run since. But he is back in the barn and getting ready to resume training. So hopefully we'll see him at Saratoga. They had hoped to get him back in time for Belmont, but I guess they'll have to set their sights hopefully to Saratoga. But this is a runner for Peter Brandt.
Meanwhile, in the 7th, going to take a look at the start. Chad Brown, Judd Mott, Joel Rosario with Entreat, who was coming off a debut victory.
And a race that may have been better, the buyers suggest, just sort of jumped up right at the start, and the race was over. The horse took a lot of money. They were high on how she had been working going in the race, but you can't get left like that and win, especially after just such bad timing. You can see as they pop, she just started acting up, something bothered her. It's a shame. Whether or not she would have won, you don't know, but you wait so long to come back and run and then have that happen has to be very frustrating.
Well, meanwhile, Whispering Pines would get the victory. 3 wide here under Jose Ortiz for Horatio De Paz.
Horatio De Paz, a trainer that just kind of lives a little under the radar, but does an excellent job. And she got a perfect stalking trip in this race, and she also drew off impressively in the late stages. I want to watch some more of the races today. I wonder if the rail was absolutely the best place to be, but I don't think it really mattered. And I could be wrong. I really need to relook at them. I don't say that was the reason.
Uncle Mo Philly winning for the 2nd time in her career.
It's a nice win for her. Jose Ortiz, I believe.
It was.
And as we mentioned earlier in the show, his brother Irad will be back on Thursday. So as they said, 2 weeks. That was how long it's going to take. He's named on 4 horses Thursday, and we're thrilled that Irad will be back.
Yeah, it looked like a very scary fall, but X-rays came back clean. Just some bumps, bruises, and cuts, and now we're going to see him back next week, so that is great news. Feature later tonight when we are long off the air. I imagine, here's how I picture Andy Serling tonight, doing a little handicapping at home, stirring up a homemade mint julep, and watching the Grade 3 mint julep from Churchill Downs at Juliet Foxtrot do her thing.
It's close. I'll be working on Thursday's card and guzzling bourbon out of the bottle. So you got it mostly right.
She is a 6-year-old mare who is in the best form of her career right now, coming off a Grade 1 win in the Jenny Wiley. She has been a little better on yielding turf courses, I'll say that.
No, that's fair. And she gets a firm course, and this was a yielding course. She was able to control in this race, everything her own way. I think they had hoped to run her in the game lead, but probably maybe it was the plane issue that cost horses here couldn't go out for those races. Chad Brown also wanted to go out there. But she not only has a significant speed figure edge in this field, she is the controlling speed on paper. She looks nearly unbeatable.
The other, well, so there's a big long shot Flash and Dance who has some speed. It's so much softer competition, doesn't look to have the speed that she has. And then there's Crystal Ball, who is getting on turf for the first time, moved to the barn of Rudolph Brissett. Of course, that runner-up, the Coaching Club American Oaks from last year behind Paris Lights, doesn't seem to have a ton of turf pedigree.
They're taking a shot. I mean, I don't blame them. She probably isn't good enough based on this year's form to be competitive in stake races. She doesn't really have many options. Why not take a shot in this race? She's likely to be stalking Juliet Foxtrot. And I guess if a horse gets in her way as far as being controlling speed, it would be that runner. It's a shot they're taking. Not the kind of horse I would bet. I would be looking for somebody else to try to finish second. Who else it is, I don't know.
6-5 on Juliet Foxtrot. How short is she going to be?
She should be 3-5, shouldn't she? On paper.
Looks that way. That's coming up in the 9th tonight. Grade 3 mint julep. Meanwhile, we have the 5th next in another really fun older mare, 7-year-old mare here, who has, let's see, more than twice as many wins as Juliet.
She's
not quite the same level, though. She's trying to win 5 in a row here. The 20-time winner, Keep Your Distance. Well, she's going to click down to 3-5 here in a moment. There she is.
You know, as you like to say, they don't run them on paper. They run them on TV screens. On paper, I'm not trying to bet against this horse. I just don't see any reason to do it. Okay. Nice shoes, by the way. Those red shoes.
Those were nice.
Wow.
We queued up the wrong tape. We'll try and get it for you here in a moment. There's Gianna's Gift, who tried to tackle Keep Your Distance, the big favorite last time out. 2 starts back for her was no match.
Hey, by the way, look what she did when she disposed of Gianna's of Keep Your Distance. She won by 6. Now, I will say it was a sloppy track when she met Keep Your Distance. Maybe she's a little bit better in a dry track, though she doesn't have any evidence of that except for her last start. I don't spend my life trying to beat horses like Keep Your Distance, but I can't make a case.
You think there's a slight chance, though, that the mile's a question mark here?
Well, I mean, I think you have to say it's a little bit of a question, right? The horse is more of a 6-furlong type. Did win at 7 last time out. I'm not trying to beat her, but you have to ask yourself, we know all the reasons that she's a very likely winner of this race. The question is, are there any reasons you might want to bet against her or you think she's vulnerable? And I think a mile has to be one of them.
I look at the 8, and the 8 almost looks impossible in this spot, no? How's this horse 6-1?
Lady McKenzie? That's a very good question. She does appear to be impossible in this spot. I don't get it at all. Right. She looks like she should be 25 to 1 in this race.
That's very strange. Meanwhile, there's the 4, Irv's Wrench.
Wait, it's now a 4-horse field?
Yes.
Oh, even one more scratch. Wow, the 1 came out.
3, oh, hang on.
Yeah, the 1 came out. She was late.
Okay.
That's why the 8 is 5 to 1. When you have a small field and it's early in the betting, she will blow out to a much bigger price. But I'd certainly like to take the 4 heads up to her. Irv's Wench for Norm Cassie off the layoff. And I have to be particularly nice about Norm because apparently there's spies watching the show that make some reports if we're not always nice about Norm.
And you said something that offended?
No, not at all. I was joking about his runner the other day. I was on with you when he. I think I was on with you when he had that 5.5 furlong to the mile.
You're
and a half
always
turf
taking
race.
shots at Norm on the show.
I have to. He's a friend. How can you not make fun? If you can't make fun of your friends, Greg, who can you make fun of?
So there is the one we believe should be maybe closer to 50 to 1 than 5 to 1.
Yeah, if I was going to use another horse and back up, and I would have signaled the
right?
5. What? I would have used Irv. I would use Irv's Wench.
Let's take a look at how we try and create some value in here. What is the 5-4 exacta coming back?
Let's see.
No, this can't be right.
$2 for $1?
Sorry, I was looking at the double. $10 for 2?
Really?
That's
that
what I
seems
have.
pretty good. Right? Yeah.
Is that right?
I have
5 for $1.
No, I have 11. I have 11 for 2.
Huh.
Wow. Yeah, I'm going in. 5-4.
Can I use your account?
I'm going to make a box 5-4-5 and press 5-4.
And meanwhile, the other one's 5-2 for $5 for 2.
Don't want that one.
No,
I want all 5-4. Small exacta box, and then a bigger 4-5. 5-4.
All right, here comes our post parade in a moment. We did not have that 1 being out, so that must happen late. We're going to see Gianna's Gift first. So we showed you Gianna's Gift way back from Keep Your Distance when they met in the slop here at Churchill. And then, as you mentioned, she'd get away from her and she'd win by 6 lengths.
Yeah. She's kept a nice resume herself, though, right? She's been running in pretty good form.
Usually gets the lead. She was not able to get it against Keep Your Distance. Here's Irv's Wrench, 4 to 1, Tyler Gaffleone.
I always respect Norm's horses off claims as she stretches out as well, though, and she's run okay. Maybe she can step a little forward off the claim.
3 to 5 on the 20-time winner from 55 starts.
And she's going to do what she does, which is play Come and Catch Me.
And Lady Mackenzie, Rafael Bejarano for Gennaro Garcia.
I guess you could say her last dirt race is fast enough from a Beyer fig to be competitive. The rest of her races are not.
Yeah, I'll give that last. Maybe we're being a little unfair. That last race was not bad on the dirt. If you want to play this race, you can do so with TwinSpires. Go to TwinSpires.com. You can download the app. Code to use at sign up. There it is. Get 200 and take advantage of that $200 new player bonus right away. So 3 to 5 favorite, JK, and it's going to be a fun one to watch. Just to anyone with this kind of record is going to draw a lot of attention and be enjoyable.
Absolutely. Like Andy mentioned, just seeing a 7-year-old just keep laying it down and running fast numbers and winning races by open lengths, whether it be the slop or a dry surface. What's interesting about this horse, the 5 Keep Your Distance, is this is a starter allowance race. So in order to run in this race, you either have to be in for a tag of $20,000, meaning that you're for sale for $20,000, or in 2020 or 2021, you had to have run for a tag of $10,000. It's a way for them to allow horses that aren't for sale, but still were for sale at one point to run in this race. Well, Keep Your Distance back in February of 2020 ran for $10,000 at Aqueduct. She was claimed that day. And now she's eligible for this condition. So it seems to me that the connections are just looking for this starter allowance condition where if you have run for $10,000, you can show up here and they're just picking up purses, keeping her happy, not asking her to do too much. She's usually better than who she's running against. And I think today is the same situation. She's just better than these horses. She ran well going 7. I like the fact that she'll be forward. And if you can come up with any other creative idea, I guess it's the 2 Gianna's Gift. But at that price, 3 to 1, I don't necessarily want her at that price against Keep Your Distance. But if you are looking for an alternative, that would be the one that I went with. And it sounds like Gary is a little bit interested in the 2 Gianna's Gift as well.
Yeah, JK, I mean, I don't have any fantasies that the favorite's going to get beat in here. only if she can't get the mile. But she looks like she just towers over the rest of these fillies and mares in here. But I'm going to tell you what Johnny Court's going to do. Johnny takes no prisoners. He's on Gianna's Gift. He's drawn down on the inside with the scratch. He's going to come away from there running, and he's going to make David Cohn commit to going on early, maybe faster than he wants to go, and hope that he can't last that mile distance. That's what I would do if I was riding Gianna's Gift. And look, Johnny Court's only got a couple years on me, so I think he's probably thinking the same way. Let's take it to the young whippersnapper, the old mare here, and see if we can't force their hand a little bit early that will cause her to tire out the last 16th, 8th of a mile, something like that. But I'm just throwing a scenario out there, maybe throwing some darts at the wall, hoping that one of them will stick. Hey, I'm rooting for the old mare. She's pretty. She walked over here gracefully. She looked great out there on the racetrack, and I'm a fan of these older horses when they get on a roll like she is. She's being managed perfectly, and yeah, they're picking their spots with her with these starter races. Got to be a fun time for her and the connections, guys.
Yeah, Gary, thank you. 1-2 on the favorite in here. So I guess you got to do that if you're John Court. But the problem is, Keep Your Distance just seems to be quicker, and she's drawn outside, too.
Yeah, well, I think, with John Court, Gary was talking about, you're not likely to win this race by dueling Keep Your Distance into submission. And if you try to do that, you not only aren't likely to win, you're probably going to you increase your chance of running second. So in a lot of ways, you want to win, but you're almost riding for seconds and hope that Keep Your Distance doesn't run a race today, in which case you can win. But taking it to her from the start, that would probably not be helpful. But maybe she will, but I don't know.
Well, she's coming off a race at a mile where she was in front. She went on to win by 6 lengths. Of course, there was no Keep Your Distance in that race. A 1-2 favorite. Are we going to look back at 1-2 and say that was generous here?
After the race, I'll say it's generous. Right now, I'll say, yeah, I mean, honestly.
It's fair, right?
Honestly, I'll put it this way. She's 1-2. That bad 2-year-old in the first race was 3-5. How can you say that they're the horse that we weren't that thrilled with?
Cheyenne Wynn went off at 3-5?
Remember in the first race, you said it after the race. It's been a while ago, but yeah. Yeah, I mean.
This is fair value.
Oh, gosh, this is an overlay. I mean, compared to 3-5, this horse it was 1-2. The horse in the first race should have been at 4-1.
Can she do it again? Can she keep this win streak intact, trying to win number 5 in a row in the 21st of her career? The 5 Keep Your Distance, 7-year-old mare, David Cohen aboard. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. Gianna's Gift bounces out on top. Gianna's Gift's going to be the early leader. Keep Your Distance comes on to be second outside as Gianna's Gift floats that one out into the center of the track. And these two have opened up a bunch already on Irv's Wench, who's at least 9 or 10 lengths off the lead, and the trailer is Lady Mackenzie. So 2 sets of 2 as they cross onto the main track. It's Gianna's Gift on the inside of Keep Your Distance, and they're going head-to-head with 5 furlongs to go. Gianna's Gift on inside, whipped through the opening quarter in 22-4. The pace is swift. Gianna's Gift in front of Keep Your Distance. And it's a big distance back to Irv's Wench and Lady Mackenzie together 3rd and 4th. Halfway home in 45-2. Gianna's Gift onto the far turn. Keep Your Distance hounding every step of the way so far. There's 3 furlongs left now. Getting a little bit closer is Irv's Wench back in 3rd. Lady Mackenzie is 4th. They've got about 6 or 7 lengths to make up now. Moving for the top of the stretch, Keep Your Distance coming after Gianna's Gift. They're head-and-head at the quarter pole. Keep Your Distance on the outside. Gianna's Gift at the rail. Both asked to give their best. Irv's Wench and Lady Mackenzie in a good battle back in 3rd and 4th. 1 furlong to go. Keep Your Distance nose in front. Gianna's Gift fights back toward the rail. Lady Mackenzie's 3rd and trying to close. Irv's Wench back into 4th. 16th pole. Keep Your Distance has put away Gianna's Gift. Lady Mackenzie with a final try, but Keep Your Distance is the winner. Keep Your Distance wins it just under a length to Gianna's Gift, Lady Mackenzie, and Irv's Wench.
Well, Gary Stevens was right. John Court took those same tactics, tried to take it to the heavy favorite early on, tried to float her wide. Didn't matter.
And she still finished second, so can't argue with Gary or John Court in that respect. Keep Your Distance did not run her A race today. and she still won. And that was a pretty strong pace they were setting. The horses behind just couldn't catch up to her, but keep your distance. 5 for 5 this year. The 7-year-old now 21 for 56. She has won 38% of her career
It's amazing.
starts.
Yes,
Remarkable.
fun to watch. For Heads Up Racing, Robertino Diodoro, David Cohen, who we had the story on, and this mare, 7 years old, has been fun to watch.
Very prescient of us to have that David Cohen story and then him go out and win a race. Really brilliant work by our producer.
Well done to the staff behind the scenes. They're the best in the business. We are back tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern Time on Fox Sports 2. And you said this card tomorrow here at Belmont? Very good, right?
I've got some really bad ideas on tomorrow's card. I'm looking forward to betting all of them.
Tune in for them tomorrow. We hope to see you then. Up next, Spring League football, Generals versus the Blues on Fox Sports 2.